Alrighty then, let's get the show on the road. Good morning, everyone. Top of the hour it is. I'm a little late. A tiny bit late. Aloha's over here meowing his head off. Ivy's over there stretching, looking at me. Oh, and I am sore. Good morning. Good morning, Sanal. Good morning, Avelia. I'm gonna need some coffee to wake me up. My body is beat. Ugh. All this eating. All this working out. Oh, hello, James. Good morning. Oh. Speaking of which, I got a YouTube video I gotta put out this morning. Hello, Joe. The first tether? I mean, you just have to not be next to anyone else and just not be in front of a line. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. It's the same way the rest of the party dodges the mechanic. You're just doing it on your own. Exactly the same type of spot the party is looking for is exactly the same type of spot you're looking for. You just don't want to be standing in front of any of the lines. Hi, Ivy. Yeah, I was just saying good morning. Alright. There we go. Good morning, you beat. Oh, I'm so beat. Yeah, aloha? Okay, I think I'm done with the YouTube. Hi, Ivy. She's so desperate.
Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta
make
sure you just gotta learn how to read it. I mean, it's the same way. Again, it's the same way you dodge the first mechanic.
Subscribed with Prime.
It's the same way you dodge the first mechanic too. Hi. Why are you blepping me, Ivy? Put your tongue away. James Vaughn, thank you for the Prime sub. Hi. Ah, Ivy, your paws are so sharp. You gotta let me trim them, Ivy. Ow! Pain, 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 pain. Ivy, stop. Okay. Let me see about getting my YouTube video for the day. I got a hunt train to go to in however many minutes. Bow, 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 bow. Alright, let's see. Let me just do some tags over here, and we should be good. That should be good. I mean, Tuesday is just some minor job changes as well as normal mode, Arcadian. What I'm looking forward to is tons of free content. Because I'll be doing video uploads on the first clears of all the normal modes. I get to do story-related stuff. I get to do predicting the savage fights based on the normal modes. On top of all my other stuff that I'm already doing. So, Tuesday means lots of content for me. And you know me, I always like some good content. Alright, I'll probably get on level warrior today. I'm not going to worry about leveling it too much now. I just want to test something real quick. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. And then let me head to Urkopacha. I've got a little bit of time before the hunt trains kick in. So I might as well make good use of that time. Is there anyone in this instance? There is. So I assume they'll be going to Claws and Effect next. Which, by the way, great name for a fate, Claws in Effect. Just have to give credit where credit's due. But my gemstone vouchers, they wait for me. No. Nothing else crafting or gathering related is still on 0.05. Oh, I just remembered that for a thumbnail I did this. There we go. Yeah, there's no point in me joining a party for fates at the moment. Alright, maybe they went to this one. What the heck? There was just a beautiful people. Alright, whatever. Fortunately, on Warrior, you choose whatever you choose the fates you do. Whether or not that's quick is another story. Yeah, it is pretty surprising that it's one of the ones that was unused. But that's a pretty, like, obvious name use. Alright, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to, do that. Hey, Yibby, thanks for the 1,000 bits. Alright, if you feel that way, Yibby. I won't tell you you can't feel that way. But thank you for the 1,000 yen. Yeah, exactly. I can just do whatever I want here. If anything, I gotta protect that fool. I gotta... Where is Nason? Is this mouse over? I don't think it matters if that's mouse over, because I think he's in the spot that would get taken by it anyway. Axe is that? Is the Manderville axe. No, is it mouse over? No, I think it's just because it targets the party slot. I need to change it to mouse over. Yeah, that'd be the Mandeville. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the story overall. Yeah, I have every relic in the game for every job, so I'm just wearing whatever my highest item level item is right now. That's the good news about playing Warriors. I get to pick and choose whatever fate I want to do. It's very nice. Yeah, I enjoyed it overall. I did feel like there were some pacing issues near the end, but they weren't really that bad. They weren't as bad as some other expansions. That's for certain, in terms of pacing issues. The real question is, do I do this one or this one? This one's really close, but that one I have no idea how much time it has left. If I see that other one go, I'm ditching this one. Gotta ditch it immediately. I don't know what that means. We've already established that it has nothing to do with Alag. They're unrelated as a whole. Alag's not involved at all. Yeah, that was one of the things I noted as well, White. That was one of the things I noted as well. Good morning, Baltus. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to join any fate parties, so I don't know where the fate parties are this morning. I gotta keep my eye on hunt trains, which I know will be starting up soon here, so I need those. I need one of those like every morning now. Now that I'm finally past MSQ. Fortunately, I can do whatever I want. Warrior. Yep, that's pretty much what happens, Tate. You and many others go down that route when it comes to deciding to do that. Bam, bam. He's not Mr. Happy. Well, I mean, I need all the materia. Given that's probably all of it that's left, probably not. Given I don't think there's any of it left other than that. I doubt it. Ivy, what are you yowling at? I mean, maybe like past glimpses, yeah, but that's about it. See more, though, by going to it? Unlikely. God, I love this warrior. After doing this on squishy jobs, this is quite nice. The Vow of Happy's still asleep. No, the Vow of Happy's wide awake. But I need some coffee. Well, good, because it wouldn't be possible, I don't think. There's not much left. Also means I get to do these fates and listen to the music the whole time. These things aren't even AoE, so the Chocobo is fine too. Yeah, hopefully there'll be some good fate parties after. If not, I'll make one, but I like just joining the existing parties. I don't like making my own. I don't like that social pressure. It's a lot of pressure being put in a leadership position. I was gonna say that better not go. I might as well quickly just zone around and actually look for the EXP up fates, since I'm doing these solo anyway. It's not like I'll get to 100 on Warrior today. Oh yeah, let's look at that. I3 is where they're all at. What is that person updating it as they go? There's no way. ain't no way that person's updating it as they go. Although there are quite a few people here doing this fate. Maybe they are updating it as they go. Well, part of it is, at least. So we still got some of our own histories to unravel. I'll just go where the wind goes. God, my body is like, feed me more and more. Body doesn't know what to do. It needs power. I'm gonna feed my body all the power. Well, they're not the most efficient way to level DPS. You just do them while you wait for Qs. Still definitely better to mix in the other methods. We'll never uncloud Ilsabard. It's that way forever! I mean, that would be 80 to 90, not 90 to 100. If you were gonna do EO. And considering it, that pre-made EO, I don't even think is as good as Southern Front. I doubt it. My body needs power. Listen, my inner Virgil, as a DMC fan, my inner Virgil's always ready to go. Trying to see if that party updates. Because that was just one person saying they're there, so it doesn't really matter for much. Alright, I'm not going to make it to that, so I'm going to do this. And hope that that Fate party zones into 4, sees this, and goes, hey, let's do that. Best battle theme from 5? I mean... there's one obvious answer, and then there's the opinionated answer. Given one of those songs is definitely more of a cultural phenomenon than the rest. Tuesday we'll have them cool. Always got to be buried in the light. Fates don't give tomes. Aesthetics is almost always going to be Fates. It's almost always going to be Hunts. Wait. Oh, there's a unique Fate. Actually, you know what? I kind of want to do that. I want the gemstones more than I want the levels. Assuming it goes quick, because I don't want to miss the hunt train. And the hunt train normally starts soon-ish. It's the only reason I haven't joined an actual Fate party. True story, I've actually not done this Fate before. I've never done Dav. Never mattered. You know what matters to me more than this, though? I'll tell you what. There's more fun to be had. Here. The question is how, when the hunt train, because again, I'm not missing the hunt train for all this. Yeah, because I want gemstone. I don't even care about the other rewards. I want gemstones. I just assume more people will mobilize to Micah than people who will mobilize to Dav. Although Dav will die pretty quick. The beacons are lit. That's correct. Gilgamesh Instance 2. Bow, bow. Look, it's my friend. This enemy is my friend. Won't you be my friend too? He's my friend. Oh, you know what? Before I kill him, I have something very important I want to do. I can't do it from my current location? Why? There. Oh, I was too close to the end. There we go. Alright. Swap to 100 and we're good. I wanted to do them in the lit up city. There's a very healthy version of him too. 4. Very, very healthy Micah. It's because of how many people have been doing it. So he just has so much health. Well, the tankiness of Fate bosses is dependent on the number of people who were at it the previous time. So if it was abandoned last time, then it would be very, very quick. But it wasn't, so it's not. Everything scales. That's how world fates work. That's how all world fates work, even like generic ones. Ever wonder why sometimes you go to a fate you've done a million times and the boss is ultra tanky? It's because it means the last time that somebody did it, there were a ton of people there. It doesn't scale with the number of people in the zone. It scales with the number of people who last participated. It means this mic is going to be very, very tanky. It's funny because this fight, when it takes a really long time, definitely gets tricky enough for some. The hope is that more people show up and gets faster. JPS, thanks for the 26 months.
IMTS_ just subscribe.
Thank you for the 26 months. Yeah, he's got a Kevlar outer casing. Thank you, JPS. I hope you're having a good one. Yeah, you're here just in time for the nuts. Not gonna lie, wasn't paying attention to the numbers at all. 165 appears to be the order. I'm gonna assume that this is where 1 is because there's a vast majority of people. Somebody actually southeast, southwest, northwest. All right, that's literally the opposite of what I was just saying. So now I'm fucking scared. Oh, I accidentally took a step too far back trying to... Oh, no, no, no. That was right. That's completely right. That's southeast. This isn't southeast. This is why I normally just figure it out for myself, because that's what happens if you don't. I just didn't. I know they're not numbered in order. That wasn't the problem. That's why I said I didn't actually look. That was the entire precipice of what I was saying. Well, I mean, Shout Chat said the right thing. I just, for some reason, I thought that part of the platform was southeast. No, it's because I'm not zoomed in. Yeah, right there, which was correct, would have been where it was. They didn't lie in this case. It can theoretically be if somehow your game can actually run up to that, you know, frame rate. On the platform. Same with PlayStation. Well, I'm saying it is, but that doesn't necessarily mean your game will run at that. It's just that's just the maximum it can run at. There's a big difference between what's possible and what is probable. And I'm gonna say, on a lot of situations, console ain't gonna run at 120 FPS. Just because it can, in some scenarios, does not mean it will. In all scenarios. This is instance 2. Alright, I'm gonna actually pay attention this time. 641 352. 641 352. 641 352. 641 352. 641 352. Alright, I know where the last one is. That's 5. Oh, no, it's more 6. Oh, no, 64135. Yeah. It's here, that corner, then there. The patterns are somewhat predictable. Like, it can't kind of go AWOL and, like, go into an ultra random spot. It's usually some sort of, like, zigzag. Fortunately, it's consistent enough to do that. Whew, that was close. Taking me to microseconds. To blame, but aren't you glad they did that? Blaming them. You sure can't. Listen, when I answered, for all I knew, you could have already been here. Yeah, we're out on the lone trail here on Gilgamesh. Thank you for the 100 gemstones, sir. I could totally farm 100 gemstones faster than that, but still. Bow. We're full, stay out. The real question is, did we all ignore Dave? Or is Dave dead? Alright, Dave died first. Probably should have done Dave first, knowing Dave would have died first. He would have been dead because Dave's dead. Dive. Dave. Hi. All right, I'll turn on the AC real quick and then I'll hydrate. Good morning, nurse. His nuts have been busted. All right, the real question is, I wonder. Hi. Alright, I'm leaving now. Going to Urkopacha. Somebody waved at me and said, "Hi, Mr. Happy," so I waved back. And that's about the end of it. Yeah, I'm still waiting on a hunt train. I don't want to join. I mean, I guess I could just join a fate party. It's not that big a deal. Oh. It was called. I just didn't see it. Perfect. Alright, let me get off this then. And on to Machinist. Good morning, Kinch. Yeah, as much as I need, as much as I want to level things, I also need to get a lot of materia. What was the question, Denver? No, you should be doing Rhapsodies basically as soon as possible. Rhapsodies is incredibly important. Oh, perfect, Seeb. You got it then. Excellent. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what to do, and then I looked up and I saw one of my favorite Fox Hollows mounts just staring at me.
Chaos. Chaos.
It does. It wraps most everything up, but you still want to be doing it as quickly as possible. You want to at least get to the point where you have 6 trusts.
Chaos.
Steve, thank you for the Prime sub. Digitalis, thanks for the 38 months.
Chaos. Chaos.
Digitalis_ just subscribed with Prime.
Well, that's good, Guardian. Oh, I'm not spending my money on that one. No, you cannot sell the scroll costume. You toss the leftover cogs. Well, it'll force you to get to story points before you're allowed to progress it with the other stories. Generally speaking, the first major breakpoint in that quest line is pretty early on. And the second one takes a little bit longer. It's really just getting to the point where you can have party of 6 with just NPCs. But it'll tell you have to go and do other quests before you can continue. Or at least, I'm sorry, the guide will tell you that. Hi, Aloha. No. Aloha, stop. No, I already played with you this morning. Stop. Can't have more play. If I could have 2.5 GCD, I'd prefer Machinist, but Bard is pretty unanimously #1 at the moment. God, I haven't done any PF so far this expansion. I've been focused more on everything else. Been focused more on the content. At least I finally get to juice on some enemies as Machinist. Well, I mean, Seraphism, you only spam heals if it's absolutely necessary. You don't want to just spam heals because you can. That's the big thing. There's not really anything that I can think of, like, one particular spot of Valagarmanda where Seraphism is particularly like, oh, if I really want to play safe, I'll, like, GCD spam here. Always content brain. Always content brain. You're like, you can use it just casually without even saving it for emergencies if you want. As it's just that you won't be spamming. That's why I like the Sage one a little bit better, because the Sage one you can just use no matter what. Like, it's still way overkill in most situations, but at the very least, its version of way overkill is like, I can still DPS without, like, completely, like, ignoring all the benefits I've been given. That's why I like the Sage one so much. I mean, even in the first 2 Savage encounters, Seraphism is likely to be way overkill. I mean, it doesn't mean not use it, it just means don't save it, you know? Hello. I just need 2.5 GCD for you. Oh boy, yeah, that train is fully underway. Happy Friday, Tux. You know, I always need reminders when it's Friday. Because my days just meld together. To such a capacity that honestly, I like, there are certain things like, for example... There are just certain things that happen throughout the week that remind me, but otherwise, it's, you know, my days just blend together. Urkel Farcha. Yeah, everyone has a different way of saying the far version of Urko. It's either Farcopacha or Urko Farcha. Urko Farcha does sound like it's farting, so I understand the desire to get away from that one. Listen, Farlamald's still there. It's not like there's no, you know. It's not like that's not there, you know. It's just we just don't interact with it as much unless you really want to. Yeah, you can still just keep calling it Farlamald if you really want, even though it's a completely different location. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. That's efficient use of existing terms. But I almost instinctively went to that fate. I came so close. I've been doing that a lot because I've been doing so much fate farming. Listen, I need 385 more vouchers. Got a long way to go. Oh, Adams, thanks for the 20 bucks, dude. Happy Friday, Mr. Happy. Thanks, man. Thanks for the 20 bucks. Saw a pop up. I don't see that very often. Wish I had more to offer on that side of the content pond. Mostly do it for access, so when people decide to support over there, it's always cool. It is Friday in California. That's correct. In most places, in fact, some places though, it's Saturday. We have to make the distinction. I'm not selling the first mount. Hell no. I'm fucking keeping that thing. I'm never selling anything about it again. Well, that's not true. I'll probably do some fates occasionally. You need to have max in all shared fate ranks in Dawntrail, and then you buy it in Solution 9 or Tuliolal. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be Saturday in Tokyo in just a few minutes. Well, in all of Japan, but yeah, in Tokyo as well. I mean, all of the combat ones are pretty important. Yeah, the way that this bee's actual attacks work is a lot different. Having now read the buff, that attack, that AoE doesn't even, like, that AoE isn't even like an AoE to stay out of necessarily. It's more like the range of the next attack. Like, if you're standing at that range after the cast finishes, it'll just start pelting you. But yeah, no, all the important, like, most of the time you don't need skill speed or spell speed to that point. But crit det and direct hit are all Like, you don't know until you see what the gear actually has on it. So the general rule of thumb is to just collect as much as possible. Which is why I need to get back on my... No, well, now that I can largely focus on leveling for content, I can also focus on doing hunt trains as well. Catching S ranks and shit. I should go back to trying to catch all of the S ranks, but the Dawntrail S ranks for sure at the very least. You're gearing your whole static? What the fuck? Tell them to get off their lazy asses and do something. Hello, kitty. Wonder what that was all about. Wait, choo-choo? Yeah, that was definitely not a fate farming situation. I hope everybody had a fun week. And is excited for the Arcadian story on Tuesday. Wait, where was the Queen Hawk? Oh, the fucking flag was wrong. That's what it was. Getting back to normality. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. I mean, I don't really care that much, but still. Yeah, after seeing the normal mode trials, I am equally as excited. We are bored and depressed. Let us punch. Good morning, Lindar. No, I don't think I will, Raz. Why am I in New Game Plus? Oh, yeah, I should leave New Game Plus. I was in it to change the, I was fighting Micah, and I wanted to change the arena to be glowy again. Crafted gear is for Savage, that's correct. I wanted a glowy arena for that, but now I gotta change it back. It's more fun this way. Yeah, my plan is to be up early on Tuesday. I know it doesn't really make sense to be up that early for normal mode, but still. I very much enjoy doing it. Yeah, Visa's been having issues. Don't worry, you're far from the only one who's had the Visa issue. Knock. I think we were gonna go with round 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Because the Arcadians named, it's broken up into divisions. I think we're starting in the lightweight division? I forgot the name of the division that we're starting in. It's like lightweight division round 1, round 2, round 3. So it'll probably just call it R1 through 12. Yeah, light heavyweight, there you go. Light heavyweight round 1. Which still kind of works because it's also the Arcadian. Ha. Yeah, there you go. No, just like I said, we'll call it R1 through 12. Well, I mean, we have to do normal and study normal because that's the only way to prepare for Savage. But yeah, it's not like you can make Savage happen in normal. I mean, you just do normal and plow through it and go, I think that will be that way in Savage. I mean, that's the end of it. Nope. I just decide to wake up early on the day of. I go to sleep early and I wake up early, and that is my life. That's the usual instant switching life. There will be auto raid wide, baby. I love auto raid wide. No, normal mode gear is the same as the extreme trial gear at the moment. It'll be 710. I think, oh yeah, did I ever make that video live? Did I make my video live for today? I think it literally answers the question. Did I make that live? I don't think I made it live yet. I did not. All right, let me do that. Oh, that's right, because I was going to make a new thumbnail for it. I totally forgot about that. I spaced on it. It's fine. It's fine with the thumbnail that it has now. Hello, JMO. Only if there's raid wides with it, Crystal. Gotta be reasonable here. I'm telling you, man, it's harder to find Fizz range than anything else. Guffles every time. All you've done is you've been given the curse. That's all that's happened. Because nobody wants to play Fizz range. Because people who want to play DPS want to do big dick numbers. There's more people who want to play healer and tank than people who want to do Fizz range numbers. It'll probably be locked at Dynamis at least until Tuesday, potentially longer. That's not a bad idea, Tractor. I mean, the Fizz range updates are fun to play, but it's still performing exactly the same as it did last expansion, which, to be fair, was expected, but makes it no more attractive of an option. But yeah, there's nothing like doing DSR and being 5th on DPS in Phase 1. That was fucking thrilling. Fucking Dark Knights, man. Yeah, no one wants their role to be I'm just kind of here. That's definitely not an attractive role option for a lot of people. Good morning, Gabby. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Dark Knight doesn't feel great, but you know what does? Gunbreaker. No, it does not, Danver. That is factually incorrect. That is incorrect to the maximum. No, it doesn't. At most percentiles, it's about on pace with Bard. At the highest percentiles, it's not even there. I mean, at the very tippy top, which makes sense because Bard and Bard and Dancer are going to get our DPS buffs. However, I will say this. If I were PFing, I'd still be picking Machinist over anything else. No, I looked at all percentiles just the other day. Bard and Machinist are at the bottom 4. Well, bottom 5, it depends. Red Mage is sometimes down there instead. Summoner being just above Dancer, you know, at least they've got that solace going for them.
Mrose_ just subscribed. If Shiva tells a horrible pun, how can you reply politely? I see what you did there.
If you hadn't just given me money, I'd tell you to fuck off. So thanks for the 121 months. Yeah, that's why I said if you're PFing, Machinist is still the play for Fizz range. It's always the play for Fizz ranged. Dismantle is unique. No, playing Fizz range in this, all that matters in the raid is who is contributing the most damage. Literally nothing else matters. Like, do you have mitt tools and how much damage do you deal? Like, how much do you deal? Like, if you're a really good Machinist player. I forget where the menu is for preferred worlds. Because I don't think, I mean, it should just be server status on the main page. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Machinist and Bard are about equal, and you literally want to remove some of the reliance on teammates. Then Machinist is a great pick in statics, especially when any micro mistake at the lowest item levels you go into raids come with a punishment of one person's personal DPS being lower and that affecting somebody's R DPS, which compounds the issue, which is why Machinist generally is okay for prog now that they have Dismantle. Machinist very much has a rotation, but the general rule of thumb is as long as you're not clipping your tools, you're fine, which is why 2.5 GCD Machinist is so important. I mean, they will nerf jobs if they feel like they have to. 100% they'll do it if they feel like they have to. All I was refuting was saying that Machinist does about the same DPS as other jobs, and that's not true. Listen, AI can be entertaining sometimes, Failtest. Although I hadn't really thought of it being AI until afterwards. I don't even know what that is, Lubertal. I stay away from most of the internet nowadays. I seldom even go on Reddit. I post a few gym pictures on Instagram, a few funny things on Twitter, and I post my usual stuff on Twitch and YouTube and pretend the rest of the world doesn't exist. Worked thus far. What's going on, Cajun? Hello? Hello, Sushi? Hello? Oh yeah, I've never used my For You feed. For when it first came out, they tried to force it, and then I installed a mod that made it not work. And then that mod stopped working, but now I just don't ever go to that tab, so it's fine. Listen, with the people I follow, my For You tab is like borderline softcore porn anyway. Because a lot of people I know have either shifted over to VTubers and are constantly posting like sexy art of themselves. Dude, every time I fucking look at, do you guys know Emma? Emma Llama? Every time she posts something, I'm like, well, I can't go to my For You anymore. That's it. I can't do it. Literally, anytime she posts anything, I'm just like, that's it. If I click on For You, I know what's gonna happen. And I tell her that too. I'm like, Emma, you've literally single-handedly ruined my ability to use the For You page. Any single time you post something, I go over to the For You tab, and it's just huge anime tits everywhere. Because they see that I follow you, and that you were in my scroll feed, and that's all there is now. There's no other alternative. Sounds like a good time. Well, I mean, I don't really want to use the For You anyway, so it's kind of an easy thing to avoid. But when it first came out, it was automatically tabbing people over to For You. So I'd be in public and I'd just be like, Jesus Christ. Do I not want to see them? If I want to see any titties, I want to see real titties, but I'm not going to use Twitter for that. What do I need Twitter for that for? That's a hot internet take. What do I need Twitter for? I just don't need it for that. It's more so just an observation that I follow enough. I mean, I follow so many people who have either moved into VTubing or adult work. I mean, that's just kind of been a trend over the past several years. A lot of my friends have moved in that direction. Or honestly, I don't even have to do that. It could just be Arthur's retweeting some more fucking Tifa tits for like the 18th billionth time. It's all Arthur's does anyway. Half the time he retweets something. He could be solely responsible for that. Yeah, exactly. He retweets a lot of Tifa. He's not the only one. I know a lot of people who retweet Tifa stuff. He's very passionate about it, though. What's going on, Vahizi? Arthur's has cracked the code. Listen, Tifa just got a new outfit in Ever Crisis, and it's driving everyone crazy. So that's been all over my feed the last, like, 2 days. I'm just saying the For You, that's my For You tab is almost certainly gonna be that. It's gonna be something in that line. Just with the circle of people I follow. I've just come to accept this. Follow I'm on the internet. Everyone's thirsty. Everybody's been walking in a desert and they just found water. All right. Anyone who steps forward and says not me is a dirty fucking liar. Anyone who's telling the truth just wouldn't say anything. Not me, not me, not me. I mean, is it a good outfit? Sure. It's all over my timeline also. Like I said, it's a lot of people I follow who have just gone more and more in that direction. Like my pal Sylvie, she used to just do, you know, 14 stuff and just kind of chill and maybe play a few other games. And she had to like put out a message and she's like, I'm so sorry, but if you need to unfollow me because I'm posting adult content, then I understand. Because boy, does she. Oh no, what's the at? Not all of them have. No, you ain't gonna see me VTubed. Somebody offered to do one for me for free. It's like I mentioned this yesterday, like a notable person who does VTuber designs. Like it wasn't like some rando. And I was like, yeah, I'm not letting you do that. That's literally thousands of dollars of work. If I need something at some point, And if you want to give me a discount, like some level, then go ahead, but that's on you. If I need work, I'll let you know. Gonna commission Hapul Jaja. I'd love to see that. I mean, I'd also hate to see that, but you know. Not Hapul Jaja. Anything but Hapul Jaja. Ow. I sure hope not, Nem. I know they've seen it because my phone lets me know when people have liked something. If like I follow them and they like it, they'll be like, ah, yes, look what you've done. Exactly. That's why I wouldn't take free VTuber. I was like, you're making this decision now, but like, trust me when I say you'll regret making this decision when you think about the paycheck you could have earned. That's how I was feeling like when that VTuber artist asked me if they wanted me to have them do something for free. I'm like, no, I don't. Well, that's good, Koi. Usually that means good crit. Good crit, very good. This was from the anniversary event for the 10th anniversary. Which means it should be on the Mog Station next month, right? Explosions! I feel like I haven't gotten many clusters this time around. I feel like it's been kind of rude, Darude Sandstorm. Yeah, I gotta shell out if you want that Phoenix mount. Should be next month. Good morning, anime. Bow, bow, bow. Well, I mean, the number of tanks in your group don't determine how much materia you get. That's not how that works. You just have to have some credit. The number of tanks, like the amount of aggro you generate has nothing to do with whether or not you get materia drops. You don't even need to get full credit to get the materia drops.
Akiyama Terumi just subscribed.
Thank you, Akia. Credit is based on aggro. But you don't... The point is you don't need... Like, as long as you're getting 40 nuts, you've gotten max credit. So having 5 tanks versus having 2 tanks, all that means is that you're definitely getting full credit. Whereas with 2 tanks right now, they die so fast, there's some concern. My point is, the materia has nothing to do with that. You don't even need full credit for materia to drop. Having 5 tanks doesn't, like, make it so you're more likely to get materia. Just means that you're definitely getting full credit. Like, I've gotten full credit every hunt. I just got full credit there. Hello, Dawn. Never get tired of my Leviathan theme. Gotta whip out the Final Fantasy 16 Leviathan theme. I mean, the video I put out today already mentions getting materia for, from the hunt. Ah! It's a double right. Oh. God, my workout yesterday was something. Every workout I do is something, man. I put 110% into every workout. Now I just got to put 110% into eating more. Howdy, partners. Yeehaw. Welcome to Texas. We're invading Texas. I tell you what. We're gonna have ourselves a nice, good old-fashioned showdown. It's a shame, but we gotta do what we gotta do. Well, do you own the base game, Dawn? Because you would need to own the base game as well if you're just going to buy Dawntrail. Yeah, technically, yeah. You just exchange the Savage Criterion one for materia. Perfect. There does not need to be more ways to get crafting and gathering materia, Koi. There does not need to be that. I mean, I always recommend the free trial before anything else. Then you need the complete edition or the starter plus Dawntrail. Oh, he does the turn before doing the front back. I mean, most people just use scripts because scripts are easy as hell. Not to mention the tribe quests when they come out. Make for a pretty steady flow of them. if you're asking about melds, I've already brought this up many times of just taking all melds off of gear. And just having all your melds for your job done onto your soulstone directly. And just having gear act as a capacity increaser. I mean, to be fair, that is technically prep elemental in some capacity. That involve, I mean, as long as they were able to program capacity into it, then it would. But honestly, I wouldn't mind losing pentamelding if they just came up with an overall better way of balancing the melds. I don't know where you started that it was a grayish theme, but that sounds like Ul'dah, if anything. I would definitely not describe most of the areas as grayish. White stone is not the same as gray, and I'm colorblind telling you this. Goodbye, frog. Hello, Jack. Hello, Leaf. Nope, I would never make the exception, Leaf. Location does not excuse abomination. I mean, just have him do the dungeons, Reed. I wouldn't try to make him do it, because encounter design literally changed from expansion to expansion, and it's changed again. So I don't think that really matters. It's more about grasping fundamentals. That's okay. So did we, Koi. And everyone. Forever. I don't know. Limsa's pretty bright and cheery color-wise. Ul'dah is just a desert, so I understand that, but one of them is a radiant forest, and the other one is a beachside paradise. So I don't know. I don't see it. I hope you get better soon, Inferno. Ul'dah, however, is just a desert with some stone. Especially post-graphics update for Gridania. Although, actually, Ul'dah, the sun and the shadows look a lot better now. On several hours, Chris. Later. Time to find some heritage. in the dome. That's it. I've done it. I found my heritage. Well, they specifically made mention that French players are aiming to have their payment method stuff re-enabled by July 23rd. I wonder if that's true for all the regions then. Because it only mentions France, weirdly enough. It's right there. The heritage. Ah, that's what the cross AoE in the thing means. It's like, when does it do the cross AoE? Oh, afterwards. Never seen it survive that long, so. Hello, Nico. Howdy doody. I say doody. I don't know if I've seen... Yeah, I've seen like a ton of... 11, to be fair, I need 11 drops more than I need 12 drops by a ton. So that actually kind of works out. I've seen like almost exclusively... I think they're called Nova Clusters. Yeah. Almost exclusively Nova Clusters today. Good, good, good. I'm in a boba mood today. I can actually indulge in some of the things I enjoy now, which is nice again. Until I put on about another... I want to put on probably about 15 pounds. I think I'll start at 15 pounds and then go from there. Because I'm not aggressively trying to gain weight. But I can indulge a little bit. Your boy, thanks for the 19 months. Ba-ba-na-na-na.
Your boy's hero just subscribed.
So many multi-monthers. If only I could see it. That's the resub, though. That's just like the month-to-month resub. Thank you for the resub. A lot of people may go... See, now... So, you know what's funny? Now, after the Tier 1 price change in the US, it's still technically better to do 6 months at a time. Because then the sub goes from being $5 a month to, what, $5.25, I think, a month? If you do a 6-month sub. Obviously, you pay it all at once, but in terms of month to month, that now holds the closest value to the original subscriberino. Actually, my math's a little bit off even. It's more like it's 510, I think. Yeah, it's actually 510. I mean, y'all could reconfirm. It's like 509 because it's $5.99. It's not $6, so 15% reduced is not exactly. Oh yeah, dude, Gil Fate is Fates for Gil. Oh man, so good. I made like 6 million getting to the point where I could buy my stuff, but now I'm just buying the vouchers. Heritage found, heritage far. Oh no, I just looked at the debuff. All right. No, you can't sub with any in-game means. Gil is way too plentiful for that. Oh yeah, I should have kept the teleport to Electro instead of closing it. The poor snakes. Listen, those snakes knew what they were getting into. They should have left if they didn't want to be a part of it. Mages, thanks for the 49 months.
Magus_87 just subscribed.
Thank you, Mages. Welcome back for 49 months. Stay of the Realm is in... What time is it? 8:30? It's in 3.5 hours. Ugh. Oh. Sellout mode. I mean, I kind of just did do sellout mode. I was talking about how the monthly subs on Twitch, the tier 1 subs in the US went up to $5.99 a month, which means I now make $4.19 off all tier 1 subs that pay for their sub after the change. Also nut. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't load the damage. It actually didn't load the damage. Holy moly. Almost. Yeah, if it was $6, it would be the magical 420. But it's not. But that just makes the 6-month subs now only cost $5.10 a month, but I get paid more off of those. Oh no, Sly and I mean, we're on completely different data centers, and he doesn't play nearly as much as I do. We almost never play together. And most I usually go to his house when he has like a birthday party or something. That's correct, Avalia. That's true even with the multi-month from prior. The $5 multi-month. I don't get paid off the discounted price. That's true of like September and multi-months and everything. That's why I was telling people to do the multi-months before the price change, because I still make money off the $5, but then they get to, everyone who did that got to save, what was it, $4.25, $4.24? $4.24 a month it becomes with the 6-month, or what it was becoming. That'll be the majority of my sellout modes. Will be trying to get 6-month tier 1s. When people redeem sellout mode, it's going to be like, hey, if you really enjoy the stream, you want to be ad free and support, a 6-month tier 1 sub goes a long way. I don't even know, Koi. I haven't killed that many. Yep. They posted it on Twitter too. That's a free video for today. I was going to record that probably after this hunt train was done. And cat emotes. I think only the EU lodestone has posted about it so far. I don't think the NA one has. That's because they were specific. I saw they specifically were talking to French players in that post. Please let this be out, then in, then cross. Yeah. Good morning, Shawnee. Thanks, Inferno. I love my GGEZ shirt. I ordered a bunch more gym shirts, too. Riding home. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, oh, down we go. These are hunt trains. I'm sorry, hold on. I need to do... Oh, I can't do this while I'm on my mount, right? I was gonna change the zone over for the hunt train. There we go. Now it's all pretty again. It depends on your data center, Fennec. Listen, sometimes something looking pretty definitely... I did start New Game Plus. I literally just did it from the menu. Yeah, Centurio Hunts is all of NA, and then there's some individual ones. Yeah, it's a little brighter here and there. Just a little bit. Well, I'm sure that a lot of Ether is not calling their trains right now because you can't exactly travel very much. No, you can't use New Game Plus to level. Trap the souls again. Make it look pretty. Well, keep in mind that you need to constantly leave New Game Plus also. You can't just stay in New Game Plus all the time. Or it's gonna fuck you. You can't even use the Solution 9 Tombstone Vendor while you're in New Game Plus. Or the Gem Vendors. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff. I just turn it on whenever I come here. I was in it earlier when I was fighting Micah. I mean, yeah, it depends on how you want to do it, Marsh. Different reasons for different people. Nope. This place is staying gray forever. Ain't no way we're powering this place up again. Now, could a story event do it temporarily? Sure. Are we gonna do it on purpose and have it stay that way? Hell no. I just do it because I honestly don't even give a shit about it being gray or not. It makes no difference to me, but I like to shock people with showing me do it. Ah, interesting. actually very interesting. Give me all the materia. Well, that's because on Ether, our trains, we're not trying to chain them together right now because there's too many fucking people. Every data center is just trying to make sure their trains can function as smoothly as possible. And that takes precedent over trying to let people get to as many trains as possible. No. I mean, for nuts, if you just want to buy grade 11s, sure, but you shouldn't be using anything lower than a grade 11. Absolutely not. Companion app. Yeah, they haven't made any posts about NA stuff yet. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, it's only EU that's gotten the update. I mean, collecting nuts never hurts. It's just that the clusters are going to be utterly useless. And that depends on what kind of speed you want to move at in that case. Like, I'm going to go dump my nuts right now after that train. And this nut dump is going to be real good. Because I'm going to get tons of materia from it. What do I want to dump my nuts into? I'm going to dump it into these. Alright, my nuts have been emptied. Good morning, Maeve. Speaking of which, let me suspend that. Alright, and now I can get back to doing my fates. There's a Kuzama-uka party. Looks like there's also that party. Hunt trains depends. Per server, I was going to say. It's normally something in the vein of once every 6 to 7 hours. Alright, looks like this one. Oh my god, dude. Of course, I teleport onto the map, and it's already split between 2 different spots. Just gonna go straight to this one, I think. I mean, yeah, I said per server. That's not per data center. Generally, you're looking at a minimum of 1 every 6 to 7 hours per server. Because that's literally the respawn. Across the data center, different story, but that largely depends on how your data center is handling it. Ether's way too busy, so we're literally just only doing local trains for the most part. You can sometimes catch Star, like sometimes where people do other ones, But ours are just so busy. Hey, fates are more important to me than dungeons are. Fates for days, and it's tempting to go to that Shalani party. Nah, it's already filled. I shouldn't have debated so long. I should have just gone to it. Shalani's the other zone I like doing fate grinds in, so. Yeah, that's about normal. Like, ours are at, like, Gilgamesh is like 7:30, 2 p.m., and like 8 p.m. Pacific. Aloha. I don't like to, no, because I'm a Uka, I find there's way too much teleporting. There's three Aetherites, and I feel like I have to make use of them all way too often. Shaotani has 3, or Shaolani has 3, but it's, the 3 are better placed. Like, a lot of the times, you're like, I don't really need to teleport there. Like, I could, but I don't really have to, you know. This is a 2-parter. Yeah, that's why I should have taken that Shaolani party when I saw it. I shouldn't have debated. I just have to keep keeping an eye out for any type of fate party. What's going on, break? Hello? Far pick on the Texas. I don't think you've ever seen Texas. Texas is pretty big. I don't want to make one. Because then I gotta play catch up to the ones that are already there. And I gotta figure out where the fuck they are. And I don't want to do that shit. It's so annoying trying to like find out where the existing parties are and just merge with them. But what I should actually do is I should go to Shalwani after this, and I should try to find where that party is. And then just tag along. As a warrior, I'll get full credit every time anyway. Yeah, a bunch of my Texas peeps are not having a good time this last week. Aloha, stop. Yeah, my Canadian friends have been talking about their heat waves. I mean, we've been like 100 degrees for the past however many, like the past week or so here in SF. In Montana. You also there. Jesus. Can I even make it to this before it dies? Yeah, I've got quite a few Canadian friends who've been telling me about the heat. Quite a few. I'm just gonna go to this one. I'm sure people in Calgary are like, oh, thank God, at least it's not negative 20 Celsius or something. But, you know, other than that. I hate heat more than cold. That boggles my mind because when you've been around most your whole life, you definitely grow to like... Oh, no. Never mind. No, yeah, no, you're right. That's correct. I almost said it backwards. No, that's right. No, you're right. Some rain and humidity. Oh, yeah, that sounds like fun. Everybody loves rain, humidity, and heat. Everybody loves that. Okay, now there's no parties at all. I'm gonna go check out Shelani's kind of rough to check out at 90, even as a tank. But I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna find that party and follow them around. I see some people at that. 16, 20. This one's dying slow. Alright. But are more people on their way to this one? No, that one's only got 2 minutes. And it's being done by one person. One brave soul. Okay, this is definitely not where the party is then. This is just like a rogue instance. Alright, let me go to a different instance then. It's just a rogue instance. A lot of mid to low timers. Just trying to find that fucking party. What instance am I even in? 3? Alright, let's try 1. Alright, looks like this is the one with the party. The hope is that a spot frees up and I'm already there. Alright, take care, Livital. Yeah, like, I'm in the heat every day when I go out, but, like, during the day, I don't have to mind. I just have to make sure my AC is actually on, which my AC, like, turns off at certain times. So, let me rephrase. It's programmed to be certain temperatures at certain days, and I haven't changed the programming, so I manually go over and change it. That would be the more accurate statement to make. Alright, I'm gonna rejoin this and head back over there then. I'm indoors. I'm indoors most of the time. I go outside to go to the gym, but that's about it. So most of the time, I just chill. But I gotta make sure the AC actually stays on. We have very different ideas of what that moan sounds like. Alright, this is the two-parter. Time to see if people actually hang around or if they try to leave immediately. It's a two-parter. Guys, hello. It boggles my mind how much people will fake grind and still not know that this is a two-parter. It happens so often. And like even within the same party. I don't know how people forget every single time. It's brain off. Like sometimes I calculate to myself like, oh, can I go to the other one, get credit, and come back? Sometimes I do that. But that's very, very deliberate. Aloha, you little menace. Yeah, you type it in yell chat and people still leave. Like, look, that's at 90%. Dude's just over there on his own, just living his life. So now I wish I'd gone to that one. But that's the problem. As soon as some people leave and then just don't realize they've made a mistake and come back, then they fucking kill the next one. What's going on, Tequila? No, there are a lot of times straight up players that do it. More often than not, it's players. Just straight up normal ass players. Oh my god. I can handle Tequila the person, but no tequila for my body. They got Netflix on. Nobody pays for Netflix anymore. That's not true. I pay for Netflix. I need it to fall asleep. Netflix is my sleep aid. Nothing else. I think I have 600s. I want to say 6. Now I get to really crank out some fates though and work on my sugar glider. I wonder if he's gonna tell. You sure? All right. Yeah, we can do it. As long as the call is made. I always get nervous about flying away from EXP bonuses because sometimes people just go. Okay. I didn't even know what you were talking about, but all right. Now I do. Sort of. I was like, what does this have to do with anything? Then I realized, now I've tied it all together. No AoE, please. See, this one we should technically go to next because it's been alive longer. We should not go to this one. But if the party leader calls to go to the other one, then... Let me guess. We are going to that one, really? Okay. About resing being a necessary mechanic? No. Not unless the fight does it itself, which we already have fights that res you. One of which the res is considered actually a really toxic part of the fight that makes it way more difficult to balance. No, that would be dumb. Boy. Reses are already a problem in raids. We shouldn't be able to use them as freely as we do now. At least not in the harder stuff. Yeah, PAS is already enough of our problem. We don't need that anymore. We should really do the other one and not this one, and that's why we should have done it. You got to pay attention to the order of the activation ones, because the activation ones, you have no idea how long you have to actually do them. Yeah, we have a guest today. Sly's bringing on someone he met at FanFest. It's an ex-GameSpot host and does editing for IGN. Does a lot of 14 related stuff. All right, let me just do that. I have something I have to answer real quick. Yeah, I swear I've met that person before, too. All right. I have subsequently replied to the thing I need to reply to. But yeah, deliberately killing party members just to have to res them the old-fashioned way, that's a terrible idea. That would be absolutely awful and dumb.
Space Bill 1 and just subscribe.
I don't find that interesting or engaging at all. Especially given the length of raises and the tools we have to raise. Space Brain, thanks for the tier 1. I appreciate it. You know, that might be the first... Well, actually, I don't know, because, like, I think that might be the first standalone tier 1 sub since the price... Well, actually, that's the thing. I never know when somebody's in the U.S. or not. The Forlorn! Where is he? Wait, where's the big guy? Oh, he's all the way over here. You fucking kidding? Oh, no, there's no way, dude. Homeboy was fucking hiding in a corner. There's no fates left in the zone anyway. I mean, there was no shot we were getting it. That one really wanted to live. He stuck himself as far out of the way as possible. Are we in the PF? What instance is this? Instance 4. Time to go to 5. 5's looking pretty good. The problem is, we should... Oh, God, okay. It's the same problem. There's so many bonus ones here. What the...
Chaos.
I'm gonna do
Chaos,
this, then
chaos,
teleport. Oh my
chaos,
God,
chaos,
Space, thanks for the
chaos,
5 gifted subs.
Chaos.
Chaos.
Space Bill 1 and gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Space. Appreciate it. We love gift hype here. We should realistically go to the one to the north now, but this is one of those there's too many options situations. Thank you. Holy bonus. Yeah, this one we're gonna lose. Yeah, I don't really know how to handle this situation. There's way too many of them. And we don't have timers on one of them, obviously. Holy bonus, Batman. Yeah, we have 2 minutes for this one, but that should be fine. Playing my... as long as it's the forwardmost tab, Moon, it should be fine. And as long as the stream itself isn't muted. So, like, of your internet tabs, it needs to be the dominant one. It doesn't need to be the dominant window, but amongst the internet tabs, it needs to be the dominant one. See, that's one thing I like about doing all my fates. All my rested XP gets to stay. No problem, Moon. Yeah, they posted on the EU one, DJ, about an hour ago. I was waiting for the NA one to get posted as well. Or if they even had an update for the North American one yet. Because they didn't have it a while. Yep, there we go. Now it has. Now it's on the NA site. That's a free video. Looks like it says the same thing though, July 23rd. Yeah, that's what the other post said in Europe. So at some point this morning before State of the Realm, I'm going to make a post. I'm going to make a YouTube video on that. Gotta get my free YouTube clicks. Read to us, Sabbath. Sing to us, Jimmy's brother. Jimmy's brother. Oh my God. I finally did it. I made the party too quick. Yeah, I fucked that up, unfortunately. I made the party too quick. I think I have 600s. I'm doing fates. I'm farming my gemstones. These eyes are crying. These eyes, I've seen a lot of things, but I'm never gonna see another love like the one I had with you. Need my gemstones. I need gemstones. Forever! Man, I just made the PF too quick. I didn't even make it for Fates was the problem. That's probably how other people end up doing it. They cap at rank 4, which requires 66 Fates. It used to be rank 3 for earlier expansions, but it was still 66 Fates in those expansions. What is that person doing? What they... Come on over. You have to do all the Hildebrand quests to do the Manderville relics. All of the pre-Dawntrail ones. We don't have Dawntrail Hildebrand yet. But we will eventually. That's the weapon I'm using now, is the Manderville weapon. And as many have pointed out, very Solution 9 coded. And finally, back to that one. Who the fuck started? It's probably bots. They did confirm Manderville for DT. Quite some time ago. What's going on, Prometheus? If you have Endwalker's shared fates done, then I would get the Endwalker vouchers while I'm waiting. I've already been a Pokemon master for a long time. Yeah, that's what the party... What? Just fate farming? Yeah. Am I bugging, or is that not what the PF I put up said? It just said fates. Give me all of it. Boop. What is this one person doing? Like, why are they... Oh, they said they would be here in just a minute. They're probably finishing up a fate there. Yeah, if you have the Endwalker ones, I would get the Endwalker vouchers. But if you don't have them maxed out, I would just get crafting materials. There are no super fates in Urkopacha. So it would be really strange if they thought I meant super fates. Given that that's impossible. I didn't read the PF. Okay, well at least they admit it. I can appreciate when one admits it. Yeah, I know, Lass. I mentioned it already. But I'm in the middle of my fate grind at the moment. I can respect when somebody just admits it and then doesn't lie about it. Alright. That person who... Alright. Fate's Urkopacha location. All roll. Recruit member. Just making sure I wasn't crazy. Well, no, I blasted. I was confused. I was like, huh? Because that makes me feel like I'm the dumb one. Like I fucked up and I did the PF wrong. Wait, who activated that and let... Alright. Maybe the flag was hiding it the whole time and I just didn't see it. Yeah, I feel like I've made a mistake. I'll always look to myself as the one who made the mistake first. What did I do wrong? No, but what happens is when people make fate parties and people leave, sometimes it locks the job of the person who left, and then people just throw it back in the party finder without changing the job availability. That happens a lot. And then it won't matter what job you're on because they have it locked to certain jobs. Like, it's just one of those, let me just get this back in the PF things. Fresh one. Fuck. Good thing you guys knew the answer to that question, because I sure didn't. And then I'll teleport, and we can do, yeah, we'll probably do So Long Suckers next. Yeah, I assume I'm wrong 90% of the time. Like, I've done something. Both a good and a bad trait, admittedly. Day of the Realm is at noon Pacific on Fridays. You know exactly what to do with the sand. Save it. We can blitz this one down and then check volcanoes. Blue guy, thank you for the 22 months with a tier 3. Let's go.
Mr. Blue Guy just subscribed.
That's a multi-month tier 3. That's a hell of a discount. Let's hecking go. That's what the sellout's all about. This is why I sell out. What it's all about. Hey! That sound effect does not apply to this scenario. It should be a victory sound, if anything. It's not funny.
None.
That's a little funny. Definitely, nut definitely applies to this scenario.
What am I fighting for?
Nut most certainly applies to this situation. Thank you for the
Chaos,
multi-month tier 3.
chaos,
Pajo,
chaos,
thank you for the
chaos,
gifted sub.
Chaos.
I love gifted subs. I like all kinds of subs. Appreciate it.
Case in point.
Thank you,
I do
Blue
not
Guy.
believe
Thank you,
that you
Pajo.
alive, ergo, I will not be guilty of murder if I kill you.
Oh, look, the scam train. It's not a mayo train. There's no mayonnaise involved. We've been over this.
Chaos.
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 Oh my god,
Chaos,
Silver with the
chaos,
5
chaos,
gifties.
Chaos. Chaos.
The new price
Silver Gavin
gifties.
gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
The new priced ones. They're here. And thank you for the 2. Oh, wait, there's a maiden. Where is the Maidon? There she is. Oh my word. I'd forgotten that that comes with a sound
Your
effect
voice
briefly.
hero just cheered 200 bits.
Thank you for the 200 bits. Appreciate that. Don't worry, that's just prepping you for what you're going to hear in a few months. Enjoy, Zeno. Appreciate. Oh,
Chaos.
thank you,
Chaos,
UA and friends.
chaos,
Thank you for the
chaos,
Prime sub.
Chaos,
The
chaos,
level down, geez.
chaos.
Now we really
You
level up.
friends just subscribed with Prime. Take my Prime for the level down tease.
Hey, we like that. Thank you for the Prime sub. Got a little mini scam train going on here. Ain't that. The maidens give you a boost to the EXP and gemstones you earn. Both on the one that you currently killed them on and on the next one that you do. Getting your credit over there, Valia. Well, they didn't just keep the maiden mechanics, they updated the maiden mechanics too. Used to not affect gemstones until Dawntrail. Putting those bits to good use. Maiden!
Chaos.
The upgraded main Adams. Thank you for the 5 after the $20. Still another 5.
Chaos.
Adams gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you, Adams. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifties. Okay, now Scam Train can die. There wasn't even another... Guys, it's a 2-parter! Jesus Christ! Oh my god, and blue guy with the... Wait, did that say 6?
Chaos,
Sorry, I was ill-prepared to see
chaos,
6.
Chaos. 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 Chaos.
Mr. Blue Guy.
Why does no...
gifted
It's the bots,
subscriptions
man,
to the
every
community.
time. No, this happens every time. The bots instantly leave. Some of them turn back around. Everyone gets a paycheck today. Not everyone. Actually, I might have gotten paid today. I need to check. If not, I get paid Monday. Thank you for the 6 gifted subs. Okay, now the Scam Train can die. Now we got the good music. The Scam Train can stay a Scam Train and not a Mayo Train. I mean, there are Fate bots. They were really prevalent in Endwalker. No, it's not a Mayo Train. We call them, and no, we call them bots. Yeah, I don't know anything about crafting and gathering melts, Val, so. No blitz trains. Thanks, Pajo. I mean, to be fair, nobody owes me their payday. Nobody owes me anything. No blitz. No blitz. Stop. Stop. Cease. Halt. Refrain. No. Oh my god. What? All right. Thanks for spreading it around, Adams. Adams gifted 10 over on YouTube also. After also tipping me 20 earlier on YouTube. Now it's got all the messages going. I wish YouTube memberships had more built-in stuff to them so I could actually incentivize them. I think I recently changed the price on those too. To make. Oh, wait, no, I think I was thinking of doing it. I don't think I had done it yet. I don't remember, actually. No, I can't do that, gaming. I can't do that. Yes, you did. Yes, you did, Avelia. What's a blitz train? It's nothing. Yeah, I wish I had more to contribute to that, Koi. I just don't. Because I don't know anything about it, you know? Just wish I did. No, Dak, it's because they want blitz and a train, but they can't have that. Now the train just has to die. Oh my god, Koi, thanks for the 10 USD on YouTube. Look at you all. I guess it is Friday in the middle of the month, huh? It's also Friday in California, so I would say. Speaking of trains dying. I mean, it has its perks. Meow, just
Chaos. Chaos.
Oh my
chaos.
god, you boy.
Chaos. Chaos. Chaos.
Mind on the train dying part. No, no blitz ball. Zero
Your voice
blitz
here
ball.
gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you, you boy. Student loan. I paid off all my student loans, so not for me. I'm debt free now. Now everything I do, I just put on a credit card and I pay it off before the end of the month, and then I get free credit points. I get free points on my card. No, but I mean we've had those before, Deck. On Ether, we have had like dedicated S trains, so I'm not too surprised. Yeah, to be fair, I would have been debt-free years ago, but life circumstance did not allow it. Working towards a house? Hell no! I am not buying a house until I am in a long-term committed relationship. And that we are in a financially stable position with which to do so. I ain't gonna fucking just buy a house for no reason. I ain't trying to be a landlord. I know, I said thank you to them, Anya. I said thank you. Okay, now the train can drive. Yeah, I'm not getting a house for chat. I mean, Bosia is not from 90 to 100, Brandon. I mean, you can do these from 80 to 92 if you want to multitask. It's not a bad idea. I've done that for, like, Picto and Viper. No. To be a billionaire. Yeah, especially in California. In California in general. Well, no, if you go to, like, East California, it's fine. That's because you're getting closer and closer to living in the middle of a fucking desert. No house for you. No blitz for you. No house for you. Train's dead. We're all gone. No, there's no next calamity. No. Dude, even in the ghetto, shit's expensive in California. You don't want to be the one person who has a good house in the ghetto. Hapul Jaja. Love Hapul Jaja. Yeah, I wouldn't be committing to owning land. I really have no interest in owning land, like, at all. Like I really don't. But, like, I'm sure my life will come to that at some point. Well, that's confusing to read. 3 and 2, 4 now. That might be the most confusing thing I've ever typed when it comes to the fact that there's 6 fucking instances. Thank you again for the gifted subs and for the bits for the train. I hope those of you who still need to collect your hype train emotes enjoy. We're in the wild, wild west. Hey, listen, I want to own me some land. No, I don't.
Chaos, chaos,
Oh my
chaos.
god. No, that won't
chaos,
save the train, but I'll still
chaos,
take 5
chaos,
gifted subs. Thank you for the
chaos,
5.
Chaos.
Wackablitz gifted 5 subscriptions to the
Wacka.
community.
Wacka flacka flame.
Chaos, chaos, chaos.
Guys, just let it die. There's no point in keeping it alive.
Ya Boys here gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Let it die. Just keep getting music and dancing. Teamwork. Teamwork's the dream work. Everybody loves the dream work.
Hype Train level 5.
Yeah, getting a house in games just like getting a house in real life. You don't. It's perfect. Honestly, not even against it, Anya. Not even against it. Bezos oblige. No, well, no, the Bezos oblige would be for Prime. And those, none of those are primes. Those are all fully fledged. Full priced subs. My sellout mode, though, I already know what the sellout mode is going to be for the next little bit. Like what I'm going to sell out when people redeem it. Hey, what's going on, Lawast? Yeah, right now I'm putting in a lot of time at the gym. I decided to split up my days a little bit more, so I'm in the gym 7 days a week right now, but I'm not spending as much time per session. But it's still, whew, let me tell ya. It's still dicks. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking, actually. How'd you know? Full priced sub. Well, I mean, yeah, but like I said, it's 7 days, but it's not as many hours each day. Like yesterday was a pretty quick gym day. It was just 6 workouts yesterday. Because I need 18 sets chest, 18 sets back, 18 sets shoulders, 18 sets legs, 6 to 8 sets calves, and then 6 to 8 sets, well, I'm sorry, and then like 12 sets abs a week. So however I get that is up to how long I'll spend in the gym each day. No, I don't do a lot of... I actually almost never do. Well, no, on legs I do isolations. That's not true. I start with compound movements every workout, and then I have some isolations later. Yeah, so Monday, Friday is strictly abs and core. I don't use anything else. Those are basically rest recovery days. The idea is that I don't overstrain the muscles on any given day. So like I'm not doing like 12 sets of chest and then another 12 sets of chest. Determine those numbers needed for the sets. Because I just need to hit each part of my... I need to hit each part of my muscle a certain number of times. No, I don't do ab wheels. Leg raises and decline pull-ups like make up most of my ab regimen. That sound effect though. Alright, train died. Thank you for contributing towards the train with your giant meat and dial-up. All of my sound effects are meant to make everyone question their entire existence. And I feel like I've continued to achieve that. Yeah, ab wheels don't really, how do I put this? I want weight training on my abs.
Wow, this is embarrassing.
I want weight training on my abs, so I want to either be using body weight or actual weights. When I do my decline crunches, for example, I do it with a 10-pound weight. An ab wheel is something you would do after doing resistance under load. So like, for example, let's say you did leg raises and crunches or whatever. You would do the ab wheel after that because that stretches the muscles. Which is good. That's what you usually want when you're doing an exercise. Like, let's say you're doing biceps. This part's what people think is the part that matters most, but going all the way back down to get this stretch. Obviously, my arm's not all the way down because I'm trying to keep it in frame. There's, sorry, I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, you want that stretch at the bottom. The ab wheel is essentially only that stretch, which is good after a workout is done, not as like a primary workout. The general rule of thumb with most muscle building is that you generally want to be fighting gravity in some capacity. Gravity plus weight. That's like a good way to determine if something's like effective. Conditioning, on the other hand, can be a lot of things. Twitch. Well, I mean, there's no alerts for the YouTube ones. Anya. Can't do that. Hi, Fruity! Can't stay. I mean, to be fair, as a streamer, I never expect you to stay. I know that life all too well. That's why I'm yelling hi real quick while you're here. Streamers we never expect the others. We know. We know the life. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, go take care of your business. Thanks for popping in real quick. Usually I hang out. Yeah, I know. I just don't expect it. I'm just telling you. I don't hold you to expectation. I know. Listen, we got busy lives, all right? Can't be that way. We can't have it that way. I never hold anyone to expectation. It's unhealthy. This is the part where you tell me you fully expect me to be there for like hours on end. This is the part where you tell me, like, no, I expect you to stay there, so you better fucking do it. All right? Oh yes, go beat the gym rush hour. You don't want the gym rush hour. Oh, don't want that. Very important. I like how you show up, like, we've barely been in each other's streams for the last like month and a half, been busy, and one of the only things you ask me is about my cock. I see the kind of I see the type of streamer friendship we have going on here. I see exactly how this goes. Fortunately, my cock is available for everyone. See? I keep my cock in hand. Pretty much all the time. So. Always ready. Just sharing with chat. That's not... Fruity, I just want you to know that's not helping. That's not helping your argument right now. I'm just letting you know. I'm just sharing with chat. That's not the saving grace that you think it is with this particular conversation. That's not helping. You're welcome. Did I just knock my other cock over? When I slammed my... I think I did. I heard something hit the ground when I did that, and it was from the direction where my cock collection is. Yeah, I've always got cocks at arm's reach. I've got this one. Oh no, was it the crab? Oh, I think it was the crab. Yeah, see? My cock collection. Hello, Elena. The crab dance works really well for the battle theme for Dawntrail. Wasn't there one more? I'm not allowed to. Never mind. Anyway. No, there's definitely one more, but wrong site. Oh, so everyone. It finally happened. By the way, that's a weird segue, but it'll make sense in a second. I finally had a woman ask me when I was opening up an OnlyFans. It's been all dudes up till now. It's been all dudes being like, when's the OnlyFans? Finally, a woman asked me when my OnlyFans was coming out. Listen, that's a breakthrough right there. Okay? There's actually a fan base that isn't just dudes, apparently. Ella. Ella. No. So is it? Fuck. It's a sign. The beard must get... No, I think the fact that I'm a guy gets the guys. Well, answer the... Listen, mine would be a wholesome one. All right? Definitely no... Definitely not sharing the cock collection. The cock collection. Wholesome. No, you know what? I've thought about it. What I would do is I would cook in just an apron. That's pretty wholesome. I would just like do like a little cookings, like I do my meal prep for the week. And like just an apron or something. That's pretty wholesome. That leaves a lot to the imagination. Listen, I like cooking. It's an important part of my day-to-day. I think that's a good call. Yeah, wholesome. Listen, don't you have a gym to get to? You started this. You have a gym to get to. I'm just getting you back on track. You'd love to stay. If you say so. Go beat the gym. Go beat the gym rush before you heavily regret it. Why is there even gym rush hour? Because, listen, we meatheads, sometimes we need a clock of some kind. And the gym is our clock. Gym rush is scary. Yeah, gym rush sucks. All right, have a good one, Fruity. Thanks for popping in. Enjoy your coffee. Have a good day. Hey, what's going on, Pearl? There's a few gym rush hours. Right after work, right before work are both popular gym rush hours. There is the potential lunch one. Some people cram out like a 20-minute workout, but that's like cities. Cities have that. Like the lunch rush hour like gym sesh. That's definitely not like a suburban thing. Well, no, people just do it basically. They're not going lunch gym rush hour isn't I'm going to lift heavy weights. It's I'm going to get my physical activity for the day. A lot of the time when I've seen that, it's when people who they go on the treadmill, or maybe they do some like core or ab work, or they do something that's low impact so it doesn't affect them for the rest of the day. They can just do a quick change of clothes. They can just do 15, 20 minutes of something and leave. Normally somewhere close to where they work. And that's usually when people are like really trying to make a lifestyle change. Working out at 10. See, 10 p.m. is great if you don't mind being awake and out. Because nobody's fucking there. It's dead quiet. The silence is bliss. Yo, during Top, I fucking went to my gym at 2 in the morning. Like, I was just up early for Top. Like, we were supposed to start at 3 and it got delayed till 5. And I was just in the gym at 2 in the morning. And it was bliss. And then you just shower and pass the fuck out when you get home. Yeah. I had to shower and do Top for 12 hours. But you know, that's just me. Having the gym, whenever, so here's the thing, my gym actually has a no camera policy, which is, I think, a healthy thing to have. But when I want to take pictures of myself in the gym, I'm technically breaking the gym's policy. But if nobody's around, then who cares? No, Top is doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Getting PTSD. Better than PTSDSR. I mean, I actually do like DSR, but listen, liking something and then remembering you did it for 12 hours straight for 15 days in a row. You know, sometimes whether or not something's objectively good or not, it stops mattering at some point. That's always my goal, is to get gems and get levels. Yeah, I did it for 12 hours a day for 15 days straight. Like, my clear is full of grown men crying in such a manner that it sounds like we're having gay sex. Like, that's what our clear sounds like, just the tears streaming out of our face. Like a giant sad orgy. None of my other clears sound like that. Even my top clear doesn't sound like that. And top, I also spent 15 days. That's kind of wholesome, though. Doesn't sound wholesome. When you just hear two dudes going, oh my God. Just overlapped with each other as everyone else tries to wipe the tears. DSR I had, I'm sorry, top I had post-nut clarity though. I literally like, I love my top clear because it's just me going, just me literally climaxing and then like coming out of it. Like it's literally me going, yes! Ah! All right, good job everyone. But like, I like lean back, I'm like, all right, good job everyone. Thank you, Anya. Yeah, I'm curious what my emotion will be like with, I mean, it's going to depend on the prog experience. For free. Like, it's the thing, it's dependent on the prog, excuse me, on the prog experience more than anything. Which job you get the weapon glam for? I think it was, yeah, I did monk for top, and for DSR I did black mage and bard, I want to say. What? How dare you try to hiccup command me? Yeah, dude, you know what was funny about the ooh-woo clear? I genuinely didn't remember doing that. Like, when I started just yelling obscenities at Ultima Weapon, I genuinely don't, like, I don't remember doing it. Like, it's on camera, but I don't remember doing it. Like, I blacked out during that entire bit. You're fucking dead now, bitch. You're my bitch now. You're my bitch now. You're my bitch now. Yeah, Mr. Madge took over, and I just like, it's like when your second personality takes over, and it just you just blank out. Hey, what's going on? SGTF. Oh, back when Alex, were you in the double monk group? Were you in the group? Listen, were you in the group where I was told I was gonna get to play monk, and then I wasn't allowed to play monk because we had put 2 monks in the group? That was fucking Mew's group. Blackout Rage, yeah, the vow of... Listen, we have that. We have Hapul Jaja. See? See, we have Hapul Jaja right here, see? We have him. Cursed. Well, now you can see it here too. See? I'll have you know I spent 5 whole minutes making that. No, but Cool Jaja is blessed. This is cursed. That it's uneven? Which part of it's uneven? You mean the shoulders? Yeah, the shoulders, that's the one that I couldn't get. I was like, fuck it at that point with the shoulders. I thought about just making it flat without another like shoulder bit, but I was like, ah, fuck it. That's an experience. That post did really well. That was a high impression post. High quality shit post. Yeah, the head of the vow of happy and the vow of match.
Should have been the one to fill your dark soul
For
with
5 minutes of effort, I'll take it. Sometimes you just gotta put a little bit of effort for it. Not a lot. But at least a little bit. I like how people are trying to tag up a Cool Jaja like fan Twitter, be like, can we get an opinion on this? And I was like, what do you mean? Why would they care about me? I'm not Cool Jaja. They don't just, what, do you think they're just gonna change opinions? I'm not trying to replace the man. I'm just being two-headed as well. I'm being cursed instead of blessed. Get over this.
Panda12 just subscribed.
Thanks for the 98 months, Panda. Thank you. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you had a good week. Huge. Absolutely. Wait, what are we talking about? My cock collection. All three of them. Little do you know that right now, I'm holding up my entire cock collection. See? All three of them. Some of you might be a little slow on the upkeep on that one, but that's fine. Where is the fucking main? I couldn't even see it. I'm more than a fifth of the way there. I'm really the next several days before the, what's it called, comes out. Before the normal mode raids come out, I'll be working on it a decent bit. Listen, you can blame Fruity for this. She's not even here right now, but she's the one who forced me to talk about my cock collection. She didn't have to. She could have just said hi, popping in. And he was like, no, I got to bring it up. Got to make sure everyone knows about it. It's gone, Scavenge. It's gone. Besides, now in I sell out mode,
Nut.
I nut. I guess that's true. I could do that. That's true. Good thing that guy is gone. Hate it. Yeah, you never know. He might be replaced by another guy, though, that has something else to say. It's entirely possible. The thing is, on Twitch, I definitely want there to be more of a focus on trying to get, like, for sellout mode stuff. Yeah, I love all my unfinished quests. I definitely want to put the focus on trying to get 6-month tier 1s in terms of sellout mode focus. I'm going to go a little easy on these things while people fly here. could get 1 month of tier 3. No. What is this? Sellout Discord? No. I have a literal mode called sellout mode. So when people redeem it, I just literally ask you to spend money on the stream. That's it. No, that's it. That's all it is. It's literally a redeem that prompts me to do that. It's where I unabashedly make requests that involve a monetary transaction. It's on cooldown. That's fine. But what I'm saying is that that's what I'm talking about. They're just asking about what I mean by that, and I'm just saying it's that. Oh my god, so many. Why do they keep spawning up here? Oh, you know what? Actually, it is almost dead center. Yeah, and then people ask about... Listen, I got all sorts of things I could sell out. I got affiliates. I got sponsors.
Chaos.
I got all sorts of stuff.
Chaos.
Why?
Chaos.
Hars1Fi11 gifted a tier 1 subscription.
I don't really push the Patreon that much. Because we don't make anything that's Patreon exclusive, so there's not, like, benefits to it. I'm not really a big fan of paywalling content. Like, because I could do that with memberships on YouTube. Like, I was just talking earlier about how I wish there were better things to paywall. I wish there were better incentives for that so I didn't have to paywall stuff in order to make it valuable, you know? It's just kind of lame. It's not really lame. It makes a lot of sense. It doesn't make sense for me. To like be like, oh, you know, become a member on YouTube and have exclusive. I like, as soon as a video's done, I just want to post it and like move on with my life. I don't want to like time it for some people and like I don't know. It's just, I don't make the kind of content that I feel like deserves that. Like, why would I like early block like State of the Realm? Like, oh, you know, get access to State of the Realm first before everyone else. Get it a day early. Get this or that. I don't make anything that really makes sense to do that. Even if I did, I don't know. It's just, I don't really think about doing it. I think about the fact that I don't do it, but not about what I would do. You can't see the progress in the drop menu, no. It's tracked in your profile. If you click on your profile portrait. And even then, you usually need to refresh for it to update. Members only cock collection. Yeah, and then it'll be in your drop inventory afterwards. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Why would I limit it, Ninja? Like, there's no point in limiting that content. Yeah, no, that's what I just told you how to do. The progress bar is in your profile. That's it. That's what's there, specifically. Yeah, you can do Shift F5 too. That works as well. Yeah, I would never want to like restrict watching me. Like, why would I want to limit the number of eyes on my stream? Yeah, just don't. It's not in the drops inventory. That's all I said. The actual like progress tracking is not there. That's correct, Smokeless. I don't know. I'm not like that's. I could understand. Listen, the only paywalling I understand is straight up OnlyFans. It's unironically the only one I get. At least for like what, because I don't know, when I make content, I'm just like, all right, let me post it so everyone can see it, and then perfect. I don't want people to pay to have to watch my content earlier or whatever. I don't know. More risque content. I can't even make fitness content. Even if I wanted, my gym doesn't allow recording. Like, even if I wanted to, and quite frankly, I'm not a big fan of recording at public gyms. Even if they allow it, I'm not really a big fan. Thank you for the Prime sub, it's Lynn.
Oh ha _, it's Lynn just subscribed with Prime. Blitzball, blitzball.
No, Lynn. No. I also don't really feel like I have a need to. Like, nothing about, I don't know, I don't really, on top of already not making content where it makes sense, in my opinion.
Chaos.
Moon, thank you for the Prime sub.
Chaos.
A Moon just subscribed with Prime.
Yeah, let's go to this one.
Chaos.
Because you know why, Lynn.
Nice guy, but gamer just subscribed with Prime.
Yeah, but even then, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. I'd rather just offer those things to people. Especially because it's not like I'm licensed or anything. Like, if I were to make fitness stuff, it would be with like a billion disclaimers, because I'm not licensed or anything. And I think it's very bad to take too much advice from people who don't, or I mean, to be fair, professionals can also be bad to take advice from in fitness sometimes. Of course the Mount has the song. Thank you, Badger. Thank you, Moon. Thank you, Len. Thank you all for the Prime subs. No problem, Moon. That sweet chalky mouth is good. Well, no. So here's the thing. There are gyms that literally have what's called an open recording policy, where if you step into the gym, then you accept that you may or may not be on camera, but that if you have an issue with anyone in the content that they're producing, that you can still raise concerns. Especially if it leads to harassment or anything of that sort. What's going on, Prison? A lot of the most popular creators are in gyms that have what's called an open camera policy. They'll still be pretty courteous to the people around them, but it's generally accepted that people are in that gym specifically to record themselves. And that you may end up on camera. Are we shards of the same person? If you're a shard of me, I'm so sorry for you. I'm so sorry that you have to suffer that existence. I apologize on my behalf. Gotta do it, Lynn. Gotta be me. The answer was gonna be me even if I was younger, to be fair. Smile. Oh. Sorry, I'm just getting my stretch on. It's gonna be ab day today. Quick gym day then. Only like a 20 to 25. If anything, I just use it as an excuse to get out of the house. Essentially forces me to do a bunch of walking. walking. Alright. Probably remove that person soon. Work all weekend. Sad. Sadness. Yeah, the nice thing about working out as many days as I do is how much I get to eat. Bonus after. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for food today. I love all food. There's very few foods I'm not a fan of. Bam, 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 bam. Tuesday, no piz for me. No mayonnaise. We're way past mayonnaise. It could potentially be a lag issue. That's more than likely you've blacklisted the person, especially because random quests don't usually have that many people around. Sounds like either a case of really bad PC or you have that person blacklisted. All right, this person's being kicked because they've just been offline for a little while. Not their fault, but you know. That sounds like a case of bad PC then. Oh, you know what though? I actually don't know. How does that new setting interact with open world quests? I hadn't considered that. I figured that it was just NPCs, but actually I wonder if the battle quests also delete other nearby people. Okay, that's doing it then. Okay, I hadn't considered that. I thought only about the NPC. Yeah, the quest setting that hides the players. Yeah, the rings. See, I actually hadn't thought about how it would interact with those. A hot sauce guy. Listen, as someone who is a hot sauce guy, let me tell you, it's a good life. I should really put hot sauce on my throne that I never actually use. It's so funny to me still how I think about my use of my throne. How I used it when I moved, and then as soon as I stopped, I literally never used it again. Like, as soon as I was moved, I was like, and that's it. Must embrace the hot sauce. Boy, if anyone actually takes some damage here, or anyone other than the summoner dies, that's not going to end well for somebody. Sure hope they're careful. Yeah, no pressure. Just if you die, you're probably staying dead. I think I still need the card from the final MSQ trial. I figure I'll just get it from the extreme, most likely. I need to dump my gemstone soon. Need more gemstones. I keep pressing fucking caps lock at some point, dude. I feel like such a fucking goofy goober. Sorry, even though I had to hear this a lot while I was on my ult. Still a great mount. Yeah, actually, I love fake farming on tanks. Oh my god. So much less risk. Let me out! I just want to fly! Be like, but what about dungeons? Be like, well, the dungeons don't give me a squirrel mount, so not my problem. Other way. Just give me my coffee. To be fair, the mount is responsible for your kill. If not for that, then the individual vouchers wouldn't be worth anything. So in a way, you do want the mount. Where's the maiden? It says there's a maiden. Where is she? Bro, I'm bugging. I don't... Where the... What the fuck? That's so tough. What the fuck was that spot? What? Bitch was behind it. No! Bitch was hiding behind a bush on the other side. That maiden's playing Fortnite. Shut up. I'm upset about that. At least with that 1 forlorn. It was like, you know. Yeah, there's some survival, but still. No, it doesn't need to be in one go. Doesn't need to be in one place. Doesn't need to be in one go. Doesn't need to be one streamer. Just anywhere in the category before July 29th. Hey, what's going on, Dark Fury? Yeah, today's forlorns have been jerks. All right, they already beat me to the teleport. I had my capybara like 4 days into the expansion. I've had it for a while. You just need to refresh, Cirthil. Trust me when I say it's still been counting as long as you've still been watching. Shift F5. I try to say hi. I don't really consider it much. Capybara is from the Snake Fate. Snake! 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 What are you trying to load new? Oh, the special fate. What's going on, Monka? The window definitely is more than a few hours. We're talking about like an 18-hour spawn window on 5 minutes. I'm sorry, 5 minutes. Oh, okay. Really, I haven't heard anything about that. Interesting. Just 5 more minutes for Snake. Alright, I'm gonna take the teleport to Wachimpedo. I'm gonna do because I'm literally 1 short. Hi, Ketsuki. Holy mother of Jesus, there's so many fates. Keeping an eye on that one in case people start actually trying to do it. Hey, nice. Congrats. Love when you're switching your tactics. Sometimes I stay in Urkelpacha all the way till 100.
Small Dragon just
how long?
subscribed.
I'd say it's like 2 to 2.5 hours a zone if you're being efficient. So 6 zones, you're looking at 12-ish hours. Smogger, thanks for the 65 months. Welcome back. Oh yeah, dude, I'm a warrior. What, you think I'm gonna move? Do I look like a bitch? I look down at my phone, I look over at my emails, I look back, I'm still alive, I move on with my life. I would not go to that one next. Listen, there is bad breath and fates. The fate over here where my flag is. Ooh, nice. See, you're getting all sorts of things done, Katsuki. Yeah, more efficient than me. I'm gonna activate this. But then go to the bonus one. I'm trying, dude, there's so many fates up. I'm trying to be efficient about it. Oh. Was there? I don't, maybe I did grab that, wait, no. Ice Fox with Tails, that's just Fenrir. Right. I wasn't even paying attention to the mount. No, that's just regular old Fenrir. There is a Stormblood mount that actually, funnily enough, I don't have, even though I've technically got all the EX trial stuff to get it. What is this person doing? Well, I think we found the bot party. I'm assuming this person's a bot. Seems we found the bot in the party. I mean, I'm just gonna remove them, to be honest. That person was almost certainly a bot. There's no shot. I literally typed part by part instructions about what we were doing to maximize on the fates. And they just ignored it and went to the nearest fate and then did it without thinking. So that's like primo bot behavior. Essentially cost us a fate. Because we needed to do this one next in order to make sure that it didn't time out. But now we couldn't because we had to go back and do the other one because we would have lost it. That's primo bot behavior right there. Can recognize that a mile away. I don't know what this person's doing, too. I think they just AFK'd in the middle of the air. I have to go spend right after this, too. Oh, they're saying they were not a bot, just wasn't reading chat. Well, it's too late now. They can't rejoin. Listen. Cost us fates. Sounds like something a bot would say. Alright. Ninja's doing fine in DT. I haven't really heard any complaints about it. I mean, to be fair, this is North America. I'm pretty used to people not reading chat. I, like, typed it multiple times, too. Ah, my phone bill was paid. Thank you. Yeah, but all the melees are pretty much right on top of each other except for Viper and Reaper. Hello, Sunban. Yeah, 125. 129 for me, actually. Hello, Sunban. Yeah, because essentially I typed out what the entire plan was and then just essentially got ignored. So my first guess is always bot, especially because the behavior is very bot-esque. Even if it wasn't a bot. Very bot-esque. Yeah, like, I wouldn't just say, oh, I have to play Viper if I'm playing Scouting. It really is more like there is a numerical disparity that is not entirely significant between the two. So, I mean, they weren't a bot. Like, I mean, if they say they weren't a bot, then that's fine. But it's like, I've already kicked you and you can't rejoin parties if you've been kicked. So, if the deed is done, I'm not remaking the whole party so they can rejoin. You know what I mean? It being less or more does not mean it's significant or sizable. That's not the same thing. You can't conflate those things. Because Final Fantasy XIV players like to make mountains out of molehills. Phone, leave me alone. Jesus, the spam this morning. %99 of the time, the gaps are completely irrelevant. I'd say the only gap that actually matters probably is Reaper, potentially, and Picto. Those are literally the only two things that I think anyone should even be thinking about. It's those things. 99% of the people playing this game don't play it at a level where any amount of performance disparity matters. And at the top of the pack, you're all so good that it also doesn't really matter. Even if you're doing day one, it really only matters for actual speeds. The only thing that I would be conscious about is, like, the casters that are at the bottom. Like, honestly, I wouldn't give a fuck about the melees and how they place. I'd care more about the range and where they place. Like, I would opt out of, like, Dancer and Summoner, for example, for the 4th fight in a tier. I would straight up opt out of that for week 1. Red Mage as well. Like, I would opt out of those 3 if I cared a lot about week 1. Anything else? Yeah, except that was a freak problem that we got a fucking manifesto about for a 1% change. And also, the first tier is deliberately nerfed by 15%. So you never have to worry about it for a first tier. We got a fucking manifesto about a 1% HP nerf. Technically, it was a 3% effective nerf for phase 1 because of the way that the HP bar works, and a 1% effective nerf for the second phase for P8S. Technically, my Dark Knight was 91, but then technically, but this would be the only one that's over level 91. Like, there are very few things you actually need to really give a fuck about. And 14 players like to make microscopic's not the right word. That's big hyperbole. They like to make minuscule differences out to be, again, mountains out of molehills. Like, there are definitely, like, I would avoid double fizz ranged, but that's for the same reason why I said you should pay more attention to the bottom than the top. Like, I would actively avoid double fizz range at all costs. And honestly, summoner plus fizz range is effectively double fizz range. Not gonna lie, effectively double fizz range you're opting into. You just don't want 2 of those jobs that are like in the bottom 5, and that just happens to be a lot of jobs across 2 roles, and it always is. I think Eden Ultimate would be helping them get an apartment together. Honestly, no, it would have to be a house, because getting an apartment is not nearly as hard. I mean, if I was going to PF, I would go Machinist for fizz ranged. Listen, it's really sad to say, if you go Machinist as a fizz ranged in PF, there's a not insignificant chance you'll out DPS most people. I hate that it's true, but genuinely speaking, if you go Machinist in PF and you're decent at it, there's a good chance you out DPS a lot of people in PF. Should it be the case? No. Is it? Yeah. Definitely Machinist is the PF one. Dude, I remember the Link Shelfer top. I like that though. I prefer that over just the generic PF. But that's also because I like weeding out people who can't do stuff. Yeah, a lot of Machinists out DPS PF players. Man, I remember when I was PFing on Dancer and I was #1 on one of the fights. Now you might be thinking to yourself, oh, in our DPS. I mean, yeah. But not only. That should not be the case. What, making link shells? Because PF shouldn't need to do that for PF, eh? The whole point of PF is to not need to do things like that. I don't remember if it was with or without deaths, but I remember being #1. For better or worse, I remember being #1. That's what most people do. Most people use aggro to determine their DPS relative to everyone else. Outside of the tanks, of course, but... PFing, honestly, I always say, if you go in not worried as much about the clear as you are about having fun, then you should be fine. Like, when I go to PF, it's genuinely because sometimes losing my mind is fun. How do you find MSQ? The big giant guide that points you to the main scenario quests. That's part of your UI. That normally helps. The scenario guide. Eat a gummy, grab a beer, settle in for some PF. I'm not much of a funny gummy person. I know a lot of people who are. I actually have nothing against it. Like, I would funny gummy if I was with a group of people, but I'm not going to funny gummy on my own. Yeah, one of my best memories comes from PF2. I'm sure you can figure it out. The normal mode raid is on Tuesday. I actually put out a video today which details some of that stuff. Alright, I don't know why I flew back when I had a teleport, but I was just checking the performance on that video real quick. See if I wanted to make any changes. Yeah, we could just detour into instance 4 real quick. There we go. Yeah, I'm someone who personality-wise, I like to have control of my faculties. So I don't really like stuff that inhibits it. In small amounts, I can do it. Like, that's why I don't drink a lot. I can have a little bit, but not a lot. Just because I don't like doing it. I mean, they're not even like past the 91 quests, boy. Well, you let them finish the MSQ at their pace first. They're not even going to be on that for like months on end. They were in Pagos the other day. I have 129 vouchers. Three favorite mounts? I mean, my mounts are all emotionally attached. And they're mostly Eureka mounts, to be fair. Still, the point is that they do things at their own pace. They're not even going to be, like, on the raids by the time Savage comes out, most likely. Because they're not doing what I do. They just go at their own pace. that is 5 minutes. Yeah, just got to go with proximity here. Hopefully we can get the coffee one done and make it to the other one in time. Because bots will just go and eat this one alive without going to the other one. Yeah, Eureka's still one of my go-to AFK and make some money spots. That's strange. In a roulette, that would make sense, Platinum. But alliance raids tend to not really give much actual EXP. In a roulette, though, that makes perfect sense. In fact, it would be the highest EXP of all of them. I'm sorry, Euphrosyne wouldn't be. Thalia would be. Well, no, they're probably all the same. Since I'd assume the change that they made retroactively applies to news. Hi, Ivy. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the battle manual will apply to that because the battle manual won't apply to 91 plus stuff. Spell, you mean say Euphrosyne? Yeah, it's not Euphrosyne. Don't worry, I made that mistake. Yeah, the Alliance raids is the Final Fantasy XI raids. You're welcome, Profile. I'm glad to have blessed your timeline and or cursed it. Yeah, I had to go out of my way to find out the Euphrosyne pronunciation too. I got railed for calling it Euphrosyne. Probably not getting any version of Virtue because we've already fought him. And he also has nothing to do with the actual story of Final Fantasy XI. And they're going to want to stick to important story entries. Like, you might see Pandemonium Warden, but even then, I doubt it. Afrocini. I'm willing to bet you never see Absolute Virtue again. Since again, we already have him. I mean, there's no reason not to try the extremes. Unless you just don't want to. Got like 30, 40 minutes of this. Absolute Virtue is indeed a boss in Eureka. It's probably the most faithful recreation you could have of that boss. I don't think you can recreate it any more faithfully than the way Eureka did. Just genuinely no better way. There's no point in doing it again, too, for that reason. Recreated all the bullshit theories that people used to have. They were just like, what's Absolute Virtue known best for? Bullshit theories on how to actually kill it. All right, let's make a bullshit way to actually kill it then. God damn it. Ivy, you're looking so narrow over there. Funny Gummies, funny till you think everyone knows you're funny. Nobody thinks I'm funny. That's the brilliant part. I'm self-aware at this point. Hi, Ivy. Ivy, don't tug on my pants. Ow, your paws. No, they can't think I'm funny because I'm happy. This is correct. Hey, there's no guarantee you'll be able to level that way. Koyo probably will. I sincerely don't expect them to not allow you to level in the new explorer. I think that's a norm from this point on. Does it have to be? No. Is it? Most likely. Is it a good idea? Yes. Listen, I just want to give you all my happiness. Alright? I'm full of happiness. And I want to share that with everyone. Bam, bam. I'm full of myself. Yeah, I'm full of the emotion that fuels me. It's a two-parter. Get the fuck back down here now. You are what you eat. See, I want to make a joke off that, but the problem is, I live with 2 cats. So the misconstruedness is unfortunately a little too complicated. I've been enjoying my time. I mean, I don't mind loosening up, Ninja, but it's like, I can't overdo it. Like, I know people who just get stupid silly, and I'm just like, nah, I can't do that. That makes me more stressed. You know what's funny about that unlocked is that when I eat goldfish, when I was a kid, I used to bite the heads off. And all right, quick vote. When it comes to goldfish, do you bite the heads off or the tails first? If you're eating them one at a time, which one do you eat first, the tail or the head? I'm talking about the crackers, right? Yes. See, when I was young, I used to really enjoy kind of like the outer coating of flavor on things. So like, for example, goldfish are really salty on the outside. So I want to, instead of eating the whole thing at once, I want to get that salt on my tongue. So to do that, I would eat them kind of slowly. I did the same thing with Skittles. For Skittles, I would put a Skittle in my mouth and just let it disintegrate into a sugary mess. Just so I could retain that like sugary bit. I have split goldfish in half sideways as well. I have done that. Yeah, with Cheetos. It's kind of like how there are some foods I genuinely just push them into the roof of my mouth to like retain like their property. Like, I don't know, it just allows me to longer enjoy the properties of the food. Unfortunately, as I've learned with Captain Crunch, that doesn't work with everything. That boss fight's gonna die too quick. Captain Crunch, aka the Destroyer of Mouths. That was also my nickname in college. No, it wasn't. Anyway. It's a good meld. I mean, depends on what piece it is. Depends on what your stat breakpoints are. There's no one meld meets all. Sometimes I like to just gorge myself on the foods I love. Sometimes I do like to enjoy them slowly and awkwardly. Like, if you put meat in my mouth, that's going down quick, all right? Like, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh my god, the meat is... No, I'm just gonna eat it. Well, it's almost, it really does depend. A lot of the times, there's usually a job or two that can't hit direct hit breakpoints that it wants, or has too much of it in the kit. But that's a safe bet, but it's not. Anyway. We nutting again? You savor meat too much, no, really good meat holds its flavor really well, at least in my mouth. I've never seen that before in my life, Prism. Yeah, debt ends up being pretty popular on some jobs. Debt's seen all sorts of changes over the years, so it's become a little bit more popular. The big thing is that Bard has a lot of like mid to low potency options. And so the direct hit scaling, since it's a multiplier, doesn't gain as much. It's really only during the burst where we have 900 potency and we have the individual. If Barrage did all of its damage at once, it might be a little better, but like... Yeah, you never really sacrifice item level for substats. Determination's in a pretty good spot for a lot of jobs right now. We generally just jump down the list. Hey, vitality pots have their moments. Aloha, chill. Vitality pots have their moments, man. I've seen people save themselves with the random vitality pot they had in their inventory. It's few and far between, and I wouldn't plan on doing it. But sometimes it has its moments. bonus HP to not die. You pop it before a bunch of raid-wide heals come out. Bam. Or you saw, or in case of warriors who I've seen fit pot, they just self-heal. You know what? Actually, let's go to this one first. The one down below makes more sense. Yeah, Viper could use them. It really is like an I've saved myself in Prague kind of moment, kind of deal. Alright, there's something I want to try. Jesus Christ, dude, the spam calls this morning are something else. It's real spammy, scammy kind of day. Alright, I'll have to do this other thing later then. So many, dude. I remember when I tanked World of Darkness on Ninja. That was fun. Doable is a strong word. It was certainly a journey. Oh, good. More, and they're all, and all the spam and scams are leaving voicemails. Leave me alone. Do you think they'll give me 6-month tier 1 subs if I answer them? I should convince them to do it.
Give them to me. Give them to me now.
I'll hit him with my sellout mode button. Dude, so Monk was so defensive last expansion, I shit you not, as part of our Abyssos prep, I had to take every tank buster in P2S. And when I say every one of them, I mean I took the tether from Hippocampus and then took the frontmost position from the line tank buster that comes right after. While also having the water debuff. Just gave me like just gave me some mitt, and I was just like, okay. Gotta love Riddle of Earth. Yeah, that was old Riddle of Earth, though. That was uber OP Riddle of Earth. Now it's just, like, really good. Before it was stupid. It was actually really easy. I just had to press Riddle of Earth. Easy life. Two-parter. Hello. Come on back. Right now, Monk is actually busted, broken, and I don't mean that in the, like, it's really OP way. I mean in that it's literally not working correctly way. Reaper, on the other hand, is easy as fuck and stupid OP right now. Teleport us right after. I have not, and I do not want to until after they change it. Which is hopefully on Tuesday. Should be on Tuesday. It's hopefully on Tuesday. They really can't afford to wait until 0.05 for that. They need people to get used to playing it correctly. What's wrong with Monk? You only use Dragon Kick and Leaping Oppo. You never use the other GCDs, ever. And it's a significant increase to do that. Like, it's not like a kind of gimmicky, like, 1% thing like Pictomancer's weird shit was. No, it's like, do that or you're just way worse than everyone else. They're fixing it on... Well, they're fixing it before Savage, but... Bad. Bad, bad, bad. Bad to the bone. Bad. Bad to the boot shine. Yeah, see, I ain't doing that, Koi. Wonder how that happened. They didn't really think much about the potencies of everything from... I mean, this is already the second time the new Monk has had potency issues. Literally, it's already had potency issues twice, and it's only been out for 2 weeks. Because the Mediator version was also broken, but in a different way. I'm not even doing extremes. I've literally done like no extremes. Comparatively. I've got far more important things to do for content. That's what Aloha sounds like to me. Now fall. Don't do that again. I'm doing it again. I can't say when, but I'm doing it again. Bow 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 bow. I actually have to do something before State of the Realm happens in a bit. I'm so busy making content. I forgot to make an overlay. To be fair, the overlay only takes me a few minutes. I'll do it when I'm done with this Fate party. Slowly but surely, I'm making that progress. I'll probably do a few more evening streams while I'm grinding this out, too. Don't be too surprised if you see some extra evening streams pop up with me just doing some Fate grinding. It's gonna depend on if I have any other, like, videos I'm working on at the time. Like, before Tuesday this week, I'm taking it a little easy right now. I actually just need to get my MSQ stuff all set. I'm waiting till Tuesday's balance changes before I do more thoughts videos. Like Astro videos waiting on Tuesday. Oh yeah, I'm ready to be Syndaphalon. That's who I've been saying it's gonna be. I'm like, oh, it's gonna be Syndaphalon. Although to be fair, last expansion, the mounts were fucking Lynxes, and then we got Endwalker Bahamut as the final one, so I think we can throw out the idea of it being themed. Stay the realms in 45 minutes. You know what I mean? No, I would never say your name. Incorrect. I don't know. I don't know what else they'll change. Yeah, what if the final mount's just Solar Bahamut? Everybody loves him, so honestly, it's a good plan. Everyone would love a Solar Bahamut mount. Ugh. Yeah, that can be fun. It can be fun playing Gunbreaker on a lot of... Granted, that's always been one of those jobs that's not great with a lot of things. You definitely don't feel as strong. I'm just gonna skip that one and go directly down. These are both like sub 60 seconds. That one's gonna get completed and this one's gonna whatever. Ugh. To be fair, doesn't everything break that except for like Sonic Break? Actually, I don't even know if that does. Time to watch people fly away from the two-parter. Well, no, the whole point is that last expansion, nobody would have predicted that Lynxes were going to lead to Endwalker Bahamut. So I don't think you can say, oh, their wing mounts will have a wing mount as the last one, is more the point. Okay, efficient is the right word, because I need 500 vouchers for my sugar glider, so leveling off Fate's definitely more efficient for me. It's not fast. It's not faster, but it's more efficient for me. I need so many gemstones. And the gemstone grind is so much better this time, too, than the Endwalker one. The Endwalker one I gave up about halfway. And I ended up buying... I bought like 40% of them. Here, I don't think I'll have to buy any of them. Yeah, but see, that ended up being a blessing, because you know what I did? I sold the Endwalker ones while I was farming the Dawntrail ones and made 6 million gil. So, you know, I'm okay with that. God, I'm so yawny today. I might have to start setting my alarm clock for 6 a.m. I've been setting it for 5:45 and then shutting it off and then falling back asleep for like 20 minutes. Which is a gamble, because I could always just fall back asleep for another hour unless Aloha comes and wakes me up. Good afternoon, Alnia. Been doing that a lot lately. Well, no, Aloha fucked me the other day because I was like, oh, you know what? I made the conscious decision. I am going to skip my alarm and Aloha will come in here in 5 minutes and wake me up. And then he didn't fucking do it. And then an hour later, it was 6:40 a.m. when I woke up, but fucking 55 minutes late. So no, cats are not always, like, the one day I was relying on him for that, and he fucking decided that he was going to be an asshole and not wake me up. You can't win with him. He reached into my brain. Oh, interesting. Yo, thank you, random Twitter post for saving me a headache. Apparently, YouTube removed... Ah, they did. Would you look at that? Wow. YouTube removed the business email section of their of the channel page. So my business email wasn't on my, hasn't been on my YouTube for the past few days. They just did it apparently this week. And I would much prefer that to be there. Yeah, now I just gotta put it in my about me. Where is my edits? Channel details, views. Where the fuck? For what purpose? Who the fuck knows? I gave up trying to figure that shit out. Why some things do things because things ages ago. I'm just fixing that real quick. You know what, Tractor? That wouldn't even surprise me. Maybe YouTube wants to take over brand management for its creators and put themselves as an intermediary between you and businesses, and so they remove that. You know what? That sounds like a very YouTube-esque thing, Tractor. That sounds like something YouTube would do. To want to take a cut from creators, like they want to be like, oh, we'll offer you brand deals. No, what Twitch did is Twitch offers, and they still do this, they have something called a bounty board, where a company can go to Twitch and say, hey, here is a budget, please give me like, you know, whatever returns on streamer viewership. I still do them on occasion. I haven't done one in a little while, but like there's some pretty good ones for me on the bounty board right now. I'm doing Dawntrail stuff. Well, I mean, if they try to automate it and like AI it, Rixie, you know. The more you say it out loud, the more it makes sense. You know what I mean? When you start imagining like brains going through like an automated system on you, like Twitch's bounty board, I don't think has been very successful, but YouTube's, I could 100% imagine being successful. I feel like there's way more people who would just like say fuck it and just go. Like on Twitch, a lot more people are willing to be like, well, you know, my rates are this, and this is lowballing me. Like, I feel like people would be more critical of it, where YouTube, people are just like money. No, Waka. Unless you're talking about the sub coin thing, but even that's like still not quite the same. All right. Business email problem fix. Yeah, that's definitely the thing, Tractor. There's a lot that goes into all that. Well, they never tried anything. They might have done like a thing or... Oh, wait, you know what? I remember... Was it Dorito? No, because they still have something like that. That still works. They just... only a few... I think like Hot Pockets used it. And I know people who did that and they've been perfectly okay with it. No, branded content guidelines are still there. That's still very much a thing. That's not them doing the thing. Well, fortunately, that mount's very easy to get. God, I'm so hungry. My body demands so much sustenance. All right, after this fate, I'm gonna chill for a few minutes before State of the Realm. I had a nice bacon breakfast burrito this morning, too. My body just consumes. Time to shove some bread in. I always like gyros. Alright, I'm just gonna leave. Nobody wanted party lead. Oh no, yeah, the live streaming section of YouTube is terrible. That's why I don't mind having one. Like, it'll be really nice for Prague in a couple of weeks to be multi-streaming. TikTok's been giving me a bit of issues. I lost access to my live stream ability on TikTok for some reason that I can't figure out. I even asked TikTok and they said, no, there's no violations or restrictions on your channel, so I don't know what the fuck the problem is. And I was like, weird. All right, as much as I wanted to do that, hold on. Let me get credit and then let me grab something to snack on. Oh, my God. Time to get some carbs in, baby. A few slices of bread should hold me over until a light real food later. No Joel. Well, it wasn't even my speculation. It was a speculation I read in YouTube. And then I gotta make that thing real quick. Oh, I love bread. Bread gets all my carb urges out of the way. You gotta remember, I'm trying to eat 3,000 plus calories a day, too. So, 2 slices of bread is nothing. I could eat the whole fucking loaf right now. I'm a beef jerky guy, but it's too expensive to buy regularly. Way too expensive to buy regularly. It's better if I slice up my own bread and dehydrate it myself. I mean bread. Meat. Beef was the word I was looking for. Another B word. Alright, I'm also gonna pee real quick. Be right back. Dude, my hamstrings are still so sore from the other day. The other day I did plate-loaded leg press. And right now I do 12 reps of 600 pounds for plate-loaded leg press. I did RDLs. I did hamstring curls. And I did hip press. And my hams, dude, I can feel it in my hams and my booty. Would biscotti be bread jerky? Yes. A sexy... What? Excuse me, Pearl? But croutons? No, croutons aren't... Yeah, I mean, they're like mini jerky. Those are more like... you ever gotten like beef chews? Like, it's basically jerky, but they're more like cubes. That's a crouton. It's like a beef chew. It's like the equivalent. Bread prunes. Hate that. Anyway. Let me make this overlay real quick. Gotta make both overlays. A Slim Jim in cube form. Snap it to a Slim Jim. Eat me. Never get tired of this. Turkey jerky. That's probably one of the only good ways to enjoy turkey. Other than just never buying it or eating it ever, because everything else is better than turkey. Let's see. I see the problem is, why would I smoke a turkey? I could literally smoke anything else and it would just automatically be better. Like, it's always among the things you can get the not best option. However, somewhat more affordable, but still. I'd rather just get an actual chicken. Like, chicken's better than turkey in, like, every conceivable way. The only thing that turkey's better for, there's two things turkey's better for. Two. Only two. The skin and the gravy. The skin and the gravy. Best in slot meat? I'll tell you what it isn't. Wagyu. Alright, that should work. Alright, that's the outro. Sometimes, there have been several times in the past week where I've literally just bought a whole rotisserie and eaten the whole thing in one sitting. Again, you don't understand how much I'm trying to eat right now. Like, I'm just looking for anything that can get me to enough food for the day. I'll buy a $9 whole rotisserie and just, that'll be it. I don't even save the carcass to do anything. I barely even need to track cal. I just need to, like, I kind of just mentally do it because I know the calories that go into my body for everything. I'm not going to Costco. You know why I'm not going to Costco? because I have to pay a membership to go to Costco. There's no Costco close enough to me, so I'd have to get a Lyft or an Uber there. And then I'd also still have to pay $5 and Lyft or Uber back. The fact that I would have to Lyft an Uber there is enough. Oh yeah, no, I know about Instacart, but then I gotta pay Instacart. That's paying $5 versus paying $9 to then pay Instacart the other $4. You know what I mean? I don't need some like Gordon Ramsay level rotisserie. I just need that shit in my mouth. That's it. I just need it in my mouth. I'm not even worried about abs at the moment. I just need to put on weight. The abs will come when I lose the weight again, if anything. I need to be really thin to get abs, though, historically, like unhealthily levels of thin. I didn't have abs until I was 160 in college. Except that I don't Uber or gas to do my groceries now. I just go to the grocery store. All I'm saying is that I'm not going to Costco. Because there's no Costco close enough to me for me to do that. Alright, let me start getting everything set up for State of the Realm. I mean, if I had 2 kids, I would probably live more at Costco too. But, I mean, I have 2 cats, but I can't shop for them at Costco. At least not effectively. Nor, again, would I do anything but just... I also... No, yeah, because I can walk to the pet food store where I get their food. Or I get their order online. Since Aloha has a sensitive stomach, I have to buy him human-grade food. And Ivy just eats whatever he eats, so... Hey, tractor. No. Well, that's what they were saying was to Instacart. So there's no good decision. All right, let me pop out of the game real quick. Let me change all my titles. State of the Realm. Spoilercast. Oh, let me do this actually. Yeah, that should work. That should hopefully work. Edit the title. Just editing titles, everyone, and then I'm going to get them on a call. Well, I actually need to shut my camera off on OBS also. I also have to do my free video later today. I love free video day with the visa updates. All right, let me get them on a call. I know Sly's here. Yeah, there's Sly. All right. Should be all set. Hello. All right. There we go. Now I'm on voice activity. Yeah, I can hear you. Excellent. Hello. Nice to meet. A legend in these streets. Yeah, legend in the streets, not in the sheets. What's going on, Sly? Not that much. Can you guys speak again real quick? I think they can't hear you. Oh. Okay, it's fixed.
Do you have us off?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
It's fixed.
Okay.
Thank you, Discord. Perfect. All right. Yeah, so all they heard me say was out of context, in the streets, not in the sheets. So now it's double A is confusing.
That's for them to figure out now.
That's fine. They were going to have to figure it out sooner or later anyway. I don't know what that means. Anyway, let me get this all set up. Shouldn't take me more than a minute or two. There's your camera. Nice and easy. And then this one is mine. I haven't done the 3-person setup in a while, so I have to make sure.
Oh, so it's just 3 of us. Okay.
Yeah. 90% of the time I say I'm going to get a third guest, I'm working on videos and I've totally forgotten. 99% of the time I say I'm going to get another person, that's literally what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Every time. Mm-hmm. 90% of the time it happens every time.
Yep.
Trust me, it makes sense. All right, that's all set. And then let me get this. As Sly is loud, I'll change it on my end. Don't touch anything, Sly. Just the usual Discord shenanigans. And now Sly should be fine.
Yep.
Keep in mind that if you're comparing him to me, he's always going to be loud because Discord just softens my microphone, even though I have automatic gain off. So I think it's because I'm running my microphone through both Discord and OBS, and it doesn't like the two programs fighting for each other, but that's all that is.
It's because you already got those gains. If you know what I'm saying, man.
Yeah. Well, I can't get automatic gains. I wish I could just
gotta work for that shit.
Gains. Yeah. I was just talking about how not really for like 2 weeks, a little bit less. I was eating like a full rotisserie like every day for like.
Damn. Hitting those macros.
Just had to eat those $9, and then we got into a huge discussion about where was the best place to get it. It was like you should get it from Costco, and I was like, I don't want to go to Costco.
Everybody fucking said Costco, and I fucking
damn
that shit.
Tier list your rotisserie chickens.
I just get my rotisseries from the closest grocery store, because that is the easiest. And if I go to Costco, I got a Lyft or Uber, I got an Instacart or something.
Got to keep costs down, buddy.
Well, I'm a bit beyond that at this point. I feel like when you have to buy a rotisserie a day, you're already kind of you sunk a little bit, but it's
sure.
You know. Let's see. Where is? Just make sure I have everything I need. No, gotta close that. Get the music over here, and then we should be all set. Yeah, markup on the delivery apps is too much. That's why I just go straight to businesses. Like if I can't, 90% of the time, if I get a craving, I just walk over to the business. Like even if it's like 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's worth the walk. Save money and get your steps in.
Get my steps in. God, I haven't been wearing my thing for a while. It just distracts me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a rotisserie, even factoring in like just going and buying the $9 one, that's cheaper than I would pay for like anything else. Like if I went to a hot bar at like a grocery store, that's like $30 nowadays.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Yeah, hot bars are fucking expensive now.
Yeah, I was trying to make their money back from all the years they were shut down. Shut down for like 2 years here. Where is the music?
Where are you from?
I'm from New Jersey. I'm currently in San Francisco.
Oh, you're in San Francisco? Oh, hell yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't
Damn,
wanna
I'm about to say, damn. I was gonna say, man, I love the Bay Area.
Oh yeah,
These are
no,
my streets,
visiting
man.
is fine. Living, it's
Yeah.
Pass.
Oh my god, yes.
Pass.
I have come to terms with the fate I have chose for myself.
What fate is
Meanwhile,
that?
in North Carolina,
Damn. I bet you got a house with mad square feet.
Yep. Thumbs up. There it is. Don't worry, I'll hit the lottery and then I'll buy a house.
In
you
game.
just need to move to Texas.
I moved my ass to Texas. Ain't no way, dude. I don't like snakes. I'll find out I had allergies I didn't even know that I had. Just get hay
You got to
fever all day.
experience. You got to experience a little bit of Texas in Dawntrail.
Oh,
Get a
for
little
some
preview.
reason I thought that was going towards a power outage joke.
Oh no!
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I was
Check your Whataburger apps.
yeah. No, I'm definitely gonna pass on not being on the national power grid.
Yeah. That's a bad way to live.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of which, there is a possibility Thor might take me out during the show because it is
Oh shit.
thunderstorming here.
How about he doesn't though?
Yeah.
He can't control that bitch.
Watch me. Watch me do it, Sly. You just called Thor a
Good luck.
bitch. That's not gonna help. Sly's
Look,
like, I can't
I
say
deal with
anything
this
else.
I deal with this every fucking summer.
It's
He
like
does what he
heritage
does.
found out there.
Hey, you
Thunderstorms.
can say that because it is a spoiler show. Everything will be on the line for this one.
Oh really?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
there will be no holding back.
Oof. That's crazy. Oh man, it's gonna feel good to like not dance around and like ask people how far are you in, and kind of be like, oh, that's interesting that you think that.
I just finished it yesterday.
Oh wow.
I did on the second character. I skipped on. I was done with both the extreme trials practically on the day of early access. So I just schmooved.
Oh damn. What the hell?
Yeah, I did Viper 80 to 100, and then
Oh right. Yeah.
yeah, and then I did the first extreme trial, and then I got halfway through the second one before finally going. Yeah, 22 hours of being awake is probably not working great for me at the moment.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Swear to God. Yeah, I'm just gonna be here crafting during our discussion. So yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Nice.
You son of a bitch.
Hey, I gotta get these leaf kits done. Gotta make this money. Make the money.
I already got my leave kit, so I'm good.
Oh yeah, your one leaf kit for your one job, so you can meld and repair.
Yep.
Or meld,
That's
just
done.
meld.
That is done. Mm-hmm.
Damn. I can't live like y'all.
I keep my goals simple.
That's the way it's gotta be, man. I tried like doing everything, and then I was like, damn. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, now I'm just in the fate grind. Fates.
That'll be next week.
Well, I mean, but you're not doing my fate grind, Sly.
No.
I've got I've done 13,000, like 14,000 gemstones at this point. So now I need another. I mean 50,000 is the end goal.
Y'all be grinding.
Yeah, I'll just be selling them slips. I'll just be selling them slips to y'all. So have fun.
I mean, you can't start selling the slips till you're maxed out, and then you got to do them after you're maxed out to keep selling the slips. That means you're gonna have to do some level of grind if you really want to max. And you need the crafting materials too. So you know.
That is true. But at the same time, I'm hoping the money will offset that, so I won't have to. I mean, I'll have to dip in, but you know, hopefully I can just buy them out.
I mean, that's on you. That's on you.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Let's see. I think everything's all good. Okay, we got about 5 minutes. Oh, I kind of want to have another piece of bread. That's the other thing. I just stuffed myself full of bread. It's like veggies twice a day, meat twice a day, and then just bread. Aloha, be quiet. I'm like, dude, it's not playtime.
Is it a little baby tiger?
No, he's a 10-year-old big baby fuckhead. Hey.
Oh.
Hey, stop. Who's very selfish.
Very meowy.
Well, what he does is he goes and dips his head under the fucking water fountain.
Oh.
Because he wants to drink out of the bottom. He doesn't want to drink out of the running part.
That's really funny.
So he just gets his
Probably also-
head covered in water, and then he comes to me and he's like, "Dad, my head is wet. Can you fix this?" And then I pet him, and then he's like, "Okay, thanks." And he walks away, and then he does it again.
Dang, he knows how it works. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he does know what he's doing. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I hate it because every time because like I know it's nothing else. When I play with him, he plays for about 30 seconds and gives up. He just doesn't give a shit. If I fill his food bowl, he eats a little bit, stops giving a shit. If I give him treats, eats a few, stops giving a shit. He's just like these things I'm doing aren't what I want. Thanks for doing them, but like I need this other thing, and that's for you to dry my head or sit on the couch. Or both.
Oh. He's just a baby. He doesn't know what he's doing.
He's been doing it for 10 years, so I think he knows something about what he's doing.
I think he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's well enough aware that he's making demands that I don't want to meet. And now he goes to his food bowl. His head dries, and now his food bowl is his next goal. And then he'll complain some more, and then he'll go lay on the couch, and then he'll complain some more. And that will be the cycle.
Oh.
The cycle of my life. All right, let me move this over here. All right. Oh, and right after this, I get to go to the gym. Oh. I'm just debating if I want to stop for anything on the way back. Food-wise. Because I have food here, technically. But sometimes that's not enough. I'll just eat here. I'll my cookies and cream protein shake before the gym.
Tasty.
Yeah. Well, I had food before the podcast. I had 2 slices of bread. That's not a meal. That's a hold me over. I had a bacon breakfast burrito this morning and bread. This is the 2 things that I've had today.
Your boy's hungry.
I'm always hungry. I need so much food right now. I can't get enough food. I need Sly's barbecue.
Damn. You should head over to E&J's in the East Bay if you want barbecue. I don't know if you've ever been, but that is like the only barbecue spot that I trust in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Expensive, though.
There's a lot of food I don't trust in the Bay Area. The food I do trust, I trust very well. But as a East Coaster, yeah, I hate pizza here. That's the number one thing I can't stand.
There's good pizza spots, but that's not for me to judge. So
yeah, that's everyone's like, oh no, you got to try this one. And I was like, you need to stop making recommendations to people who are from New York.
Yeah, especially East Coasters. I'm just like, hey, listen, I love the pizza we got out here. You don't have to though, and I ain't gonna make you.
I always tell people are like, oh, I get this, and this, and I'm like, so it's bad pizza. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, good pizza doesn't need all that. You're just taking bad pizza and putting good stuff on top of it to make it good pizza.
Yeah. No, you're right. All right. I've been.
It's like a bagel. Oh, that's the other thing. Bagels.
Oh, bagels. Yeah. I got roots in New York, so like I've spent a lot of time there over the years. So I know what to get there, what not to get there, what to get here, what not to get here. So set hopping as I usually do.
When I go to LA, I just want one thing, and Sly already knows what it is.
What's that?
My Howlin' Rays. Howlin' Rays chicken.
Howlin' Rays chicken. Nashville hot chicken.
Listen, Sly's a Southern guy, so when I get his nod of approval, I know I'm going to the right place.
It means something. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I brought him there. We got fucking VIP treatment to the maximum. I didn't even know that was going to happen. He's like, did you know? I was like, nope. I did not know we were going to get bought grilled cheese and handed free sandwiches and shit. We were just dying like, oh, dude, I can't even eat all that.
Did y'all go during the Dawntrail preview?
No, we didn't have time.
Nah.
Yeah.
Stop.
I mean, we went for like, he went for like, what, Korean barbecue? I went for ramen like 2 nights in a row.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we went. That was Borderlands. We went to Howlin' Rays, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Nice. I should peep that.
Oh, it's in Chinatown.
Yeah.
It's good.
I'll go get that next time.
Well, I hope you're ready to wait a very long time for
Yeah.
Very long time. All right. It is top of the hour. I have everything set on my end. If you guys are good, then we can get started.
Okay. No local recording or anything. It's all your on stream.
All on stream. Although it never hurts to locally record just in case. So I'll do that. Now that you said it, I feel like you're willing it into existence that I should do it.
Yeah, listen, I'm a professional out here. I know how this shit works.
Yeah. All right. Well, in that case, if we're good, let's get started.
Yep, I
We'll
am
do it.
recording.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to State of the Realm. With Dawntrail out, we've got a lot of shows that need doing, and of course, we got to talk about the story. It's been quite the topic over the past couple of weeks, and I just myself actually finished watching the cutscenes yesterday, so it's very fresh in my mind. But let's just get started. I'm one of your hosts, Mr. Happy. Of course, joining me is Sly. How you doing, Sly?
I'm here. I'm crafting.
He's crafting in the middle of the show. Sly, is that an allegory for how you feel about the story, or is that just something you feel like you need to do right now? Sly's just nodding for those of you who can't see him yet.
I mean, certain parts, but okay. Yeah.
All right.
Damn.
And we wanted to bring on a guest. We haven't had a guest on in a few weeks as I've been trying to keep things under control. Especially last week, we're trying to avoid any accidental spoilers. Need to make sure that we had no guests at all for that. I bring on a first timer. Sly, you met Mike here at FanFest, you said. So why don't you do the introduction?
Yeah. I've known him. How long have we known each other? Jesus Christ,
I think
man.
I caught on to you during like height of the pandemic in 2020, I think, because you've been doing like the clubbing events, and I was looking for a lot of like social outlets in 14. And then so I went to some of the events you were doing. That I follow you on Twitter and follow your streams, and I'm like, this is my guy. And then we met at FanFest last year, so it's all good, man.
Yeah. So
this is Michael.
What's up, y'all?
I'm also Michael, by the way. So this is
shit, that's your real name.
Excuse me if I
Michael,
run into some issues here. Yeah, I really like to play it because people will be like, why does it sound like you're swallowing your mic? Like if someone's like this, and I'll be like, I didn't say they could do that, and it's a great joke for streaming. It works perfectly every time. Yeah. Fortunately, here I'm happy. Much to Sly's dismay, unfortunately. Yeah. Why don't you give yourself a formal introduction so everyone knows what you do and everything, what your history is?
Okay. Well, I was born in July 15, 1990 in Mississippi, Biloxi, Mississippi.
Hold on.
So,
what bank do you bank at?
I know my account number off the top of my head, so I can give you that if you want, buddy. I'm Michael Hyam. I'm an editor. I'm the tech reviews editor at IGN currently. I spent like 6 years at GameSpot and everywhere, and also I was at Fanbyte, RIP, for about a year and a half. And throughout that time, I was always the guy that everyone will go to cover Final Fantasy XIV, because I was the only like editorial person on staff that really played it. Now at IGN, there's a bunch of people who play it. But I've been deep in 14 for quite some time now. I started during Stormblood patch series, leading into Shadowbringers, because they needed someone to cover the Shadowbringers preview event. So I was like, all right, I guess I'm gonna like speed this up and get through the game to cover Shadowbringers back in 2019. And I stuck with the game ever since. And 14 is quite literally my favorite game of all time. Like, I cannot count how many times I've cried playing this game. Goddamn. And half of them are from patch 5.3. So you know where I'm coming from. But yeah, 14 is a very important game to me. And I played through Dawntrail since early access. I reviewed it on IGN.com, so you can check out my review afterwards if you want. But otherwise, I am excited to talk about this game freely without any caveats. So, and I'm really happy to be here with folks.
I'm happy.
Yeah, you're happy. You're happy.
Walked right into it already.
I'm elated to be here with legends such as Mr. Happy and Sly. So, yeah.
Yeah. He's just mad because I'm really sly about sneaking those in.
Oh my god, y'all are annoying.
He said,
No, he's
Yeah, I was
annoying.
gonna say, what do you mean you all? I'm pretty sure there's just one of us at this point. So you're the one who decided to craft during the show. I have to be extra harsh about it now. All right.
Fine.
Yeah. Okay. So that is, speaking of which, talking about it in an unhinged manner. This is Spoilercast, which means we're largely going to be focusing on the story, which means all bets are off. If you haven't finished the story or there's anything you're concerned about spoiler-wise that you haven't done yet, well, I myself haven't done all the role quests. I haven't done the Wachimeki Meki quests, and I don't know much about any of the more notable side quests other than the few that are tied to the ether currents. Everything's still on the line. I don't, it's especially the main story itself. So we can finally unburden ourselves of our knowledge. And for me, it's not a finally, because like I said, I just rolled credits yesterday on my alt. So it's fresh on my mind at the very least.
Nice.
We have to start on a kind of hot note though.
Okay.
And it's not going to sound like a hot note, but it is a hot note.
Mm-hmm.
What were your overall thoughts on the story?
Damn. Well, I guess I could go first.
You're the guest.
Yeah,
Go right
you wanna
ahead.
guess?
Yeah, thank you. Wow. I wrote a lot of words about this, and I'm having trouble articulating it now. I'm of two minds of the story in that I understand. So, Dawntrail is very distinctly cut in two halves. Like you go through the first half is Wook Lamont becoming Dawn Servant, and the journey she goes through to get to that position. And then so throughout that time, I was always interested in what was happening and in the world building, but I wasn't necessarily excited about going through it. It feels like I think back to why Endwalker, Shadowbringers, even Stormblood, Heavensward, like why those beginning parts work so well is because from the jump, you know what you're getting into. Like you're getting into some real shit right off. Especially Shadowbringers. Like, yo, I've never experienced an opening to a game quite like Shadowbringers, where you know what the stakes are, and the first dungeon throws you right into it. Holminster Switch is still like one of my favorite dungeons ever. The thing with Dawntrail is because they're starting a new story arc, I felt like I get a lot of leeway to be like, okay, you want to show me these different cultures, these different zones, because it's completely foreign from anything we've seen in Eorzea. So they need to take that time. But I think that it puts you in a weird position where you're not necessarily doing anything. So the quest design kind of comes into conflict with what it feels like Dawntrail wants to do. And it kind of wants to be a visual novel in a way. And so I don't mind that. But at the same time, I'm of the mind that, hey, I've seen y'all be a little bit more creative in how you tell these stories. And I'm not necessarily seeing it done here in Dawntrail. But there comes a turning point. And I think it's once you kind of get once you go to Texas, the fourth zone, I think that's when it starts to flip the switch where, Aaronville takes you there and he's like, hey, I just want to go check out my hometown. You want to come with me? And it's like, okay, cool. We're going to go through the motions again, maybe. But that's when the big plot twist comes. That's when Alexandria comes into question. That's when interdimensional time travel comes into question. That's when you start to get the sci-fi cyberpunk stuff. And then so you have like this cowboys versus aliens type aesthetic and concept almost right at the start of the second half of this game. And that's when I was like, oh shit, they're doing something. They're doing something wild. And it's the level 97 dungeon, Vanguard, when I was like, oh shit, this is it. Or even like the end of the 95 dungeon where when you first get to the Golden City Gate, or that's what you think it is at the time. I was like, okay, now we're starting to see what we're working towards. And then once you get there, once you go to Solution 9, once you find out what the truth is about Solution 9 and this Alexandria, it's like, this isn't Final Fantasy 9, this is like Cyberpunk. And then you find out that how those two kind of merge with each other is really fascinating. And I think it's nice to have a story that's detached from like Ascians and kind of like this esoteric concept of ether. Because in the past, it's always been like, hey, I don't know, Ascians in ether. That's how the mechanisms work. And
don't forget about
Alligans. Alligans. Can't forget about Alligans. But now it feels like they're taking a step back and showing you a lot of same concepts, but more rooted in like a fresh perspective where it's not magical powers anymore. It's technology and different societies from different realms. And now we're starting to see how we can cross different stars. And that has huge implications. So once those pieces start to fall into place, I was rubbing my hands like Birdman and shit. I was like, yo, let's go. And yeah, I from then on, like Wuklamot is still very much part of that story. I think that's important that you lay that groundwork in the first half so that she's there. And then once you start to go through like the level 99 dungeon, you start to do this rebellion from within Alexandria, and then all the like the Zeralja stuff starts to come into focus. It hits you with a lot of stuff. And I wish there was an entire expansion just for the second half of the game, because there's so much they could have explored, which they did, and they did really well. But I can't, I'm just like thinking of like what they could have done if, especially that last zone. And we could talk about it later. I don't want to go on for too long right now, but that last zone hit me as much as anything as in this entire game. That last zone, if I wasn't really feeling it up until then, that last zone was all worth it. I absolutely adore what they did with that last zone, what it represents, and the conclusion to Dawntrail. And I think it's one of the peaks of Final Fantasy XIV, in my opinion.
You can tell that you do editorial work just the way that you articulate.
There, I can't articulate this and begins to articulate it perfectly.
My bad.
No, that's good.
No, that's all good. That's great. It's great. We've never had this shit before.
Yeah, I mean, as you can tell from the lack of even a script or a record button, no, we wing it. We're very much we sit on the couch and have a discussion.
Nice.
Less of a production. That was very, very professional. And now we're gonna dumb it down and ruin the whole thing. So Sly, you go first.
Pretty much. Okay. At a cursory glance, just going through everything, it was refreshing in the sense that, you know, this, like, especially the first part of Dawntrail wasn't really about us. Like, we took a backseat. We were the supporting cast for Wuklamot. And then in the latter part, even the latter part with Alexandria and everything, a lot of for what we experienced, a lot of people kind of like, you know, go past one thing in particular, and this is kind of similar to what Edmont did in Heaven's Ward. This, I mean, you could say for a fact that this was Wuklamot's show 100%, but at the same time, it was Aaronville's.
Yes,
and like Aaronville, like, and I love the fact that we really explored Aaronville's history, because we don't really, like, outside of a few interactions, you know, in Charlian and whatnot, in our travels, we really haven't explored his character. So for him to come along with us and be a huge part of the story, especially in the latter part, that was really well done. Now, a lot of people feel a certain type of way about the final zone. I liked and disliked it for certain reasons. I hate the fact that it's I wouldn't say it's almost Endwalker to a T, because it wasn't. Because, you know, people actually came back in the end from Endwalker. Yeah, I just hate the fact that I understand what we did. I just hate the fact that it's a fucking dead zone. We literally took the light. We haven't done anything like that, and for the writers to even consider doing that, like, not just in a literary perspective, but in a gameplay perspective, like, you are killing off a zone. It's brave, but I fucking hate it. Like that.
Damn.
So Sly, you want to know something really funny about the last zone, which is weird to say after what you just said?
Yeah.
So I hinted at this last week without saying it outright, but if you go into New Game Plus, the whole zone lights up again.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. So whenever I'm doing fates and everything, I just turn all the lights back on. And I've had people tell me that they're insulted that I do that because it undoes the entire purpose of that, like, last zone. And I'm like, yeah, but it looks pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
I'm doing the Super Fate on the lit up version of it, and it's pretty cool. And you know, it's funny. People were saying that before I had done the story, so I was like, I mean, I can kind of pick up what happened here without having watched the cutscenes, but like, you know, that's that's what it was. So I have the freshest memory probably here of the story, especially given that I voice act all the unvoiced scene, which I don't have too many criticisms of Dawntrail. I did feel like there was a greater volume of unvoiced scenes here. And to be clear, when Endwalker came out, they said because it was a finale, they were doing more voiced scenes. But I don't feel like that's a reason enough to have less voiced scenes in Dawntrail, as far as I'm concerned. Definitely a notable down point. I also felt that there was a lot of character focus, especially in the first half, without a lot of, not necessarily not a story focus, but it was definitely it was tell don't show is how I like to word it. So those are my two criticisms of it. That being said, I'm big on learning new stuff, learning about new characters, and they introduced the character moments can be a problem if there aren't good characters. I felt like there were a number of good characters and clear growth between them. Wukavu is, of course, a big favorite, playing to a funny Japanese trope that, when translated and localized, is somehow even funnier because it makes it look more ridiculous when he does the whole, oh my God, I'm so, no, never mind. Like, that's not meant to like look good and like English, and like, it's a very like Japanese trope. So that was good. But I mean, there are characters that you start off hating who you grow to love, characters who you don't know that you grow to hate. And that's all because of the way that they actually advance their stories. And I felt like their individual character stories were the big strength of Dawntrail. And it was the one thing that definitely kept me going throughout most of them all. Bakul Jaja, of course, you think, not that he's going to be the villain. You've kind of realized he's too incompetent to be a villain way too quickly. But at the very least, an antagonist for some degree. And no, we're not talking about the corn dog, Sly.
No, it's just, no, if there's one thing I hate, another thing I hate about Final Fantasy is how they try to redeem certain characters after certain events. This man just literally fucked over entire people, released a fucking primal, and now we're all buddy. He fucked up our tacos too. That's the important part.
That was our first impression of him, was him. Although, I'm not going to lie. If that happened to me, I'm scraping the inside of the bag, dude. I already bought these tacos. It's all the same ingredients in there. I'm getting this
trash can nachos.
No, I'm getting this. Listen, the bag, nothing fell out of the bag. The bag wasn't punctured. So you just get a spoon or your hand. You just you go in. I already bought the tacos. It's all the same thing in there. Like, it's fine. Just get in that
That's
bag.
basically what you're doing is trash can nachos. You're doing like the little Frito bag and you put everything in there and shake it up. Yeah,
it's a taco salad. It's a taco salad now.
I respect it. Like, you can't waste that food.
Exactly. It's like, what, you think you intimidate me? Watch this. That's right. That's how I deal with problems, by finding solutions, not complaining. But that was my overall thought. That's largely for the first half. For the second half, it felt like how do I want to put it? Where is this story going in the next 10? The first half was, here's a new land we need to explore. The second half was, what's going to happen over the next 10 years of Final Fantasy XIV story? What plot lines are opened up? What questions are there still? And they make sure there are a handful of questions before the end of everything. But they also do a good job of answering questions I had going throughout. They take some time to explore the lore of the South Sea Isles, which is very important, which also dives back into some earlier calamities, which helps narrow down the shard that you're dealing with. Of course, Ishtola finding out there's any form of interdimensional travel is always going to be exciting, because that's literally her life goal at this point. And all throughout, one thing that they really nailed was the Scion's level of presence. The number one thing I think a lot of people were surprised was, oh, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, we're no more. By the way, we're still kind of here. We're still pretty much here.
Yeah.
And the Scions are omnipresent in most scenes, but they are certainly not the focal point of any of the scenes. Alphino has a few things to say here or there. Alice has a few things. Like, there's moments with them, but they really do focus on Wuklamat and Kona and Zoral John, the other characters, and what moves them and what drives them. And we just act as if like Estinian has like 5 scenes the whole expansion. He's just there to remind everyone he's probably the strongest NPC in the game. Like literally Alexandria's coming out. I didn't even have to think about it. My first thought was like, dude, Estinian could wipe that shit out in like 5 seconds. What are we even worried about right now? And maybe that was a bit of a problem with the stakes of like the invasion part. I was like, bro, it's like we have Estinian. Like, what the fuck do we care? I don't even need me. We just need him.
Estinian just wants to chill in Texas. I think that's his calling at that point. He's in the saloons. He's getting swindled, but when push comes to shove, he'll throw it down.
Yeah.
So that was, I feel you on that.
But I enjoy just watching a character kind of learn and grow. And for me, that's what Wuklamot particularly was. Very clear. I mean, her and Kona basically grow to figure out their faults through each other and through the people they're with, and then come to kind of build on their strengths. And I think they maybe tell you that they're doing that a little too much instead of just witnessing it. And that's the only complaint. Like they actively say, oh, this is what's wrong with me. I need to do better, blah, blah, blah. Instead of just kind of learning and going. Again, that's a lot of tell, don't show. So that's one of the only complaints I have. But that being said, I had a good time. It's not amazing. I didn't have a bad time. Maybe a few pacing issues here or there, like at a couple of small parts. But I had a good time. Just a nice level. Just, all right, that was smooth. Not really any bumps. Get a single thumbs up. Could have been bad, but wasn't. That's how I felt, at least.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Like I would generally agree with you there. I mean, as I said as much as well. I think one of the things that stood out to me in the first half, I think, was I expected a little bit more in terms of nuance to Wuklamot's writing. I like a lot about her. I like her presence. She has the heart to tell this kind of story. She's a shonen protagonist, basically, which works for what Dawntrail is trying to show you in the first half, especially. But there are moments where she kind of gets away with her naiveness. Like she gets away with it and doesn't. There are times where she faces the consequences of her being naive, but not to the degree in which I would expect from Final Fantasy XIV. So in that regard, I felt like, all right, we're kind of letting her skate away with certain things for the sake of like, we need to move on to the next story beat. We can't dwell on this a little too much, but she does have incredible moments. Like that solo duty where you get to control her. That was the first time I stood up. I was like, let's fuck. There's nothing I love more than a solo duty where you control another character. And Walker had a bunch of that. And I was playing at 3 a.m. My roommate's asleep. I'm just like, let's fucking go. So that was like one moment where I'm like, oh, this is peak Wuklamot. Like she's strong as hell. She doesn't understand how strong she is, but in this moment, I'm going to play and I'm going to experience how strong she is. And so that was like one of the highlights for her. But I think a lot of the conversations that you have with her, like up on the government building, I forgot what it's called, but like where the king of Tural lives, where the Dawn Servant lives.
The palace.
Yes. I think I expected a little bit more. Yeah. I was expecting a little bit more like self-reflection, a little bit more like, it was always like, hey, we solved the problem, so there's nothing to worry about. And I think in the thing, like, that's fine. I'm not necessarily like saying it's bad, but when it comes from Final Fantasy XIV, like a game that has showcased over the last 2, 3, 4 expansions that it does kind of, it's able to revel in some of that nuance. It was something that I felt was missing from Dawntrail. But we do like I feel like the second half gets there. It was just like I was waiting for that to happen, and I feel like waited a little too long for that. But again, I think like you said, it's good. It was just like I don't really have a problem with it, but it could be better. But I'm not tripping. So that is one thing I thought about, and I mentioned in my review.
Yeah, that's fair. So we should probably start by talking about that first half. I mean, sequentially, that's kind of where you have to go. And the entire first half is Wuklamot becoming Dawn Servant. And I'd say that this is where almost all of her character growth takes place. Whereas the second half, she's there and the growth she's had, she's applying, but she doesn't really grow anymore. Mm-hmm. So
yeah. This
is where I think you can judge her entire character. I think this is also where you can judge Kona. You get an idea of Zoral Job, a cool Jaja, like it's literally for all the character moments. So, are there any characters who stood out in that first half that were a focus of the first half? So, I guess to keep a few out of the conversation, Kryl doesn't have many moments in the first half. Aaronville doesn't have very many moments in the first half. So, really, the more Alexandrian components we would leave for that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say any characters per se. I think really the one thing that stood out to me more in the first half, and this is kind of similar to what we experienced in Walker with the other allied tribe, or and just other peoples in general, was just the cultures in general. Like everything stood out, like the Hanu, the Pelu Pelu, just being a part of that, and seeing how the Pelu Pelus are hustlers, baby.
Best Buy employees out there.
Yeah,
Getting their commission.
Just and experiencing a Brute Pibil, and absolutely knowing off the dome like how that shit's gonna be made before they even say a word. I'm like, bro, that's a culinarian in me, man. It's like so much hit like with the culture, and how like the writers just nail the culture that they're mirroring in a sense. So it wasn't really characters that stood out to me. I mean, there are certain characters like the person in charge of the Pelu Pelu. I forget his name.
Tobley?
Tobley.
Tobley's the one everyone should know, because that's the only. So for the history, the Pelu Pelu are from 10-2. He's pretty much the only one in 10-2.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So Tobley.
I thought Mablu personally.
Wooklamats.
I was a bigger Mablu fan. Mablu's given a lot more time.
Yeah, I mean Mablu too. And then meeting Wooklamats' actual father.
Yeah.
That too. So yeah, outside of the main characters, there were so many good characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for me, I mean, y'all have mentioned that Kona is like probably in the first half, I was a little bit more invested in him because it felt like he was more self-reflective, that he exhibited a personality trait where, hey, I need to reckon with my shortcomings and I need to do it now. If I really want to be Dawn Servant, there are things that I need to fix. And there's that one conversation at the cabin with Urianger and Thancred, and I think this is post the when you have to save Wooklamats from Bakul Jaja, and he has like this moment where he's like, I don't know if I'm actually fit to serve, but I know what I'm about, and I feel like I need to make up for it. And I'm like really thankful that I have Thancred and Urianger alongside me to grow. And I really like that personality trait where he understands his shortcomings. It reminds me of like Grahatia. Well, Grahatia was Crystal Exarch, not just because they're both cat boys, but they know what they're capable of, but they also know what they're lacking and their flaws. I just love a good cat boy also. So I don't know. I appreciate Wooklamats also, but as a compliment to her, having Kona as like, hey, this is my brother who knows things that I don't, and like the fact that they become like co-Dawn servants is like, I kind of saw that from a mile away, but the fact that it happened, I'm like, this is really fucking cool. And I'm happy that he's not just like a character who's like, okay, he's been expended, he served his purpose. Like, this is someone who's probably going to be continually, if just in the background, someone who's at least important. They do the groundwork for him as a supporting character, and I think that came into focus with like the moment before you need to go save Wooklamats, and he's like trying to chase down the boat, and he's like, fuck, dude, I fucked up. This is like the one thing that I actually care about in this world, and I fucked it up. And then Thancred's like, listen, dog, I've done this shit many times before. I got you, buddy. And then so, yeah, and it's like you said, the Scions taking a back seat, but still being like mentors to these new characters. And so I think they're able to find a good balance of, you remember who the Scions are, so we're going to use them to bring out the best in the new characters and in certain moments. It didn't, like, again, the first half doesn't have a lot of those moments. It's not like it's piled on with that, but when they do execute on that, I'm like, yes, this is the shit that I love.
It's really interesting seeing who they paired with who, because Wooklamot is bravado with a lack of confidence, and she basically had all the youngest cast members with her.
Yeah.
Alpha No Alice, like Cryle was only like 20, 21 years old, you know, and
Yeah, I
Alpha
just
No
found
and
out.
Alice are both 16. And then us, but you know, that's not fair. Kona got 2 dads, essentially.
Yes.
So he
got
literally-
wisdom.
Yeah, he got a lot of wisdom and experience, and like a little bit more people who allowed him to be a little bit more introspective.
Yeah.
Whereas when I feel like when you're younger, you're a little more prone to kind of trying to impress upon others, or like to actually straight up like you know. Whereas Than Creditor and Jay know a little bit more about just let him experience the moment, give him a little nudge here and again. Let him pick up and learn. And then you get the other two, Zoral Ja, who looks like he's been manipulated by Jafar since he was a kid, and Bakul Jaja, who had...
It's a fucking meathead.
Yeah, and then Bakul Jaja, who's a meathead who's just trying to make up for centuries of his people's killing mass numbers of their own kind to try to create Blessed Kids. So there's... you can tell who had the better supporting crew and why they got to where they were. Although we end up becoming Bakul Jaja's supporting crew by you know, about the middle halfway point of everything. Yeah. So
Can't fucking stand that.
yeah. Why not?
It's because it's just so predictable, in my opinion.
What Bakul Jaja's like arc? Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. I think you're right to think. I mean, I was like, like, because you said that it's pretty early on where this guy's too dumb to be the main villain, so he's going to have a turn. You could see that from my way. In terms of like how that happens and what it is actually about, I think that's the valuable part. That I think it helps make it work in the end, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And I do think that Wooklamot does go through a lot. Wooklamot just struggles to share emotions is the big thing that you kind of pick up with her early on. Like the few times where she does, she really is like awkward about it because she doesn't think she's supposed to. I mean, you have to kind of like reassure her. So I feel like I got plenty of development out of Wooklamot in that first half. So I actually enjoyed following along and being a part. I don't mind being like, literally, you mentioned the solo duty. If you could see your character doing this in the distance, just
yeah. Yep.
You can just look over and your arms crossed like right next to a tree, and that's it. That pretty much describes Dawntrail in regards, especially to the first half. Yeah.
Yeah, like you being the mentor is like that's the moment where I'm like, hey, this isn't my place necessarily. This isn't my land. I don't necessarily have the personal stakes here, but I want to support this person who is hired me to be their mentor, basically. And I was just like, cool, like. Let them have that. Let them. Like, the Warrior Light doesn't need to be the world's police. So, I do. Yeah, like you mentioned, I think that's cool as fuck.
Yeah, it's very. I guess I consider it a very Azim moment because like he ran around and he helped and saved people, but he was essentially the world's biggest supporting character back in his time. Like that role that he or she, depending on your character, filled was essentially that. And this kind of embodies that essence for me. Whether or not it's the most entertaining, down to individual taste. But for me, it works in that moment. A little bit weirder later on, where we're still kind of a supporting cast, but it's more in our territory. We're like, oh fuck, here we go.
Yeah. Once you start talking about like shards and realms and time travel and shit, it's like, okay, I need to take back the reins because this is actually some serious shit. So, and I feel like you get enough of that to where it doesn't feel like you don't have too much of a conflict of like, hey, I'm the Warrior of Light. I should let me handle this in a way. So yeah, it's cool. It's all good.
Quick sidebar, just out of morbid curiosity, because we are beginning a new arc. Because we just had this whole in-game type deal. Do you feel like we're beginning to build a new Avengers / Scions?
Oh, buddy.
A new one? No. I think Estinian's going to go everywhere we go by coincidence, and then I think they'll cherry pick the Scions as we go. I think when Dawntrail's done, we don't see Wooklamot for a very long time. I think it's going to be one of those, like, when we were done with Ishgard, like, yeah, we went back to Amrik if we needed something, but like he wasn't there, like omnipresent, you know. Same with Edmont and anyone else. I think that's what it's going to be, and then in the key moments it'll play. I mean, that they already did that this expansion with Reacher coming back. Like we technically left Thavnair behind, and then you get that badass moment where the Endwalker theme kicks in and Reacher flies in, and you got little Azdaia for a little bit of like that. That's the kind of moment I expect Kona and Wuk-Lamat to have somewhere down the line.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I think so. Man, I'm sure we'll talk about that moment, but fuck, man, that was one of the turning points for me too. But I think also in the first half, since we had mentioned Bakul Jaja and his sort of turning point, and we had touched on it, that shit was pretty dark because up until that point, I kept telling my friends who were playing it with me, this is a Disney ass expansion. Like this feels like a Disney movie.
The song alone tells you that.
That's just a Disney
Lion
musical
King
right
ass
there.
song.
1000%. That was my first thought when I heard it. I'm like, all right, I see what you're doing. This is a Disney ass expansion, which I like. I don't mind. Try something new, you know, see how it lands. But what that moment when Bakul Jaja takes you down there to the sky deep cenote, and he was like, hey, this is the grave of 1,000 dead children. I was the one to survive. I'm scarred by this shit for the rest of my life. That was like, oh yes, this is Final Fantasy 14 still. And I mean, I think that there are specific like short moments where they specifically say like, hey, this doesn't earn him redemption alone, which I think was important to sprinkle in there. Like, just because you're traumatized by all this shit doesn't mean you get away with fucking releasing an age-old dragon on entire people that we had to stop for your dumbass. So I think there are key moments like, hey, you still need to work for redemption. Like, we feel bad for you, and we get that backstory. In terms of like, you get that pretty quick, and I was like, all right, sure, like this works. But I think that does at least make Bakul Jaja not just like some kind of fodder character that is just, hey, the bad guy. You thought he was the bad guy, but now he's cool. And it really puts into perspective like the Mamulja culture in that way, because when you get to Yaktel, it's basically divided into two different zones. Like the two halves of it are completely different. So when you go down to the underground and you meet a lot of the Mamulja and understand their culture a little bit, I think that is such a strong moment where I'm like, oh yes, there's still like a lot of dark shit tucked underneath the surface of this place. And to use Bakul Jaja as like the crux for showing you that is like the two-headed Mamulja are like, they're special for maybe all the wrong reasons. I really like that moment. So
yeah, Yaktel has a lot of pretty standoutish moments. I also like that the lower half of Yaktel, I have a feeling we're going to learn a bit more about it in Cosmic Exploration, but it's essentially a giant meteorite pit that all of the soil has been tainted and warped by what's down there. So why no, Sly?
This still creeps me the fuck out.
Oh, what, the cenote? Yeah, that's to be fair. That's fair. It's crazy. It's weird to me that the bottom part of Yaktel, it's got a door to another dimension. It was where a meteorite fell. I was like, what the hell? What?
And dead babies.
1,000 dead children in this water.
1,000 dead children. Yeah,
dead babies.
Yeah, and what looked to be alien chocobos.
Yeah. That's just crazy.
Those motherfuckers are aliens. Can't change my mind. Ain't nothing else but aliens. Can't wait to get one as a mount.
Oh my god.
Place my for glam for my current chocobo. Fuck it. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing when having the discussion about the first half. It's kind of strange to have a discussion about any particular part of the story. And I think that's where some people's criticisms come in, because it's not, we know what happened this whole way through 90 to 95. We know about Bakul Jaja stepping on tacos and how the people think of the different Dawn Servant claimants, who sides with who. There's a lot of you talking to NPCs and them making it very clear who they stand with and whether or not they're willing to help or whether or not they're going to make it easier or harder for you, et cetera, et cetera. All the way to the very end where you get the seventh keystone and he's just like, I won't let that happen. Like, there's no way. You can't let that happen. That seventh keystone is pretty much the key turning point in the entire thing, because I think that's really what sets Zoral Jaw down his path as well. The fact that even happens in the first place. But it's hard to talk about the story. Like, for example, when we talked about Endwalker, we had to talk about, getting to Garlemald, and then we had to talk about, events on the moon, and then we had to talk about the first instance of the fight. And like every 2 levels, there's kind of like a path that winded, and we had to break down. Here, it's not really the case, and I can see why that's definitely not as enjoyable for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're totally right. Because like it's broken into 2 halves rather than like one thing leading to another to another to another. But yeah, I think there's still value in like taking this kind of route to get to that point. But yeah, I just appreciate that they're trying some new stuff overall. Like honestly,
yeah. Is there anything else in the first half in particular note that you don't think we touched on? Because like obviously we didn't touch upon specifically, the Pelu Pelu with building up to that next element. We didn't talk about Urkapacha and rebuilding the thing. We just kind of brought it all into like one big heap in particular.
Yeah. Man, I just want to say one thing. It is painful to listen to the Giants talk.
Why? Well, you just imagine like,
yeah. And like it makes me feel uncomfortable because I'm imagining a voice actor in this booth just destroying their vocal cords.
What's one of Gerfurler's lines during the dungeon fight?
I don't even remember.
Chat, give me one.
Give us one.
Because I voice acted the whole thing, so I had to do the troll voices.
Oh
as well.
yeah. Oh man.
Like guys, I don't just read it. I try to get somewhat close, and I kept losing the Spanish accent the whole time. I couldn't keep. I would just go back to like I'd go from like Alphino to someone else, and I'd be like, I can't. Chronicles of Eld, recall the horror of rolling water. Yeah, that's right. It's like Chronicles of Eld, recall the horror of rolling waters.
That's pretty good, man.
Yeah.
The fact that you're bouncing between different styles, that's crazy, man. But yeah, I think in the first like that trial against was it Valgamar, like that trial was sick. I didn't expect them to do duty support for the first trial or the second trial, which we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
But I use duty support all the time, except for like you can't use it on the final trial, of course. But I just love the idea that the fact that Zoralja, Kona, Lukelmat's here, Alize, Alphino is here. Like everybody's here. This is the party. I'm not queuing with none of y'all motherfuckers. I'm here with my homies. We're doing this shit. That was such a cool fight. Creative mechanics and just like one of the moments I hung on to. Like, I will stick with 10 more hours of doing nothing if this is what I get. Get some peak type shit right there. But I think the dungeons are really creative. Like the first dungeon, like I ran like 20 times during the preview event, so I was like, okay, whatever, I just want to get through this. But the second dungeon, the third dungeon, I was like, okay, yeah, like I see y'all are. I mean, they always do great dungeons. I think. I don't think any dungeon's like been a real miss, but it's nice that like these things still feel refreshing. And that's in the first half, because like in the second half, I think they really kick it up a notch. But yeah, there's something I'm forgetting. But anyway, the zone. I just think the zones, like how Urkapacha is like the Andes Mountains, and this is like Peru, and like has its own. They live elsewhere and they have to deal with different environmental things and different histories and cultures, and that ties back to, is it Kozumaku, or I forgot the other zone?
Kozamuka.
Yeah.
Kozamuka.
Yeah, and like I didn't really dig what that zone was. It felt a little too Disney for me. Though, like the things you went through in that zone, I was like, all right, this is a little too, a little. I'm not 10 years old.
That's right,
I don't
we have
like,
Wukavu. It's fine.
yeah, and so that's like one of the highlights. But still, like, it just everything felt so different, and I appreciate that about the first half.
Sly, anything that we didn't touch upon?
No, we pretty much touched upon everything. Like I said, like the culture was big to me. Yeah. Experiencing all the allied tribes and whatnot. I can't wait to learn even more with the Pelu Pelu. Thinking they're probably going to be like your crafter or their tribe. Thinking,
definitely.
So
one last thing.
There's my people. Go ahead.
When Kona shoots his tablet, he said, "Fuck it, I'm not running for Dawn Servant no more." Shoots that shit. He's like, "Fuck it, I'm on your side, Wukumat." Like during the solo duty against the ghost of Gulul Jaja, I was like, "This is my fucking boy, hell yeah!" That was the turning point for me. I'm like, "Oh, Kona, like he doesn't have anything underneath. He doesn't know his like secret motive or anything. That's our boy. That's our bro. Literally our bro." So that got me hyped, and then from then on, I was like, I really like these new characters. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I had a similar reaction. I saw it coming from the moment we like that. I kind of saw that exact, like him shooting his own tablet from the moment he said that he was glad he was on Wuklamat's team when they drew stones. Yeah. I like all of us looking at the other team being like, there's no fucking shot those two can do this. No fucking chance those two can do this, right? Like even if they wanted to write a twist, they couldn't write a twist to make that work.
Yeah. I think the rules of the competition were like kind of flimsy. I was like, all right, we're gonna like I like this, like, hey, in order to be Dawn Servant, it's not about power, it's not about, strength, it's about understanding how to work with people. I like the concept. The challenges themselves were like, all right, like cool. I understand what we're going for here, but overall, I think that the message that they send in the first half of this game, I think is really important. So I give them props for that.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind. And then we beat the ghost of Gulul Jaja. And while people might see the actual Dawn Servant ceremony as kind of the official halfway point, I'd say in terms of the story, the actual defeating of Gulul Jaja's ghost is, because that's kind of the tipping point for Zoralja that sets up the second half to kind of go the way that it does. So you beat Gulul Jaja's specter. Zoralja had already lost to it. Zoralja had already lost to it. And he kind of faces a similar problem to what Bakul Jaja does, but goes the other way with it. So Bakul Jaja is burdened by legacy, which is literally the name of one of the achievements. I think the level 99 achievement after you beat Zoralja is actually called Burden of Legacy. But you obviously end up resolving that within Mamuk and kind of pushing him in a different direction. Zoralja loses his fucking mind under the same pretense. And that's basically what's explored, especially in the trial later with him. And it sets in motion the entirety of the second event. I've seen a lot of people upset that Zoralja just kind of loses his mind over this. And I don't know if I can agree with being upset that he loses his mind. That's my favorite thing.
Because it somewhat feels a little bit forced with Bakul Jaja's father. Let's say he doesn't disqualify him. Do you think he really would have lost his mind that much?
Yeah, I think no matter what, him not being Dawn Servant was automatically going to lead down this path. But I think especially what the challenge was, the 7th challenge being to beat Gulul Jaja at his peak. I think that especially kind of, no matter what, it would have happened if he didn't win. I'm sure of it, but still.
Yeah. I think it's strong enough. The fact that, because I think they allude to it in the beginning where Kryl, like the first time Zoralja walks out as like a candidate, and Kryl's like, yo, there's something really off about this motherfucker right here. I can sense it because I got the fucking echo and I know. So from then on, I was like, okay, that dude is going to be, he's secretly the strongest one. And you get a little bit of that there's an early scene where Bakul Jaja and Zoralja, he just fucking socks him in the gut and says, yeah, motherfucker, I'm the one. And I was like, oh, he's going to be the bad guy. In terms of how we get there, we'll see. But they hint towards it. That isn't necessarily like the most like it's not the most creative storytelling, but they do get there.
Yeah.
So, and it's really weird. Like as I get older, I kind of understand a little bit more. Not that I've experienced it myself, but I start to understand like the incompetence that you feel as you get older, and like I'm not the one. And you don't know how to take that, and you don't know how to understand it, and it fucks with you in a really weird way. Listen, I ain't gonna be no Zoralja. I ain't got those kind of motivations.
So we're gonna end the show right now. If that's
but as like a character arc for someone, I'm like, okay, I think I can at least understand how this character gets to the point that they do. So I think it's strong enough, I would say. But he does once he becomes like the main villain, I think that shit is crazy.
Yeah, a big thing is people don't feel like it's justified. I honestly just took the take that like not everything needs to be justified in a sense. Some people are just really fucked up. Like sometimes the mental chemistry is just not there. And he is as Chad said, he has like 30 years of like just everyone telling him he's the best, he's number one, he's gonna be next, is like, this is mine, I'm the actual Trueborn, I'm the miracle. And then you're none of those things at all, and you don't have an identity and you can't achieve anything. And he just falls off a cliff, essentially.
And he finds the thing that can make him the most powerful person in that world. And if you're that person, you see that like, oh shit, this is my ticket, and I'm going to obtain that no matter the cost. And that's what happens to Zoraal. He like, hey, you can get Alexandria Tech and kill anyone you want and rule the fucking world. Of course he's going to take that, and of course it's going to drive him mad, which you see in the second half.
Yeah, I will say though, I kind of, does anyone know if any of the crafting quests talk about Surreal Jaw more? Because I want to know how Jafar got like, how the fuck he got this into his mind. Because I have to think Surreal Jaw played a big role in all that too.
Yeah, huh?
So far, what I've seen from watching Meki Meki, no, they don't mention it.
Okay, yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like and keep in mind, we're talking about the 30 years with Fiend where he goes extra crazy. He was crazy in the however many years he was alive before that too. So like he's just constantly kind of feeding his own like emotion. It's just like in his head. You ever just honestly, you know what, Zoraal, he's like the worst possible version of streamer imposter syndrome. All right? That's what it is. It's just like when you're like, man, I got all this going for me. You know, I'm royalty. I'm strong. I can do. And he's just like, nah, dude. I'm not good. No, he's still better than me. He's still better than, like, you're only seeing that one thing that like makes you hate yourself, and you just keep feeding yourself over and over again. It's like your own little echo chamber in your head.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, man, there's. And once Zoraal goes into like fully embraces that Alexandrian tech, it is kind of haunting in a way, especially when you see it the first time. That shit is, I was like, yo, the Arbiter is back. Holy shit, it's Energy Sword Sunday. He's got 2 of them shits too.
You know what's funny? So on YouTube, people were trying to find like ways to make thumbnails to still like have stuff for Everkeep. And I literally saw one that just says Everkeep Extreme, and it's just a picture of Arbiter, with a fucking laser sword. And I was like, that's so funny. It's really obvious, and it's still a spoiler, but it's really funny.
Oh, man.
But then so after crowning Dawn Servant, which I love the scene, it's a little Disney, but again, Wook Lamont naming Koana as the vow of reason to her vow of resolve. Think that's an overall good scene. Just smile makes it feel a little bit more cartoonish than I think it needs to feel. Then we go to Shalani. We start exploring with Aaronville. Chat brought it up earlier. Of course, as soon as we go to America, it's about war and crime and guns.
Guns.
Instantly upon going to America.
Hey, buddy, hey, partner, you don't belong in these parts right here. Go back to the saloon and mind your business.
Instantly the conflict. You don't dwell on that for too long, which I appreciate. They kind of just get you familiar with Shalani and some issues there as you're passing through. And then Alexandria comes in. Galul Jaja, who is a great character, by the way. Couldn't say enough positive about him, given that in Final Fantasy XI, he's not really a character. So there wasn't really, they had to make up a character. It's like with the 4 fiends from last expansion, like they weren't really characters in Final Fantasy IV. So what they did in 14 is completely unique and not really inspired by that. But in here, it's pretty much the same deal. It's just a completely and I appreciate that big time, because otherwise it would have been very not interesting. And now we're going on this journey to figure out what's in this dome.
Oh, the dome.
The dome, which another really awkward use of smile I felt was the train building scene.
Oh, yeah, that was the moment I was like, all right, relax. Let's chill on this. I was like, this is still a Disney ass expansion. Oh man, I think it's so funny that like, it's like all of these textbook old West American things: the railroad, guns, saloons, the accents, the attire. I'm just like,
God.
this is so fucking sick.
Can I say
love
that
this.
hearing an American accent in 14 is the
Yes.
weirdest thing?
I don't care what kind of
Yes.
plot twist y'all motherfuckers got. Having not just an American accent, a Texan accent in 14. I was like, yo, this is different.
And one of my favorite characters from there is, of course, Magnus 2.0.
Yeah.
And he's got like the deepest one. Like he straight up. I think honestly, he sounds like what's his face from 7 Remake. Not the one of the 3 dudes from what's it called? Wall Market. The cowboy from Wall Market. What's his name? I've already forgotten. Chocobo Sam.
I forget.
There
Yeah.
you go. Chocobo Sam.
Chocobo Sam. Yeah,
He
sure.
reminds me a lot of Chocobo Sam specifically because he's like, hey there.
He sounds
partner."
like the guy who does the Ford commercials.
Yeah.
Wyatt Earp from Tombstone. What's his name? God damn it. Not Cranston, but yeah, Wyatt Earp from Tombstone.
That's so fucking hilarious. It's so because it's the gray haired cat boy, right? The guy who's like
Yeah.
kind of more or less the sheriff of
Yeah, the
town,
Hrothgar.
or-
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh no, the gray hair. He also
No,
has that voice though.
Okay,
No,
yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Magnus is the trolley guys, the 3
Yes,
trolley
yeah.
people from the 1st. This is their source version. Yeah.
Yeah. There's
Which
so-
also
yeah.
love that.
Oh, that was such a cool like parallel. It's like we're doing railroads again, but you remember them from Shadowbringers.
Yeah.
We got that here too, and I was like, oh,
This is
so
what it
sweet.
feels like to drive a Ford truck.
Yeah. The Shadowbringers theme kicking in and everything.
yeah, that was nice. It was nice, but man, I almost wish there was an entire. I kind of wish they just dove deeper into the old. There's something about the old West, like Red Dead Redemption 2 is in 14. Fallout New Vegas is in 14. Let me just be here. I just want to experience this more. But of course, that's a vehicle to get you to the next thing, and then so.
Literally.
Like I
train.
Yeah. Like literally, let's drive this fucking. Let's get you to the next thing on the fucking the railroad expansion of the West. It's
Which
really
I will
fucking fun.
say, there's a mistake they made this expansion. That should have been a rail shooter
What'd they do?
section. We should have been able to
Oh
do.
my God.
I thought the same
Yeah.
thing, man.
I was like, we already have this in the gold saucer. Just repurpose
I mean,
it for
to be
this.
fair, they tried to do something like this with the weapon series, and it didn't. Fly.
No, a lot of people like
I-
that. Not the fucking
I
music part where you press a button 6 times at the end, but I'm talking about when you control. No, I mean like just straight up like you just like just that, just like you're in the gold saucer again, like you're doing Air Force One. I would have liked that because that's the thing Dawntrail was missing was quests where you actually played.
Yes, absolutely.
So I would have loved that as something that they thrown in there. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they were
But
afraid of
that-
people not being good at it though.
Yeah, and just like kind of like, hey, we want to do this specific cutscene so you get to the next dungeon rather than like throwing something in there. But that once you get on the train, that shit is crazy, man. I was like, what the fuck is 14 anymore? Because you have, like I said earlier, you have this cowboys versus aliens type thing going on where I'm in the old West on a wooden railroad, and I have my crystal cat boy here casting magic on my 1800s ass train while there are like fucking robots on flying bikes shooting at me. This like the contrast between those two aesthetics and concepts just blew me away. I'm like, this is so perfect. I couldn't have imagined 14 ever doing this, but they're doing it and they're doing it so well. And you pull up to the Vanguard dungeon off of this you jump off of an exploding train. What the fuck is going on, man? That is just I was like, man, Dawntrail fucking rules, man. I don't care what it took to get here, but I'm here and I love this right now.
I like chat bringing up that once Aaronville gets on the gun, he misses every shot.
He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. They literally show him missing every shot.
That's so toxic. That's so toxic. And Vanguard is a dungeon also. That's a big highlight dungeon. I think for a lot of people, that's kind of, if not the highlight dungeon, the like one of. Not to mention it is the big glam spot. Everyone's trying to collect all their Vanguard glam because it's the more futuristic set. And right before that, you get your sex dungeon glam from the quests.
Yeah.
Sly, do you not like the sex dungeon glam?
No.
The level 96 crafted stuff? No, Slide, that's not your look?
Nah.
So I can imagine your character. Have you, because the aiming top, it's got like the ring in the middle, and it's got a belt here, 2 belts here, 2 belts here, with a leather jacket.
No, I'm good.
You know?
I'm good.
No. I got spike shoulder pads. Look like a fucking football player.
Mad Max
football player.
That set's Mad Max. Mine was Sex. The aiming set is Sex Dungeon. It's not Mad Max.
That's what's up. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Hell yeah. And that again leads you into the dome, and this is where they're like, man, everyone thought there was going to be Final Fantasy IX, and we haven't really seen a lot of that till now. And then you step into it, and you're like, here's where all the Final Fantasy IX is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. The number of references is staggering. A lot of them people don't even see.
I probably missed most of them, to be honest. I played 9 when I was 9 years old, and I haven't touched it since. So it's like one of the few Final Fantasies that I'm not fully fresh on. Like I remember Alexandria and like especially the last dungeon stuff, but the subtle things from that starting point on, I probably missed a lot of it.
There's also some quest dialogue that references other. There's one dialogue from an NPC where someone goes, "Legend has it that somebody used to think they could dodge lightning bolts by jumping out of the way at the last second." What an idiot!
I've done that 200 times to unlock, I don't know, a fucking weapon or some shit. I remember that.
Yeah. There's a whole lot of like little micro things. Even the theme of the expansion kind of dives a little bit more into Final Fantasy IX's themes. Final Fantasy IX is a lot about facing death and the inability or ability of others to do so. And that's kind of the entire theme of the Alexandria section is what death actually means to different people. So it's a very good play on at least referencing a lot of the themes from 9. So I got to give them credit for that without it being overbearingly like you have to have played 9 to get this specifically.
I feel like the Endwalker patch quests were a little too on the nose with 4 stuff, which I love 4 and I like. It's cool. I like that, but like you said here, I think it's a little bit more makes a little bit more sense to like weave it naturally through what the story they're trying to say.
The nuance that's missing in the first half is more present from Alexandria from like 87. I keep saying 87. Fucking Endwalker.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah,
97. It's like January 1st where you fucking sign the previous year still, and you're like,
yeah, still, yep.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. And we pretty quickly get into it. As a reminder, this is actually Erenville's homeland that was entrapped in the dome of Yasumani. And upon getting there, it's a mix of technologies, it's a mix of civilizations, it's just all kind of melded together. We learn that what this dome is and when it was made are kind of key things that push the story ahead. So the dome is an interdimensionally fused subsection of another reflection that was placed in Yasumani, and the time distortion within the dome made it so that 30 years passed in the time that the dome forms and you get inside of it.
Crazy.
Yeah. Time shenanigans.
Yeah.
And that's another big topic because the first had time shenanigans too, but every time we get there, it seems they make a verbal comment that says, no, time seems to be flowing normally right now. So I think we're okay. How do we feel about that? Every time they want to introduce time shenanigans, as soon as we get there, they're like, no, I think it's fine right now. It's like the thermostat was broken, but then like, somebody comes in and is like, oh, it looks like it's like when you call the plumber and they show up, but then the sink for some reason just gets like unclogged before they get there. And you're just like, oh no, when you call the technician because your internet's out, and then they get there and like,
internet goes back.
Fine. Yeah.
That's exactly it. They're going to have to explain this shit away somehow. And it can't be ether. It's got to be something else.
Yeah. But not here. No, 30 years pass. 30 years of Zoraljab brooding. 30 years of all the Yasumani citizens being subject to everything that's happening in there and learning about Alexandria and all of it.
Yeah. It's stepping into Heritage Found for the first time was it was a shocking moment where I'm like, okay, things are different. We're no longer dealing with this is very clearly. I mean, it's the first thing you do after you exit that part of Jacques Tarral that's just Spaghetti West, and then now you're like, literally, you see the Everkeep, you see where Solution 9 is, and it's like, we're dealing with something completely out of our control, something completely different. We do not know what we're dealing with, and then you kind of tumble into this story arc about revolution, and you link up with a revolutionary group. And I wish they spent a little bit more time developing that, but I do like that it's there, and I do like that that's the angle they're coming from, and you learn kind of the Krau's parents started this whole thing, and then there was like a rebellion, and all these things had developed beforehand, and you start to learn about that. And I always like a good revolutionary story. So the fact that was the crux of you moving through Heritage Found, I think was like one of my favorite parts about that. Rather than stumbling and then be like, oh shit, technology, fucking cyberpunk, everyone's got phones, and Solution 9 is just the city of TikTokers. And it's like, all right, that's cool, that's sick. But I think like the dark undercurrent that moves you through that zone is very good.
You
Real
saying
talk.
that reminds me, before you go, Sly, it reminds me of seeing all the people watching you eat, both there and in the final zone. Everyone being like, these are people who watch React videos. That's what it is.
Yeah.
These are React viewers right here. They're just like, what does he think? I need to parasocially grab onto whatever they say or think. Hold on. Let's see. Do they like it? Okay. They like it. Good. We like that. Good. Okay.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
One thing I've kind of didn't understand, like, I understand that, people, had souls within their little whatchamacallits, and they could revive at a moment's notice. But what prompted that? Did people just, go full jackass and just start killing themselves willy-nilly, and they're like, okay, I need a second chance? Like, what prompted this?
I mean, I don't know if it's outright said, but I think when there's a couple lines that say like, oh, if you consume too many souls, whatever, you turn into a beast or something like that.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, no, so
And you
they
see
have beast souls as well.
Yeah.
Like they genuinely have souls that are beast, so they can load in beast souls, and then they could use those power. Just that if you load too many, you risk physical
brolic as fuck, though.
Yeah. Which the question, actually, to jump ahead, moves into the Arcadian potentially being a place where too many of those beast souls are used. So given that, here's the thing, the Arcadian is opened up as an entertainment venue, and it has to be a raid story. So something bad has to be happening within the way the Arcadian is run. So that little fucking Lalafell is probably going to be our main villain.
The fact that that's like one of the last things you see in MSQ is this fucking Lalafell saying like, the Arcadian is back open. I'm like, all right. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then of course they also explain the lightning bits with the storm surge. That's what you're wondering about specifically. So as a thing.
Well, it's not even that. I mean, I understand like the justifications of doing it, but it's just it gets used so fucking willy-nilly now. It's just like, it's like a drug, y'all got any of them souls?
I mean, that's kind of that. There's that one scene where the guy's like, goes up to Sphene and is like, I don't have any more souls. I'm gonna fucking die. And then you go through this whole thing of like, hey, you need to work for souls. And I was like, oh, is this a statement about capitalism? Because I'm here for this shit. And then Sphene's just like, oh, sorry, I can't help you. That's just not how this world works. And I'm like, oh, damn, there's some dark undercurrents here on just the concept of souls alone. But in terms of like how they got to that point, I don't know, technology, ether. I'm sure that there's like something tucked under to explain that. But like on a conceptual level, though, I think it's really interesting that they have this. It kind of feeds into the theme of the final zone where people are like really toying with the idea of eternity and life. And so when you have this society that is essentially give themselves a second chance, it like warps your perception of what it means to be alive. So Yeah, it all fits together. In what way, I'm not exactly sure quite yet, but it makes sense to me. I don't know.
Well, again, that touches a lot upon the Final Fantasy IX theme, where death is literally the theme of Final Fantasy IX, and eternal life is, you know, kind of the antithesis of that. Which it's funny because we'll talk about Sphene a little bit more, but essentially Sphene, I saw, how did I see it worded? It was like, I think it was like Medion and Sphene were, I've seen people say Emmett and Sphene are two sides of the same coin as well, but I was like, it was like Medion without prejudice inflicted despair and death, and and then Sphene without prejudice tried to preserve and retain, or something like that, where essentially at the cost of anything else they were willing to do that same thing. And so so little too much, but granted, I don't think we're done with Sphene. I'll be honest.
There's a hint at the end.
There's a hint at the end. Although I think I know. I have a couple theories about that, but we're jumping ahead. Ooh. They use Heritage Found to introduce us to Sphene, who also a Final Fantasy IX reference, because Final Fantasy IX's main princess is Garnet, another type of gem. Yeah, worth bringing those to light. And I like that there's this nice character who's just so immediately sus. Like there's no question in your mind that you're like, oh no fucking chance, bro. No way. I met a small bird girl who was really lovely too for about 5 minutes, and then she tried to destroy the entire universe. So I fucking, you're not
guard's
fooling me.
Yeah, my guard is all the way up.
How do we feel about Sphene? Because Sphene comes in as essentially, Zoral Jaw's innocence, if I'm going to draw a parallel, Zoral Jaw's innocence, Sphene is Emmett in this particular case in terms of late story antagonists. Yeah. Yes, Sly?
I'm seeing I can fix her in chat. No, we couldn't fix that bitch. I'm sorry. There was I understand completely where she was coming from, like doing everything she could for her people, but again, one, it really wasn't her. And
but wait, that means we can fix her, Sly. We just have to fix the program. Literally can fix her. We just need to get IT down here. Put in a ticket. Somebody put in a ticket real quick.
My God. Y'all are fucking wrong. I swear to God. Go ahead. God damn it. Y'all are fucking wrong.
Yo, Jira ticket will go a long way out there.
Since when is IT? Hey, I worked in IT. We fix things sometimes.
Oh, man. Sphene is such an interesting anchor for introducing you to all that stuff. Because, I mean, yeah, we know that there's something dark behind her, of course. But she's so heavily on the idea of, like, I love my people. I will do anything for them. It's like, yeah, I've heard that before. But once you, outside of Solution 9, when you, see, was it Namika, like, the old version of Namika? Mm-hmm. And when she, gets taken away. Oh, we're taking Grandma away to the cloud. They literally call it the cloud. I'm like, they're uploading their consciousness. Holy shit. Is this what we're dealing with now in 14?
This
we're talking about fucking
shit, yeah.
Yeah, some real dystopian shit. I'm like, yes, I want 14 to go here. This is like the shit that I want them to tackle because I know that they can. And then afterwards, where everyone's like, who are you talking about? Who's Namika? I'm like, oh, this is real fucked up. And it kind of starts to set in motion the idea that like the 9 themes of when we think about what does death and remembrance, like the importance of those things and how they manifest within our social circles and the people that we love. And that was just like a really heart-wrenching moment where I'm like, fuck, okay, this is where we're going. And I know that Sphene is up to no good. She gives us the Torah Solution 9 once we get there, and we're still like playing nice with her. And Wukelmat's still like, no, I want to understand more of your people. And like, yes, that's the objective, but you need to keep your guard up, dog. Like this is getting crazy. And like then you start to understand who the Endless are, and introducing the concept of not just afterlife, but eternity. And like it's a really uncomfortable theme to like really conceptualize, to really think about it. I mean, as the player, I'm like, this is making me feel like I'm having to confront and tackle things that I don't want to, and I love that that 14 goes there, that it begs those questions, and
It makes you uncomfortable.
yeah. And then like in contrast to the first half where it's like, hey, we're just gonna like tell you all of these things, but now we're gonna like flip this around and like, okay, now we're just like showing you a bunch of shit and you need to stew on it as we walk you through this new zone in this new city. So and then Sphene just like kind of dancing around, be like, yeah, these are my people and their backs, you know what I'm saying? Like, isn't that nice? I'm like, sure. Yeah. We'll see about that.
You also get some reassurance because the people who have survived the 30-year time jump in Yasulani, well, they survived. They weren't killed when the dome was there, even though like an invading army came out and, you know, the capital was razed essentially, or at least it was, they took a bunch of pot shots to warn them more accurately. Mm-hmm. But everyone inside was technically safe. They may have died of old age afterwards, like we see with Namaka, or they may have been killed by a fiend, which could have happened outside of the dome. But they present the idea that everyone who came in was technically fine.
Yeah.
They just were given the choice to be a part of Alexandria or not, which it's hilarious that they're given the choice, given that they clearly weren't trying to give anyone a choice. At the same time, especially as you get a little bit later on where it's like, no, we're taking it now.
Yeah.
And I very much enjoy it because they just kind of drop a bit of information here. People forget the people who die. So then when it sets up for later, when Aaronville's asking about his mother and nobody can remember her, like you're just supposed to like, it's a really obvious piece, but it's one that you don't necessarily think of it getting that way. Like you might have assumed Kafkuya is dead when you see her in the robot form, but you also don't know about the Endless yet at that point. So you can't immediately draw that conclusion.
Yeah.
So,
oh boy.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole concept, like, especially people forgetting people, like, I personally have been struggling a lot with the idea of, like, there are things that would I be better off if I just forgot about that? It's something I've been really thinking about lately.
Are you wondering, is there like somebody who you hated where it's like, if they die and I just forget about them, like, is that fun?
No, it's maybe we're jumping ahead a little bit, but I think like Aaronville's story about how he's struggling with the existence of his mom. My mom passed away last year, and like it was like probably the hardest thing that I've ever had to deal with in my life. But I thought that I had like come to terms with it, and I thought I was like, I can be okay moving forward with this. And so Dawntrail goes in a lot of different directions, especially with Aaronville as an anchor for that, with his mom, who's like, who has a really hard time letting go of that. When she's right there, you can succumb to the fact that there are endless. People can live for eternity, but it's not really them. But do you want to let go? When push comes to shove, are you going to let them go? And then the idea of like Wuklamot and Namaka and then everyone just forgetting about her, I'm like, what if we're on like some Eternal Sunshine type shit right now where it's like, what if I just erase this part of my memory? Would I be better off that way? And then it also incorporates the idea of people live on because we remember them. And that's one of the most powerful things about this whole arc of Dawntrail is that no one's going to live forever. This idea of the afterlife or an eternal life is fucking fake. And you actually don't want that. Like, you might think that is like a utopian idea, but you do not want that. There's a conversation you have with Grahatia on that boat that really fucking summed this all up for me. But that, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know where I was going with that.
No, that's fine.
We'll circle back on it.
That's fine.
It's really, Dawntrail is like really fucking hit me hard, man. Like, this whole arc just touched on so many different things that I've been like struggling with in the past calendar year. And the fact that they just like nailed it to a T with all its different themes in these final hours, that's what made Dawntrail for me. But yeah, it's idea of like, would you want to go through life knowing no loss? Like Grahatia literally says that to you. And I'm like, now we're talking about like how we ascribe value to life because it will end. And that's like, I don't know if I was in the right mindset to be like asking those questions as I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV for review. But I think that that's a microcosm of the fact that 14 is able to ask those questions in a really profound way. that doesn't feel like some game is just trying to like provoke you to have these deep thoughts or whatever. It's like, no, 14 has earned the right to have these themes and ask those questions from characters who embody that stuff, especially with the fact that Graha Tia is the one who asks you those questions and has that conversation with you, is what makes that so powerful. Because I know that this character has thought about this for a very long time, and he's the character who embodies this theme. So yeah, my bad. It's just like,
No, that was good.
yeah.
Oh no, that's
I was gonna say the same about Graha because there's everyone in that. Everyone you get to the last zone, they're all kind of dealing with their own version of it. And again, burdened by legacy, I mentioned earlier, but that kind of becomes on top of that. It's the legacy of the people who have passed. So
Yeah.
you know, Wook Lamont has to face Namiko, who was the mother figure of her life. She basically says as much. Kryl gets to meet her birth parents, which is I think maybe Kryl could have used a little bit more. They kind of just spring on you that she's from this dystopian land. Although she is from the source, technically. Her makeup is of the source. Yeah. So, and in fact, they make note of that because I think they say Ishtola would have noticed if Kryl's etheric density was different, because if she was from a shard, her etheric density would have been less than that of everyone else. So yeah, but I think Kryl probably could have used more. I think just finding out that she sat at a meeting and found out, yeah, by the way, I'm from another shard.
I guess. Shit.
I'm from another reflection. Wow. And then basically fast forward to meeting her parents like way later. She just kind of gets blue balled up until like right in that moment. She's just like, hey, can you tell me about my parents? No. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I feel you on that. But the things you actually do in living memory with Kryl's parents, I think is really sweet.
Yeah.
It's so funny how, and like, the Golden Gate takes you to living memory, the last zone where the endless live and everyone has eternal life off of this fake premise that everyone's memories will just live on eternally. And so like, it's really funny because like when Kryl is with the endless versions of her parents, there's like these awkward moments where they don't know what to say to each other.
Fucking
and it's like, yeah, and
just starts deep throating his ice cream. Just full on, just hawks
He's
it
like,
down.
let me break the tension and deep throat this ice cream. Is so fucking funny to me. And it's funny because like just moments ago, I was having this deep conversation with him that made me cry my eyes out. Yeah. And then he's doing this dumb shit here. It's like he is the perfect character. I don't care what anyone says. He is the perfect character. But I think it's like this really funny moment where it's like, I don't know what to say to my parents that I haven't talked to in 20, 30 years or my entire life.
Never known them.
I never known them. And then their final moments are like, go Maya, her real name, her birth name.
Which referenced to Final Fantasy V. That was her middle name.
Ah, yes.
It was technically something else, but the localization translation.
Yeah. So I thought it came around in the end. I do think it was a little abrupt because they have built up her parents as like, hey, they were the original revolutionaries who like built this technology and then realized it was bad and then rebelled against it. That's why this Oblivion revolutionary group exists in Jacques Tarol or in Heritage Found. But they kind of just show up at like, hey, they're Lalafell. And they're here. They're chilling. And I was like, okay, cool. That's fine, I guess.
Yeah.
But everything else that happens to them I think is really good.
Yeah. I really do like, so the lore they give there actually answers a lot of questions. It's the whole time I was going through, I was trying to figure out where Alexandria came from specifically. And so the Calamity of Lightning is the second calamity. The Calamity of Ice is the fifth calamity. So if this were originally, I was thinking maybe it was like a subsection of a rejoined shard that through technology, like brute forced being able to circumvent what the Ascians did, similar to the Crystal Tower technology that even the Ascians were like, what the fuck? How did you do that? Like Emmett's like, I made this tower. How the fuck did you do that? he was perplexed by it. So I thought like maybe it was that. But given that it was the whole 3 calamities before, I don't think there's much time shenanigans that happened there. So likely it wouldn't be the 12th, which was the shard that was absorbed by the lightning calamity. So that then you have to narrow down the other ones it couldn't be, and you kind of come up with like one of 4 that it could be, but it's still an aftermath essentially a shard that was prepared to be rejoined but was never rejoined. So it's kind of just like it's like the void equivalent, but it's just all lightning aspected energy at this point. So we know one of the 4 remaining shards that wasn't rejoined is probably just completely fucked. Most people think it's the 9th because that's one of the unrejoined shards, and it's Final Fantasy IX. Totally possible, but that's just a fun little like lore connection that just by saying they left the South Sea Isles, you just immediately can draw that entire connective tissue, and I definitely appreciated that.
Haps, did you do your usual thing of after all of this, did you go back and talk to Uno Callahan?
No, I have not been back to talk to Uno Callahan, which should have been something.
Because I'm wondering what the fuck he would have to say.
I don't think he cares. It's not about the void. He doesn't give a shit anymore. He just wants to talk about the void. He doesn't want to talk about anything else.
Oh man, that's fucking hilarious. But yeah, I don't know. I just that last zone is just, it's fucking crazy. Well, to back it up a second, I just want to talk about the level 99 dungeon. That is probably my favorite dungeon theme in a very long time. There's a 20-minute cut on YouTube right now. I'm listening to that shit on loop, and I want to fight everybody in the street shirtless. That shit makes me feel invincible, man.
Good. I'd rather fight people in the street shirtless than that fucking turtle. Anyway.
Fucking turtle. Fuck that turtle.
Hey, y'all like single pulls? Let's go.
Anytime we pull that turtle, I'm fucking LBing.
I respect it. I really like. All in all, I do really like that dungeon because that theme fucking hits, and like just the opening scene of you on a speedboat as like this insurgency group invading this 13 floor tower is so fucking cool to me. Holy shit. And like you go through the side, this feels like a fucking GoldenEye mission, and you have this fucking trance track playing with a Latin choir. Like Soken and the sound team were in their fucking bag, dog. They touched on like 20 different genres, nailed all of it. And this is where they're like, I thought that in Final Fantasy 16 he hit like the sickest like drum and bass beat in 16. He said, "No, fuck that shit. I'm about to one up myself and hit us with the level 99 dungeon." The Origenics theme is one of my favorite songs in Dawntrail. One of the top dungeon themes for sure. It just really embodied this moment where we're fighting for something. We're crossing a boundary in which there's like kind of no return, at least in the context of the story.
Chat brings up a very, very important point, and I'll have to listen to it side by side. Origenics is uses a D&B remix of the FFXIV theme from Final Fantasy IX.
Ooh.
Which makes sense given the tower is essentially the FFXIV. Although the FFXIV is featured somewhat later. Mm-hmm. But I'll need to do a listen to side by side for that one.
Yeah, I'm sure Soken's like, how can I incorporate these little things? The hideout theme is straight up the Tantalus theme, but a lo-fi chill beat, which is like, I didn't catch on until like later on. I'm like, oh fuck, I forgot that is like a direct reference, and it's got lo-fi beats, man. It's just crazy.
Yeah. I would also like to say, I haven't looked at the individual credits for the songs, but we have to remember Soken, he's the head of the department, but he does have 2 or 3 prodigies that he's been working with. And we know that a lot of them actually did work specifically on the Solution 9 bits. They're the same ones who basically made the Pulse album.
Nice. That is very apparent.
Yeah. So
I always make sure to like credit like Soken and the sound team.
Like, we don't always know who does which. Yeah, it's usually a while before we find that out.
Yeah, so I always want to be like, hey, it's like the same thing with like Persona. Like, Shoji Meguro is like the lead composer, but he has like 2 or 3 people alongside him who really conduct these songs, especially with like the new personas and all that. So Soken is, of course, I fucking love him, but I know that there are people.
Yeah, he's the last stop no matter what. It doesn't get into the game till it gets past him.
Yeah, so but it's just across the board. Dawntrail's soundtrack is just blew me away front to back, man.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Especially for me, it's the 100 dungeon.
Oh my god.
The final MSQ dungeon of Alexandria. that theme. I'm just like, yo, that's like, it's like a Dead Ends level, like an Amaranth level kind of hype dungeon for me. Until, well, the elephant slows it down, but you know, it's not as bad as the turtle. Like how chat was like, you can sleep the turtle. That doesn't make it die instantly. You still have to take fucking a minute and a half to kill the stupid fucking thing on its own.
You can't wall to wall that? I can't remember.
Well, there's two like Cyclopses beforehand, and all they do is make it even worse. If anything, just do another single pull on the two Cyclopses, then go into the room and deal with the turtle. It's way less frustrating, in my opinion. But yeah, so we get to learn a lot about Kryl. Then, of course, Aaronville gets his final send-off as you kind of been dealing with his pain the entire time through living memory and his inability to kind of cope with what's about to happen. And that's just kind of the pinnacle of the whole thing. And then from that point on, it goes to being a very Azem level threat. Like as soon as we have to go into Alexandrian deal, which a fun little tidbit, that goblet is almost certainly something Azem left behind. It does have
a little symbol on it.
It does have his symbol on it. And it reacts to Dynamis when we use it, when we use his stone and we start calling people in. So I wonder if he left any other little treats and tidbits around the rest of the world.
Man. Yeah. Speaking of like the trials, the Zeralja trial was
we
wild.
kind of skipped over talking entirely almost about Zeralja, didn't we?
Yeah, we beat his ass and said, all right, we're going to move on to the actual threat. But that Zeralja, the Everkeep level 99 trial is fucking sick. I mean, just on like the normal version, I do think they get pretty creative with it. That is, it's not just the square arena where a bunch of AoEs drop. You know, it's they do some interesting things. Thankfully, I could use my trusts and just follow wherever Grahatia goes. That's my boy. But that fight and that song that plays in that fight is so fucking hard. That shit is tough. I love that shit. That's great.
It reminds me kind of the mid-boss theme from Endwalker, the dungeon mid-boss theme at times, but like way more like drummed up and like bassy and fast-paced at times. It's got like moments that remind me of the riff from the Endwalker mid theme. Yeah, it turns into a Warframe. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, Sphene definitely turns into Warframe. I have a friend who works for Digital Extremes, and I was watching them play the end of it, and when Sphene turns into her final form, they were like, that's just the next fucking Warframe that we're putting in. Of course, they were joking, whatever. But I was like, that's just a Warframe. What the hell?
It's a big-ass Warframe.
Yeah, it's a big-ass one, though. But yeah, the I guess, to like cap off on the Everkeep Zeralja, it was... I feel like maybe it was a little bit forced, but still worked. Is with baby Galulja.
Yeah.
And Zeralja, where Zeralja's like, hey, this motherfucker's about to die. And then his kid walks up to him and is like, Dad, why didn't you want me? I hate it when stories do this. But the kid's like, I just wanted you to be... Like, baby Galulja literally says, I just wanted you to be there. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Exactly.
Why you want me, man? Why you want me, man?
That's exactly what they did. And it's like, I just wanted you to be there. You don't need to be a little fucking king who like can like pass on this huge legacy to me. I just want to play on the playground. That's all. And it's like, it's a trope, but it always fucking works. It always works on me, I guess. And the fact that that's how they cap off Zeralja, it gives like a nice closure and conclusion to that character. Like, we killed him, and he wasn't just some enemy that needed to get us to level 100 content. Because I know Baby Galulja is probably going to be an important piece moving forward. So the way they were able to tie that together with something definitive, I appreciated that.
There's a lot leading up to Zeralja that I appreciate that they go out of their way to do. They take some time again for some setup with Otis, who's another great character, who is a Steiner reference through and through.
Mm-hmm. Very much
he has some of his animations like just out.
Yeah, I noticed. Yep.
Yeah. So, but it's done very tastefully. If you didn't know who Steiner was, you don't like or hate Otis any bit more. But like him even being a robot is a reference, because in 9, Zidane calls him Rusty all the fucking time. So him being a 400-year-old robot in that particular case.
Subtle thing.
It's the tiny things that like work when they do this and not on the nose shit like Omega, where here's the boss from Final Fantasy V, by the way. Like when they do that, I'm like, no, dude, that's lame. Don't do that. You got to do the little things that like only matter to people who know it and do not take away from the people who don't know it. And that's really because I'm not a big 9 fan, but I appreciate all the little tidbits that they actually incorporate right here because it's done very tastefully. Thank God there's no Tetramaster though. Anyway, that's the card game. That's the shit card.
Game.
Yeah. There's also no jump rope. Well, no
no jump rope
ropes.
minigame.
Not yet. At least. Yeah.
Tetramaster you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, Tetramaster. Oh, boo. Sorry, Tetramaster's whack as fuck, especially coming off a triple tryout from 8.
Sorry, we got Queen's Blood now.
We got Queen's Blood now, so fuck Tetramaster. Nah.
Fuck triple triad. At that matter,
Yeah,
I was fuck triple triad when it comes to having fucking.
Not gonna argue against that.
No, not at all. Yeah. But they sprinkle about. I mean, again, it's just a lot of setup for the thing is, it's easy to jump right from talking about that. Like the reason we even got to Living Memory is because every piece of what you experience in Heritage Found in Solution 9 is literally prompting you for what you're going to have to resolve in Living Memory. Like Otis as a character, meeting him and getting to see his resolve. And he gives you kind of some introspective on like what the people wanted when they were alive. Because now you've met him, who just his soul and a piece of him that's kind of just his memory formed with ether. And they're kind of just, it's two sides of the same coin, but there's like so much relief on him to know that he is who he is, even though he should just be glad that who he is inside of eternity is essentially like it makes him more content to know his life meant something than his death.
Yeah.
Which shouldn't technically matter because he's supposed to be immortal in there, but it matters to him. And that kind of keeps giving you the introspection that you need to be okay with the fact that you have to make the choice to like not let the sequence die. Or to not let the sequence complete and the interdimensional fusion happen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I guess I didn't really think too much about how they tee up Living Memory.
Yeah, they tee it up a lot.
Yeah, it like now that you're talking about it, I'm like, oh right, okay, now this is like all starting to click into place because at that point it's like, hey, I need to finish this game for review.
Yeah, even I figured out from the moment I saw them absorbing souls in Tuliyola, I was like, that's the soul and that's the memory, because we dealt with that in Shadowbringers. We dealt with the issue they had with transporting souls and transporting living beings and everything. So the question was how much of the science works. And in the first part with Grahatia, you learn that somebody, even though their memory of their lover's death was taken from them, they could never fall in love again because it was part of their soul as well. So there was like the intertwining of the ethers and that they still weren't completely separate and everything. So there's just a lot of teeing up to like what you're told about Alexandria and the civilization to what you actually experience with the NPCs, who are all largely okay with being shut off. If you actually go around and talk with them a bunch, they're kind of okay with the idea of what they have right now ending. They're all okay with, like, you very rarely like, oh my God, no, you couldn't do that. No, they're just like, yeah, I mean, it probably won't last forever, but that's fine. I'm glad
that's crazy.
This.
Yeah. Because once you get to living memory, and you look at the golden city. This is the fated golden city that everyone was talking about. Bakul Jaja wanted me to find this. This was the goal, and it's not wealth. It's not the answers to the world. It's this fake world built on the idea of living forever. And it's such a beautiful sight to see. And it feels like when you first see Amarat, it's a fake city built on the idea that the things that I love most can live forever. And it's like a fucking circus. They play like circus music. There's a Ferris wheel. People are selling balloons. There's cotton candy. Like everyone lives in the amusement park for the rest of their life. And like, you can't do that. That's not right. And then as you walk through it, I think it's not, like you said, it's not this thing where people are like, no, I want to live forever. It's just like, hey, we're okay with things ending. And then because in each they make you do it like 4 or 5 times where you have to turn it off. And the prompt says, unless you're doing New Game Plus where you can turn the lights back on. I didn't know about that. But in the moment, at least for me, where the prompt says like, hey, are you sure that you, like, of course you're going to do it because that's how you progress MSQ, of course. But the fact that they like ask you that question is like, oh, fuck. Like I'm ending this. Like I'm going to do this. And then you do it and the lights turn off and it's fucking barren. There's nothing there. You do it the first time, like, oh shit, these are the implications of what I'm doing. But as you go through, as you meet Krau's parents, and you talk to Kafkiwa, and you really understand what she was trying to make you do, and all the different parts of the zone, and it's like, it's walking you through the idea that you need to be comfortable with the end of things. And that's a really hard thing. That's a really fucking hard thing to confront for a fucking game that I want to enjoy and play. But that's what 14 always fucking does to me, man. Ever since Shadowbringers, it's always been this. It's always been this game that has like pulled me aside and tried to ask me so many of the toughest questions that no one in my life has ever been bold enough to ask, or like has earned the right to ask. And then so when Dawntrail does this to you, where especially with Aaronville and Kafkiwa, where he's the one who's like, hey, I need to turn this off. I need to say, like, I need to let this part of my life go, and I need to be the one to do it. It's such a strong message. And man, like, and again, that boat scene with Grahatia, where he basically says, like, damn, there are people in my life that I wanted to be around forever, but instead of seeing them one more time or meeting them in the afterlife, I just wanted them to live one more day, and a joyous one at that. That's all I wanted for them. And I really fucking thought about that. Like, I didn't get to say goodbye to my mom. I didn't get to go back home, and I didn't get to have that one more day with her. But when Grahatia said that, I was like, fuck, man, that's all I wanted. I didn't get that. And I think what the game is trying to tell you is like, you need to embrace those moments if you have them. And you can't get caught up in the idea of the afterlife because it's not real. That shit you can't bet on that being, I don't want to like deride people of faith or whatever, but you need to like live in the now, and you need to embrace what is happening right now and in these moments. And the fact that Grahatia says that is fucking wild. And then he asked the question like, but if I had all of this, if I had living memory, if I had the power that Sphene had, would I have done the same for the people that I had to let go? I don't know. Let's get this fucking cotton candy though. And so it's just really funny that like 14 is able to ask those deep questions and then move on to like some silly shit. They're able to bounce between those different
he goes to
things.
deep throating ice cream like 20 minutes later.
And it all works though. It's just like the levity that 14 has, and like the serious nature of what the questions that it asks, like, just works so fucking well. And then honestly, it makes the serious themes hit so much more because it feels human. That's like natural. Like as soon as like these tragic things happen in my life, the first thing I want to do is hit up the group chat and make a bunch of fucking jokes, because that's what you do when you cope with tragic things in your life. You want to make jokes of it. You want to have fun. You want to laugh. And 14 is able to do that because it doesn't take itself so seriously that you have to dwell on that. I think that's a contrast with 16, where 16 is fucking serious all the time. It doesn't necessarily have that levity to bounce off of its serious themes, which is fine. But the fact that 14 does it makes it stronger. And like that is embodied in all of living memory for me.
Yeah. And it's like it all comes to a head there. But I mean, even before that with Galul Jah is kind of an interesting wrench that they threw into everything even before that point, because he's not really dealing with the themes that the final zone are going to deal with. He's still dealing with Zoral Jah's theme of legacy, which is present in living memory, but it's more among the people who are alive. It's more about preservation and strength, and Zoral Jah's idea of what needs to happen, kind of thing. And it only begins intermingling once Zoral Jah's actually dead. But it does give Galul Jah. It's more like a passing of the torch that gives you even gives you the ability to actually get to the final zone. Because don't forget, Galul Jah is the one who technically opens the gate to the Golden City, because he has the authority to do so.
Yeah.
So between him and the earring, both kind of circling back around and becoming that. Yeah, the only question everyone has is not who is Gulul Jah, but how is Gulul Jah? Because most people assume cloned or he got, or listen, if Virgil can have a kid, Zoral Jah can have a kid.
That's the first thing I thought, because you see Gulul Jah in Solution 9 like running away or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, like we know, like, based off of the fact that he's like one of the other tribes of Mumul Jah.
Yeah, he's
the kid
of them. Yeah, because it's like the reverse blessed, where both of the traits from the Hubagu and the Bonewa are present, even though they only have one head. Yeah, it's the same as Zoral Jah.
Yeah. So it's like, Zoral Jah, who did you smash to make this kid? This motherfucker's why he's hiding a child. Like, I was like, holy shit, this fool's got a secret family. That's crazy. I think it's so funny, but like, that is, I hope they answer that at some point. I mean, they're not going to introduce baby Gulul Jah for just for this plot point. So I am like keeping my eye on what they're doing with his story, because there's so many questions left over by that. Then the fact that he's a de facto ruler. If I was him, I'd be like, fuck it, I just want to go play on the playground. I want to play Fortnite. I don't want to
listen. Zoral Jah told him that's up to him. He said you can spurn this choice or you can embrace it, but I'm giving you the authority. And then he found out. He's like, what? I'm
like,
king.
I could have 2 million V-Bucks instead. Like, fuck yeah, I want that. If I was him, I would say yes. But yeah, I'm interested to see what they do with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's it's gonna be fascinating to see. They do leave open some other things. As we are approaching our 2-hour mark, I'm going to move into the final bit after Living Memory. So we shut off the entirety of Living Memory, specifically shutting down Sphene. And we're given we're given this information beforehand, but it's one last reminder that this Sphene is not the actual Sphene. It's sort of a messed up version of Sphene, which preyed on her desire to protect her people, but it was really the Preservation who we learn are the true villains here, who made this Sphene the way she is and programmed her the way that she is. And they say this Preservation's not around anymore, that they were lost and that this Sphene essentially is their legacy. But we're also given a scene where the crown that Sphene was wearing on her head lights up and indicates that there's something else that is potentially happening there. The question is if that has something to do with the Preservation and if they're going to be dealing with that leading up to point 3, or if that's something to do with potentially one of the warring factions like Lindblom, something that they had done to Alexandria and what the Preservation had done, some reprogramming there. So there's a couple of threads deliberately left open about that shard, which will hopefully also explain more about that shard and which shard it is, etc., etc. The goddamn Amber Lord, all the HSR references with the Preservation.
Oh yeah,
yeah, unavoidable with being called the Preservation, but you know, oh man. But yeah, I'm curious to see where it goes. Because it's made of electrope. There's a lot of story about electrope and its properties and what it can do, and it's essentially what's the joke? Not vibranium. It's there's another like made up material from like comic books that
not adamantium.
No, it's not azurite. Unobtainium. Yeah, we'll just go with unobtainium. That's not what I was thinking, but we'll just say unobtainium. Fuck it.
Yeah.
It's
like the science version of ether. You could make it do whatever you want, and you can take it whatever direction you want. I guess one of the questions I've been asking, maybe this is it's already answered, but like when you go to Living Memory, that is the remnants of that shard, that reflection.
Yeah.
Does that is the only like the existence of that zone of living? Is there anything more left in that shard, or is Living Memory like the last? Is it like the only thing that is left over from that realm, and everything else beyond it is just fucking a wasteland of nothing?
As far as I remember, we shut everything down.
Well, no, what he means is living memory is specifically a creation of Alexandria to persevere that calamity. But there's other nations that exist on that shard that are not living memory. Like they didn't try to preserve the Lindblum, like the Lindblumians. They weren't going to try to keep them safe. So like, is Lindblum, did Lindblum find a solution? Did they survive? Is there any other nation that was out of Alexandria's reach? Yeah. If we're to believe they're going on which by the way, I couldn't help but notice that living memory kind of looks like Final Fantasy IX's map, but that's a totally different story. Not entirely, but like there's bits and pieces of the way that it's put together that very much remind me of Final Fantasy IX's world map. So I definitely can help but notice that. Yeah. But is there something else? Essentially, because what we're led to believe is it's essentially the 13th. And that it wasn't rejoined, but it's completely over. Or it's like the first if it hadn't failed. Or like if the wave of light was never stopped. Essentially, which I guess is also like the 13th. Yeah, they like just use technology to stop something.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, like, if you go like 20,000 yalms some direction, are you going to find anything? Are you going to find like a leftover civilization? And is that something that is going to be explored, or is it just living memory, just like a heaven that was built and that's the last thing that this realm fucking has all to it? But I don't know.
Yeah, but it's just interesting to think there's essentially a third shard that wasn't rejoined that's just completely fucked.
Yeah.
And you already know, like, I wonder if they told us we should remember the members of the convocation. I wonder if that was because of the key or because we need to figure out which Ascian fucked this shard up, because we already know Electrope was like something like Emmett or somebody else did on that shard to set up a rejoining that now there's no rejoining to be had. So,
man, yeah, it's I think though the way that Dawntrail kind of incorporates the past in some really subtle ways, or in ways that they don't have to outright say, is kind of one of the strong points, I think, because the implications of everything that's happened before are very much apparent when you like dig down deep into it. And like even the patch quests, because the Endwalker patch quests, I just didn't really understand what they were trying to do with it, other than like, hey, we need to buy time before we get to the next expansion. Let's just do Final Fantasy IV. I'm like, oh, cool. I'm here for it. I'll play that content. Hell yeah. But I guess one thing that I think about is that they spent so much time trying to build the idea of portals to the other realms without using the Crystal Tower. Like Y'shtola worked so hard to like build, or like everyone else worked so hard to build this portal into the void so we can save Azhdaya. And like, okay, cool, we're gonna do that. And then the fact that Dawntrail like comes back around now, like now we're talking about, we are making good on the idea that we are trying to work to build portals to all the other shards. I think it retroactively makes the patch quest a little bit more like, oh fuck, like y'all were thinking steps ahead. And of course we couldn't have known that because we weren't making a Dawntrail. So I'm like, all right, y'all are playing chess out here. I respect that, and that is okay. They are steps ahead, and I think they're working towards something that is going to be even bigger. And again, like the idea of Dawntrail, the start of a new era, and introducing you to this entirely different culture, region, and this idea of exploring other shards. Man, that is, I think they have set themselves up to like do whatever they want. If they have to ditch certain ideas and go a different direction, they can do that. Mm-hmm. If they want to like double down on a certain idea from Dawntrail, they can do that. It's like they had opened themselves up to almost anything for the next 10 years. And that was really important for them to do, that I wanted to see them prove that they can do. And then, yeah, I'm so excited about the future of 14.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like it's going in any particular direction. Like you said, it's more so they're opening up avenues by making shard travel, making sure there's more than one method that's available. We found one in the Endwalker patch quest. We found one here with the gate, as well as the Holy Grail of Azim, which is interesting because you had to know Emmett knew about the Golden City. He knew about this already. He tells us about it.
Yeah. And 3 other places we should go to.
Yeah. So the fact that he knew about it's pretty interesting, because that means he knew that there was a shard that was like really fucked up, that like he was like, all right, hold on. Come on. You know, we gotta set this one up real quick. And he still considered the first a more important thing that had to be done. But yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting to see. how many different doors they open. I mean, even this opening up the South Sea Isles is, to be clear, if anyone's forgetting, Alo Alo, the variant dungeon, is where the South Sea Isles are. Like, that is all. That we even fight a giant fucking Lalafell, like, in Alo Alo. So, just saying, like, the Malala thing is, like, it's not brand new, but it's like, there's a lot of avenues open. It's just a question of which one is really going to be kind of the driving force. Because they gave us a potential existence-ending threat here still with Dawntrail, with a robot that can merge dimensions together in order to endlessly consume ether until everything is eternal.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. Like that, like, is that going to be the constant threat? Like the threat of, shard ending scenarios, because we have this travel. We'll essentially have travel to other shards. So that's going to be the constant threat, I think, is like, they're going to take out every shard. They're going to be able to take out every shard. And that's the only avenue I can think of. That's like the big bad for the next arc, I guess we're going down.
Yeah. Yeah. Chat says if Sphene was left completely alone, essentially, it would have been a Medion. It would have been a little, because Medion was going to end all life. And the only reason why anything that Medion did takes physical form is because we're there with Dynamis. It's literally the only otherwise it's all like, it's just a void of nothing at the edge of the universe. Right. Here, it would have been essentially all ether on all shards would have been consumed, and then it still wouldn't have been able to sustain living memory forever, and then it would have died anyway, essentially. Yeah. So it was kind of an inevitable same endpoint. Aloha, be quiet. So he's always like this. So there's a whole lot. There's just a lot to unpack, especially in that last half. And while it's a little too crammed into that back half, whereas the first half is all that exposition and character building, I think that's why I say it's just good. At the end, I said earlier in the show, at the end of it all, good. Wasn't amazing, wasn't bad. I just had a good time the whole time.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah. And like, even just this conversation we've had between us really puts into perspective how fucking different the two halves of this game are.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about culture and exploration and Wook Lamont, really like learning what it takes to be Dawn Servant, her relationship with her brothers. And then we're talking about fucking calamities, realm travel, and all this other shit. But even though they do feel like two very distinct halves, it's still, as I say in my review, like, there's enough connective tissue for this to make sense and feel like once Wook Lamont and Kona become Dawn Servant, this is the next logical step, it feels like. And again, I'm excited to see how they explore this more, because there is so much more that needs to be explored. But the fact that this is what Dawntrail ended up being surprised me. And I was like, oh shit, okay, like, I am again excited for the future of 14. After Endwalker's like, I don't know what the future holds for 14. We'll see what they can do. I don't know. But now Dawntrail's like, hey, I cannot wait for the next patch. I cannot wait for the teases for the next expansion. So I think that to me makes Dawntrail an accomplishment, I think. And we've been playing this game for a long ass time. It's really hard to be surprised by it, and yet Dawntrail still hit me with a lot of surprises. So yeah, and in that regard, I'm just like really happy with it.
Sly, any closing thoughts, particularly on anything we touched upon?
No, I'm just honestly, I'm optimistic in terms of where we're going from here. In the beginning, I was kind of meh about Dawntrail. I'm like, yeah, this is after our 10-year arc of dealing with the big bads in the Asians and then Zodiac, and now what are we doing? We're having a quote unquote summer vacation. How deep is this gonna get? And it got real fucking deep. So yeah, I'm impressed that they managed to kind of get me back to their side and kind of get me excited for the future in Final Fantasy 14. So I am looking forward to it. Hi.
Now, I do want to throw one last thing in here. This is not based on any particular event. Well, actually, no, I guess it is. So the Strayburrow Deadwalk is the dungeon, as we call it, the circus dungeon.
Yeah.
And obviously, we have a quick scene of us traveling through the ethereal sea to get through to that dungeon. And so obviously, we're still not quite out of the way with whole shard travel. In fact, it's still very, very recent. The clown dimension. We're going someplace in a few months. We're going to Vanadil.
Oh, right.
I have Googled this just to be sure. The 11th shard is still fully intact as far as we know. So
That is so fucking lazy. Stop. No.
Oh, come on.
That's a show. That's a fucking show. First off, I mean, I'm semi looking forward to it, save one person, but that is so fucking, oh my God.
I dig it. Fuck it.
Now, of course, the question then becomes I want to be very clear. I don't think Vanadil, as it is in 11, is the 11th shard. But I've, of course, floated the idea before of Echoes of Vanadil either referencing the fact that it's a past civilization, Echoes, or another shard, which also makes sense with 11's story. Do you think that's where we're taking what we learned in Living Memory? Where we take the Golden Gate, are we going to the 11th shard for Vanadil, or are they going to take? Do you think they're going to take a different approach?
It's hard to say because it depends on how much stock they put into Alliance raid stories, and we've seen them kind of obviously with Realm Reborn, Crystal Tower. That raid series it's required content now because it's so important to Shadowbringers, right? And you have Void Arc. And then you have the 12, the Rabanastra stuff, and that became the Shadowbringers extra content with what's the region? I'm forgetting. I've spent so many hours in that place. Yeah, in Dalmasca. So okay, we've seen Alliance raids feed into other things. The Nier stuff was contained, obviously, in its own thing. And then the Mists of the Realm was just like, let's revisit our past to just put a cap on it. If they want to do something bold with their Alliance raid story, this would be an opportune time to do it. If they were going to incorporate an entirely different shard with it, and I mean, they did that with Cloud of Darkness and things like that, which ended up coming back, of course. But I would love to see them use the Alliance raid in a more bold way, in a more direct way, rather than just like side content that you can enjoy if you want. But yeah, and like to merge in 11 is like, it'd be cool as fuck. It's like, hey, the other MMO, we didn't forget that there's another MMO. We're gonna put it in our shit too. So I don't know to what degree they're going to like lean on that stuff, but I hope that they would lean harder into incorporating that into like the way we experience the main game.
Yeah, it's just a question that actually has to be asked now.
Sure.
Like
yeah.
Before it was like, oh yeah, maybe it's one of the shards. Like I think it was a logical thought for a lot of people that maybe it was one of the other shards, especially because we knew the 11th shard again was one of the ones still around. The 9th also one still around, hence why, the wonder is if the Living Memory was from there. I think all fair because it's not stated, and we know they like to be a little on the nose about certain things.
Yeah.
Something's subtle, something's on the nose. So it's just a matter of which is which.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a fair question to ask whether or not you think that. I kind of hope they go a more interesting route than it just being the 11th shard. I do hope I feel like it's kind of like Sly, like little lazy, little lazy to just do that when I think
a little bit lazy.
A lot more. But I'm still. I mean, for those who don't know, Altana, who is the Hydaelyn of Final Fantasy XI, is also known as the Dawn Maiden. So, again, it's still kind of on the nose. So if they're going to be on the nose, they're going to be on the nose about it. So, just saying, so there's a lot that could happen with that one. But yeah, I just wanted to pose that one last question about that. Obviously, the Arcadian we already know is inside Solution 9. So that other last little scene with the Lalafell with the mustache.
Fucking so unserious.
I like how everyone's like, of course it's a Lalafell. Why wouldn't it be? Even in Solution 9, they're doing that.
Oh,
Looking forward to it. Yeah, and then Cosmic Exploration will set up space,
ooh,
which hopefully explains the meteorite in Yaktel a little bit. So
maybe.
all of the regions. I also want to see, they mentioned them briefly, but the blue mages of the New World, they're certainly not present. They mentioned them once.
yeah,
when
They
you're-
are. They absolutely
There's not.
are.
They are, but there's not much. There's not a whole
Yeah.
lot.
One of them shows up majorly in Wachu Meki Meki, actually.
Oh,
Fish.
The fish.
Fish.
Okay, that's like one. The other mention is when you're riding the Roniques through. They briefly
yeah.
make mention.
a Beastmaster, yeah.
No. They make mention of the Blue Mage tribe.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a throwaway line from Aaronville. He's just like, yeah, that's just like them. And it's like, got anything else to say, bro? I'm dying over here. We've known about them for years now. Can you throw me something else?
Yeah.
Some Wallachie lore, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
going
Dawntrail's crazy.
It's in side quest
Yeah.
jail. Yeah.
Oof.
Maybe we'll get Wallachie quests at some point. Just give us straight up Wallachie. Oh, I mean, Blue Mage is going to go to 90, but that's not Dawntrail, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe when they go to 100 eventually, we'll finally get some more involved Wallachie stuff, but that's not going to be till 8.x, so. Yay.
Yeah. I will say, last thing I'll say is Pictomancer, one of my favorite jobs. Viper, not so much. Sorry.
Wow.
I'm kind of in the same boat. I'm not crazy about
Yeah.
Viper. And Viper's getting changed soon anyway, so.
Yeah, there are gonna be some changes, but Pictomancer off the bat, I love Pictomancer. That shit is so fun.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh, another lore tidbit I loved. And I'm glad that they seem to specifically. It's very interesting to think that all the references to the first are in Texas. Because we have the greatest serpent of.
Yes, that's the
Oh
other
my
expert
God.
dungeon.
Yeah, the other expert dungeon. Yeah, we have the return of Scree. Like all of like there's a lot of references
Yeah.
to the first, specifically in Northern Tyrol.
Was the first Texas all along?
Yeah.
The first Texas.
To be fair, it's
Oh.
kind of like the Wild Wild West by the time we got there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my god. Yeah, so much more to dig into with Dawntrail, man. It's an exciting time, I think. So I'm just happy that like
No, I'm happy.
so many doors are open for 14 at this point.
Fuck.
To be fair, I've had a lot of times to say that so far at this show, Sly, and I really held out, you know?
Yeah.
The corn servant, yeah. Scree-haw! I saw La Hee Haw as well, was another one that I saw.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Damn.
We've gotten a lot of great jokes about Shelani in Texas. There's been so many good references. It's like, of course, there's a giant fucking rattlesnake in Texas.
I need more of it. Give me more, please.
I can't wait to take Hildebrand there.
Oh yeah, everyone's right off the bat is like, oh, Hildebrand's going here for sure. There's no way they don't.
I hope Hildebrand meets Wukavu. That's like a big wish. I really need the Hildebrand Wukavu. Like,
I need that dynamic.
I need that dynamic. I really need that dynamic to exist.
Yeah.
And we have the biggest bridge of them all. So if Gilgamesh doesn't show up, I'll be insulted.
Mm-hmm. There's got to be a duty on that bridge for sure.
I want to see Hildy in a cowboy outfit.
Oh,
In a duel. Oh, he needs to do it. He needs to duel someone in the middle of town.
they already got that. That
Yeah.
content is made. You know that content's already made.
It's rare that I look at an entire expansion and go, oh yeah, Hildebrand's got to fuck around with
Yep.
something in here. And I'm like, nope, he's got to go to Texas. He's absolutely got to go to Texas without a shadow of a doubt.
Yep.
All right. With that, I think we can finally start winding down. I feel like we had a pretty fun discussion about all of the story-related elements, character elements, ups, downs for Dawntrail, you know. So, with that, we're going to start signing off. Thank you again for joining. I didn't know whether to call you by Mike or Michael or your actual handle. So I went with your actual name with everything
Yes.
and branding. So I hope that was fine.
Yes, that works.
Other than the fact that your Twitter isn't. Well, no, your Twitter is. It's
Michael P. Hyam.
Yeah, that one I had. Yeah, there was. I almost branded the other one. That's what I remember.
Yeah, I'm a professional journalist out here, so I go by my full name. No, I've always said that I always have people call me Michael unless they are like physically bigger than me. Like I used to work at a sporting goods store with a lot of like ex-varsity football players. They call me Mike. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm Mike. I'm 1000% Mike to you. Man. I ain't gonna tell you otherwise. But everyone else calls me Michael, so I just usually go by Michael. But hey, you can call me whatever you want. You call me whatever you want.
I just know that dilemma because
you're a Michael also, so
Yeah.
you know. You don't go by Mike.
you also get funny when people spell it EAL instead of AEL. So you're just like, I'm not Mikael or Mickey, like I'm not Mikiel, Michael.
Yeah, they run my credit score. I'm like, oh fuck, you don't have a credit score. I'm like, come on,
Change the
spell my
vowels,
name
man.
right, please. Yeah, fuck are we doing here?
Yeah. Mike, and Sly. There you go. It's like Ed, and Eddie.
Sure, I'll take it.
Well, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the show for the first time. It's good to have you on. Thank you, Sly,
Yes,
for
thank you so much.
extending the invite and doing the heavy lifting that I always forget to do.
No problem.
So why don't you, just like your introduction, give everyone your sign off and everything, whatever you want to tell them. The floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. You can find me and all of my bullshit at Michael P. Hyam on Twitter or on Instagram at HyamMichael. You check out my review on IGN.com. A video review should be up soon also for Dawntrail on IGN's various channels. But yeah, that's just what I do. You know what I'm saying? So thank you so much for having me, man. Like, real talk. Like, I mean, obviously, when I was a wee lad playing Final Fantasy XIV for the first time during the patch 4.x series, it was either Ms. Tech or it was Mr. Happy who guided me through those dungeons and trials. So
You're only
it's
allowed
really
to like
fucking...
one of us, though. According to the internet, you had to pick. Like, you weren't allowed. Remember, everyone said you have to like one or the other. And don't forget that we hate each other.
Oh my god.
Like,
Okay, so one of y'all...
That's the internet.
One of y'all got me through all those dungeons and trials, and when
So
I was a
Miz,
wee
got
lad, so I
Yeah, it was the Miz. It was the Miz.
got it.
We all know it was the Miz.
But honestly, it's really fucking cool, man. Especially like FanFest last year when I got to like chill with Frosty, Brian Ricardo. I got to meet Sly finally too, and all of my other friends in games media who play 14. It's just I'm just really thankful to be here. This is really cool to like finally link up with you, Mr. Happy, and also like Sly, like chop it up. So yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. This was legitimately fun as hell. Again, thank you.
Thank you for taking your time on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
All right, Sly. Now we have to, I guess, sign out too.
Yeah. I guess like who the fuck am I? You can find me on Twitch, Sly aka Gray Fox, on Twitter, Sly aka Gray Fox. What am I doing? A bunch of Dawntrail. Probably gonna start working on the other roles now that I'm getting near done with crafting. But big old but. You might need some armor on the 30th. Hell, you might want to level crafters, but you don't want to really level them, so you might need Leave kit. Well, that's what I'm here for. Come on down to Sly's 24-hour drive-through Ponagon Auto Parts 8th Logical Adult Get Bait and Tackle Discount Cigarette Outlet, where we have unheard of prices for all of your needs. So, if you need a lev kit, you need some armor on Savage Day, hit your boy up. I'll have a sign-up sheet for armor orders on Monday.
Ooh.
So, be on the lookout on Twitter. And yeah.
Nice.
Hit them eye levels, baby.
Mike.
Which one? No, I'm not doing that.
Oh my god.
Also been waiting for that all show, but you don't ever call me by my name. So I was surprised to hear you say it just now. It was on your mind. Yeah, Mr. Happy 1227 everywhere. I'm done. Anyway. Very exciting, right? Listen, they're here. What did they need to know? Like, they're here already, right? Like, that's the advantage. I host it, and then they all like.
These are your people.
No, it's not. No, they're ours. But like, they already found me to have found this. So it's like, I'm useless at this. I've served my purpose. I've completed my tasks. No, I've just been cranking out Dawntrail content. My video today is, so you finished Dawntrail. Now what?
Yeah.
Just telling people what to do at 100. So that was today's my various job thoughts. You know, I've leveled now 6 jobs, I believe. But I'm waiting till Tuesday. I got normal mode guides and then predictions for savage mechanics and all that. So yeah, it's going to be a fun rest of the month with plenty of Dawntrail to take up. Oh, and I get to do a free video after this on the fact that we now have a date on the Visa fix of July 23rd.
Oh.
So still quite a ways away, but, you know, another 11 days at this point. Does it, you know, and that's if it works, because who knows if the fix will work, you know. Good luck, everyone who's using Visa. Hoping the best
you're all right,
for you.
man.
Oh, man. All right, so we're going to go into a short post show. We just leave the mic on and talk for a few more minutes before heading our separate ways. So just letting you know since it's your first show. But we will see you all next week, where we'll be just reviewing the Arcadian. Have a guest or two on for that. We'll be going over the story for that. We'll be going over the fights, any predictions we may have, and just a fun little quick discussion on that. So hopefully you're all looking forward to it. But with that, we'll see you next week. And until then, bye.
Peace.
Take care.
All right. We're good. I think it's still
Go
here.
use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, that's
cool.
fine. We're only going to be here for a few minutes. So yeah, just go use the bathroom while the short talk after. Oh, it's supposed to be slack. Oh, wait. Is the thing?
It's still saw the fox on.
Wait, why does it say that? Oh, how old is this one? I must have grabbed a template where I did it wrong from like 1 billion years ago. Because I just grabbed the first 3-person template that I found.
No, because like again, like I've just gotten back Sly AK Gray Fox on Twitter, so it's probably one of the old ones.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll make sure. That's unfortunate because I literally just grabbed the first 3-person one I had, and I just went with that. So yeah, I'll have to fix that. Okay, well that's Sly aka Gray Fox, not Sly the Fox. So fortunately, you'll probably find him regardless if you type Sly Final Fantasy 14 into Google. So there's always that. That probably helps. Generally speaking, we're not that hard to find. On
Not
the
really.
internet, if you really want to find us. But yeah, the shortcut is the shortcut's not the greatest. Oh man, I need some bread. All right. And yes, the bread is at my desk.
Just a loaf of fucking bread at your desk.
Well, I was eating it earlier before we started, so I was just like, I've just that, and then I've got this as like a mini plate from earlier. There we go. Can't find Happy. I've lost him. It's done. Yeah, listen, I need my. It's not a big gym day, so I don't need too much fuel in the tank. But I am at the gym 7 days a week right now, so I do need to be eating constantly. Otherwise, it's just not enough. Need bread.
Yeah, I froze the rest of my Alpest store because I had a lot of that shit.
I'll take it.
Yeah, it's in the deep freezer.
Oh boy.
Just ship the whole thing to me. I have to eat so much right now. That's crazy.
I need to get a flash freezer because people keep requesting food. I can just flash freeze it and send it.
Sly, if you send me food, I will eat it. Generally, the
No,
purpose of food.
Yeah, I sure hope you do.
Well, I just want him to know, for all he knows, I could not. I could do something else with it.
Oh man, that's fucking hilarious. Oh shit.
Loaf of bread at my desk. He was making fun of me for just having a loaf of bread at my desk.
You can do more than that. What kind of bread are you? Just like straight
How
white
about
bread?
this? How about this at my desk?
Yo, I could fuck up a box of goldfish too.
I got
like
my
bread, but
crack
crunchy.
right here. Here's my
Pop-Tarts?
crack.
Pop-Tarts, untoasted
Yo.
Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, shit.
What do I keep? I got medication.
Frosted cherry Pop Tarts on my
I
crack.
got medication.
I don't know. On my desk, I got Celsius, I got green tea, and I got medication. That's it.
Okay.
That shit keeps me afloat.
If you had to pick 3 things distinctly on your desk, they can't be in the same topic. So it can't be 3 food items. It can't be 3 pieces of technology. They have to be like distinguishedly different categories of objects. What would name 3 of them?
My Kirby figure. My glasses.
Okay.
And my 10 keyless keyboard because this shit's fucking sick.
Okay.
Oh no, my heart monitor, my blood pressure monitor. I need that. So that's it.
Okay. Sly.
My plant, my bourbon.
Ooh.
I'm probably gonna stream that.
What kind of bourbon though?
What
I'm
kind does
curious.
he
Right
not
now.
have?
Right now, it's just a little bit of Penelope toasted I have left.
Okay.
The rest of it's in my media room. Like that's
Actually,
my
I sh-
bourbon table.
Oh, okay.
all right.
I'm a big whiskey guy myself. So
Me too. Yep. I'm also
Yo,
whiskey
shit.
and bourbon. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I've got melatonin, a back scratcher,
Hell yeah.
But scratcher.
and I'm trying to look for a third category that doesn't overlap. Oh, I shouldn't have said melatonin because I consider the other thing I would have said to make it funnier. Should have said I got lotion.
Hey yo,
Wow.
that's what's up.
Hey.
I listen. My arms get dry. I ain't trying to have itchy arms all day.
Oh yeah. No, I feel. No, listen, stay moisturized.
Oh my
It's-
cock! That's right. I always forget
Your what?
about this. There we go.
Oh yeah, you can never.
Yeah.
I don't know why your cock
Yeah,
is on
so-
your table.
I've got two.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You can't see my camera. I was gonna show stream, but now it's just a black screen. All right, that's fine. Yeah, I know. I've got two. See, look.
Nice cock, bro.
Yeah, I got two
Damn.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like Bakul Jaja.
Seriously, y'all are some sick fucks out there.
Yo, listen. I fuck with hentai. Y'all are different.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? So the woman who has the corn dog picture, I know her.
Oh
And
my God.
I told her, I was like, "You've made a terrible mistake."
No.
I went to her stream like 2 days ago. She was playing Elden Ring, and I was like, "All right, I'm not gonna say anything about it. Like, I'm sure she's heard it a million times, whatever." And then she brought it up, so I was like, "All right, now fuck it. That's it. Gloves are off."
That's crazy. Damn.
God, and you know what's funny? That might be one of the most hinged things that she's put on the internet. So,
Oh, okay. So
Hinge?
Yeah,
it's all good then, right?
yeah.
It's not like, oh fuck, I got caught in the crossfire. Now I'm a meme for two-headed lizard man and his
Yeah.
corn dogs.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
alright.
She said that she didn't take that picture because of Bakul Jaja. She had that picture apparently from like a year prior, and she's just like,
Premonition.
"Well, this is funny."
She's right.
Yeah,
Oh my god. I
Yeah.
think the fan art that has spurned from Dawntrail has been like the most unpredictable thing.
Bakul
Ever.
Jaja in the maid outfit.
That's good. Yep.
Yeah, good as a
I've
word for
seen-
it. Okay.
Bakul Jaja mitosis. I've seen.
Remember when people were just horny for like the necromancer from that one dungeon?
Oh, from
Those were the days.
The mountain dungeon from the 6.x patch.
No, he means
Oh.
the from
Never
Heroes
mind.
Gauntlet. Heroes Gauntlet.
Yeah, Heroes Gauntlet. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, very different.
Yeah,
All
the
right,
necromancer. People did a lot of fucking fan art for that shit, and they were horny for her. Yeah, those were the fucking
Oh
days.
yeah. Those
Bakul
those are
Jaja's
fucking days.
nodules.
Oh my god.
I love that. That's it. Now he's. I remember just saying. I remember seeing a comment that said after the corn dog picture said "Bakul job."
job. Yeah. y'all are insane, and I respect it.
Oh my god.
One of my favorite things.
I don't. Y'all horny.
Oh come on, you gotta respect it though. I personally don't fuck with that, but you know what? Do your thing, have fun. One of the things that I personally like have loved coming out of Dawntrail is the Latino community really embracing Dawntrail and making their own memes.
Yes.
I love that shit, man. Like, as someone who's also of Spanish background, it's kind of like, hell yeah, let's fuck. Like, we out here, like all the Spanish memes, just like yes, like this is coming from Dawntrail, of course, but to me, it's like, hey, these are our jokes too now. So, I just really like that. Like the kind of there's a kinship in the Latino community about Dawntrail that I really, really love.
I mean, generally speaking, every time I see a Latino community for any game, it's usually the biggest and boldest of them all. I think of like Dragon Ball Z. Like I think of like if you like for Dragon Ball Z in like South America and stuff. Like I mean, most any game. Like if there's like a big fanship, like it's like it's literally elevated to Digimon's another big one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
it's cool that now that has kind of like risen to prominence for 14. That's just cool, man.
Yeah. Cool. And probably with a decent bit more to come because we'll probably be over in Tyrol for the most part for the next several patches at the very least.
Yeah, they've invested a lot into like I hope they didn't spend half the expansion building out this world only to not use it in the future, right? So as much as like there were lulls in the first half, I'm very confident that it's going to pay off tremendously in the future, and so that's one of the reasons why Dawntrail is like gives me so much hope for the future of 14. Is because I know it feels like they're setting pieces up, and I've seen them set pieces up before in the past, and have they always paid off. So
yeah,
I still have trust in the team to make all of that work.
I definitely wouldn't have put the idea of a trade alliance between Thavnair and Tuliyollal leading to Vritra flying in and obliterating an entire fleet.
There's got to be more there because I know they do that one-off thing where Tuliyollal gets attacked, Vritra shows up, fucks shit up with a fleet of dragons. You need to revisit that, and that needs to be like a plot point moving forward. What are the relations between Thavnair and Tyrol? Man, that's really fucking cool.
It was interesting seeing him roar and to have his brood, because Vritra's brood is really just it's not really dragons. It's so I feel like he called on like Tiamat and Race Velgar to send their brood without them coming. Because he doesn't like he's never seen him with another dragon. I recognize I think some of those dragons you can actually recognizably see are some of the ones from Heaven's Ward. I think if you actually the question of whether it's them or it's just models because they're dragon models is really the only question. But Race Velgar and Tiamat, they're like, no. Like, I get it. Like, you've got...
They too old for that.
No, not even that. They're just like, bro, that's like, little bro. Come on. That's like nothing. Like, we're not wasting our time. Like, one dragon's enough. All right?
Like, these fucking puny Squid Game robots, y'all can take care of that shit. We don't need to be there.
Yeah, Tiamat's busy really trying to fix shit in Marasidia, and Race Velgar's like, I can't be asked.
Yeah. And also, like, Tiamat had been locked up for a very long time. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. So.
Yeah. We'll definitely revisit Tiamat when we go to Marasidia at some point. Because that's where she left and went. That's where Tiamat is. So.
Yeah. And that's just, again, that's another one of the places that Emmett Selk said, like, y'all ain't even been there yet. It's like, all right, well, thanks for telling us where the next couple expansions are going to be, dog. It's cool.
Yeah. Oh, no, we know they connected with them. Ashdaya roars.
Yeah, the little baby roar.
Yeah, no, we that roar that you see Race Velgar do both at the end of Endwalker, at the end of 6.5 Part 1, and here is literally a roar that all the dragons can hear. And he makes sure that Ashdaya does theirs. And I think you actually hear Race Velgar and Tiamat roar back in the distance, if I recall.
Oh, shit.
At the end of Part 1. I'm almost certain that they do, that when Vritra's on top of the palace with Ashdaya and they both do the roar. I'm almost certain that it's been like 9-10 months since I did it, but I'm almost certain that you hear the roars in the distance from Tiamat and Race Velgar as like an acknowledgement that Ashdaya is back.
Huh.
Now we just need the Ashdaya minion.
Oh, so cute.
Yeah, they do both. They do a roar together. I'm almost certain. I have to go back and watch the cutscene, but I'm almost certain that there's a roar in the distance from the rest of their kin who's alive.
Nice.
I wonder if Estinian's also just like Nidhogg and him is just like, no, I hear it too. We good.
Oh man. But yeah, that was cool. That was a cool moment. Because that was like, well, how are they gonna stop this invasion again?
Really fucking easily, apparently.
Yeah.
They're just like, listen, you caught us by surprise last time, but we've got the Scions aren't even like upset. They're just like, oh yeah. Here we go again.
Like, just wait. Yep, we got the answer to that. I think that is one moment too where I'm like, it's one moment where Alphino kind of, you see the growth of Alphino, of like, he is a diplomat who can make this work now. Because obviously it's been so many years now where him, the Crystal Braves, that's like old history now. But it's still kind of fresh in my memory where Alphino still feels like this young boy who still has a lot to learn. But in that moment, I'm like, oh shit, he's helping make shit happen. And I think that's the contrast between him and Wook Lamont, where Wook Lamont's very optimistic in the same way Alphino was during the patch series in Realm Reborn, and seeing the way that fucked him up leading into Heaven's Word. I was like almost afraid that would backfire on Wook Lamont the same way, but it doesn't. I know, maybe she's just lucky that it didn't blow up in her face.
That's what Kawana's there for.
Yeah, exactly. Alice A wasn't there for Alphino when he fucked up. She's like, I don't know, bro, you're doing some wild shit. That's all you.
Yeah, she's like, bro, I'm going to Coils and then I'm going somewhere else, and I'm not telling you until the Heaven's Word patch series. Yeah. He aged. I forgot how much they aged in the first. I know they're 16 now. I think they were 14 in A Realm Reborn.
I thought they were always 16 and just
no, because when
perpetually 16.
When they go to the first, they label out all. Oh, they only aged a year. So they were 15. They became 16. Okay, I knew they were 16 now, because we know like Thancred and Urian J were there for I think 5 years. Ishtola's there for 2, and Alice A and Alphino are there for 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then Grati is there for 100.
Yeah, he
That's
has
the
gray
Crystal
hair.
Exarch,
Then he comes
yeah.
back and doesn't have gray hair anymore. He's a little boy again.
He's a little boy.
Oh.
We took his. I mean, he's got his body. You know, we just like, hey, Graha, hey, listen, really weird story, but like, I've got another part of your soul here, and I know I opened the whole Crystal Tower thing to let you know about this. It's kind of a big deal, but we'll close it again. Don't worry about that.
Also, you got a secret family in another realm. I don't know if you know about that.
Yeah, well, you will know, because we're gonna stick this part of your memory in your soul. We're gonna just open wide,
remember.
Okay? Just open wide real quick.
Oh my!
We'll let you know all about. He'll let you know all about it. There you go.
Oh my god! I've rewatched the 5.3 trailer so many fucking times in the past like month to remind myself of just how fucking incredible 5.3 was.
Yeah, it's a really good trailer in general too, especially the use of the music from Bozia.
Yeah. The way like the Bozia theme and then To the Edge kind of merge together. It's just like,
I always felt the same way about 5.4 too. Like when you use, because that one's the Queen Awakens into Promises to Keep.
Yeah.
It's just the music merging.
It's really funny that CBU 3 or Creative Studio 3 now, they make every single trailer the same way. Like 16 with Echoes of the Fallen, and then the Rising Tide trailer for 16 for the DLC. It is beat for beat a 14 trailer. And these motherfuckers do the same thing every time, and you know what? It fucking works every single time. Every time I see their logo go up, I'm like, oh, I know exactly what to expect, and it's gonna be fucking sick. I was at the Game Awards last year, and that's when they revealed Rising Tide. And then I was like, this is a 14 trailer, and I'm here for it. Just like the cadence, the quotes that they use, the way they juxtapose it with the music. They know what they're doing.
They sure do. All right, yes. I need to get to the gym. So I'm going to end this little post discussion we had here.
Yes.
It was a pleasure. This will be on YouTube and audio formats tomorrow in the morning, first thing. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. If you came in late, you can look forward to it on whatever you want to listen it to or watch it on tomorrow morning. So enjoy. And thank you again for joining us, Mike. I'm going to assume I'm taller, so I'm calling you Mike.
All right, I'm 6 foot.
Oh no, then I'm Mike. Then you're Michael.
Okay, yeah.
I was just making the assumption. I was like, listen, maybe I'm gonna take a flyer on this one.
I might be Filipino, but I'm not short. I'm very skinny though, so maybe you probably suplex me.
Yeah, maybe I'll just do this and I'll be like, all right, which is it?
I'll be like, all right. Hey, you got it, big man. You got it, big man. I'm Mike. That's it.
I'll still pick you up.
Give me uppies.
I just gotta lift you a little higher. That's all.
Yeah, give me uppies at FanFest next time.
All right, absolutely. I'll make sure I actually go to the next one.
All right.
It was a pleasure. Thank you for taking the time. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, Michael.
Hell yeah. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
Sly, I'll see you next week for Arcadian. I'll make sure to get guests for that one. Don't worry.
Okay, if you need me to,
If you want to, go ahead, but I'll do it. I swear.
okay, I'll start looking.
Okay. Damn it. All right. Both of you enjoy your weekends. Bye-bye.
Peace.
Later.
All right. I am also out. I might be doing some bonus evening streams over the next few days while I'm leveling and doing Fate stuff. So don't be too surprised if you see me pop on in the evenings. But if not, whatever. Stream time normal, 7 a.m., 2 p.m. Pacific. You all know the drill at this point. So thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed the story talk, and I will see you later. Until then, bye-bye.